9.6 The slower growth rate of oilseeds at 1.9% raises concerns, especially considering India's heavy reliance on imports to satisfy domestic edible oil demands. High-value sectors such as horticulture, livestock, and fisheries have emerged as the primary contributors to the overall growth of agriculture. Among these, the fishery sector has demonstrated the highest compound annual growth rate at 13.67%, followed by livestock with a CAGR of 12.99% during FY15 to FY23. Chart 9.5. International Comparison of Productivity for Selected Crops, 2022. Source: Price Policy for Kharif Crops 2024 to 25, CAP. 9.7 Diversity is also seen in interstate variations in growth observed from 2011 to 12 to 2020 to 21. Andhra Pradesh was the leading performer with a CAGR of 8.8% in agriculture and allied sectors, excluding forestry and logging. Madhya Pradesh followed with 6.3%, and Tamil Nadu came in third with 4.8% among major states. 7. 8. Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. 9. Price Policy Report Kharif 2024 to 25, Commission for Agriculture Costs and Prices. 249. These states have diversified towards crops where yield is high. For example, Andhra Pradesh diversified towards jowar, Madhya Pradesh towards mung, and Tamil Nadu towards maize. Even so, there is significant potential to enhance productivity and reduce the yield gap compared to the global average. 9.8 As we look to the future, it's important to consider how changing dietary preferences, driven by rising incomes, will influence the agricultural sector's growth trajectory. The increasing consumption of non-food grains, particularly horticultural products, livestock, and fisheries, will be significant. Given the perishable nature of these high-value commodities, effective post-harvest management and robust marketing infrastructure are essential. This endeavor should be supported by the active involvement of farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and self-help groups. Furthermore, substantial investment from the private sector would also be vital to aid small-scale farmers. Box 9.2. Transforming Rural Economies, the Rise of Horticulture. India's horticulture sector is more productive and profitable than traditional agriculture, emerging as a fast-growing industry. This can be seen from the fact that India is also a leading exporter, shipping 343.82.34 mt of fresh grapes worth 3,460.70 Indian rupees crore globally in 2023 to 24. Key grape-growing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Mizoram. Maharashtra leads in production, contributing over 67% of total output with the highest productivity in 2023 to 24. Grape cultivation has significantly improved the livelihoods of Nashik farmers, where export-quality grapes fetch higher prices than domestic markets. This economic upliftment has attracted rural youth to grape farming. Farmers have adopted advanced technologies like real-time monitoring systems to ensure optimal grape quality. The Nashik grape story shows how export-oriented agriculture, technology, and collective efforts can transform a region's socio-economic conditions. 9.9 The government is implementing a range of initiatives aimed at enhancing agricultural productivity and increasing farmers' incomes, in alignment with the recommendations put forth in the Doubling Farmers' Income Report 2016. This report highlighted essential strategies for improving crop and livestock productivity, boosting cropping intensity, and diversifying into high-value crops. Committed to promoting greater input efficiency and adopting sustainable production practices, the government is pursuing initiatives such as per drop more crop and various actions under the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. These measures include using alternative and organic fertilizers to enhance productivity and sustainability. Furthermore, digital initiatives like the Digital Agriculture Mission and the e-National Agriculture Market have been launched to encourage the adoption of innovative agricultural technologies and improve price discovery mechanisms. Additionally, the government provides income support to farmers through assured remunerative prices for their produce, alongside programs such as the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi. 10. 11 IBID. 250. Crop production, incentivizing productivity increase, crop diversification, and efficiency in the use of inputs. 9.10 Despite the increase in crop production, further enhancements in productivity across various crops and regions are vital for boosting performance and positively influencing farmers' incomes. Productivity is closely linked to on-farm and post-harvest inputs such as improved access to quality seeds, better irrigation facilities, efficient water management practices, effective extension services, soil health improvements, modern post-harvest infrastructure, and accessible market. Productivity is closely linked to on-farm and post-harvest inputs such as improved access to quality seeds, better irrigation facilities, efficient water management practices, effective extension services, soil health improvements, modern post-harvest infrastructure, and accessible markets. Additionally, agricultural price policies play a crucial role in facilitating informed decision-making by protecting farmers from market price volatility and encouraging them to diversify their crops, promoting sustainable agricultural practices. Source: Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Note. Production here is only for Kharif seasons for agriculture year 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 25. 9.11 The minimum support price for essential crops such as wheat, rice, pulses, oilseeds, and nutri-cereals acts as a safety net for farmers, reassuring them of a guaranteed minimum price for their crops from the government. This mechanism also serves as a guiding signal for farmers in planning their future crop compositions. In the Union Budget of 2018-19, the government decided the principle of fixing MSP at a level of at least 1.5 times the weighted average cost of production for these crops. The support provides the necessary returns to promote sustainable farming practices and encourage farmers to focus on cultivating key crops. The government has raised the MSP for nutri-cereals, pulses, and oilseeds as part of these initiatives. For the fiscal year FY25, the MSP for Arhar and Bajra has been increased by 59% and 77% over the weighted average cost of production, respectively. Moreover, the MSP for Masur has risen by 89%, while rapeseed has seen an impressive increase of 98%. 251. Seeds quality and use of fertilizers, the critical differentiator. 9.12 The adage, as you sow, so shall you reap, effectively reflects the significance of seed quality and the accessibility of seeds in sufficient quantities by farmers in promoting healthy crop growth. In the 2023-24 season, ICAR produced 1.06 lakh quintals of breeder seeds, encompassing 1,798 varieties across 81 crops for further multiplication. Given the impact of weather on agricultural output, research into climate-resistant seeds has become a priority, with 2,177 of the 2,593 new varieties released since 2014 specifically addressing this challenge. To ensure that these varieties are readily available, seed banks have been established. In regions such as northwestern India, heat-tolerant wheat varieties have seen widespread adoption to alleviate the effects of heat stress. In FY24, demonstrations of climate-resilient technology packages were conducted in 121 vulnerable districts under the National Innovations in Climate-Resilient Agriculture Initiative. 9.13 Soil degradation, particularly the decline in organic carbon content, poses a significant challenge to Indian agriculture. Many soils in India are deficient in organic carbon, macronutrients, and essential micronutrients such as boron, iron, and sulfur. This deterioration of soil health adversely affects fertility, productivity, and overall agricultural sustainability. To achieve optimal crop yields while ensuring environmental sustainability, it is imperative to use fertilizers judiciously. Recently introduced, Urea Gold combines urea with sulfur, minimizing wastage and enhancing plant nutrient uptake. Additionally, the use of drones and fertigation techniques are being implemented to optimize fertilizer applications. The Program for Restoration, Awareness Generation, Nourishment, and Amelioration of Mother Earth Initiative incentivizes states to adopt alternative fertilizers such as nano-urea, nano-diammonium phosphate, and organic fertilizers. By promoting these sustainable options, the government aims to improve soil health, reduce environmental pollution, and boost agricultural productivity. Rainfall and irrigation system, building efficiency and extending coverage. 9.14 Precipitation is crucial in the global water cycle, serving as a primary source for freshwater replenishment, vital for various ecosystems and human activities. The repercussions of climate change on rainfall patterns are profound, particularly concerning agricultural practices that rely heavily on consistent and predictable weather conditions. 9.15 In India, while the volatility in agricultural growth has notably diminished over time due to targeted interventions, the sector remains highly vulnerable to weather. 12 Fertigation is a method of fertilizer application in which fertilizer is incorporated within the irrigation water by the drip system. 13 Porter, J.R., Cia. L. Challoner, A.J., Cochrane K., Howden S. M., Iqbal M. M., Lobel D.B., and Travasso M. I. Food Security and Food Production Systems. In Field C.B., Barros V.R., Dawkin D.J., Mock K.J., Mastrandrea M.D., Byler T.E., Chatterjee M. et al., eds. Climate Change 2014, Impacts, Adaptation, and Vulnerability. Part A, Global and Sectoral Aspects. Contribution of Working Group 2 to the 5th Assessment Report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press. 252. Variability, with only about 55% of the net sown area receiving irrigation. A substantial portion of the agricultural land relies on rain-fed systems, making it especially susceptible to fluctuations in precipitation. Moreover, more than two-thirds of India's agricultural land faces the threat of drought, with national estimates indicating a 35% probability of drought occurrences. This risk is not uniform across the country. It varies considerably based on geographies. For instance, in dry, humid regions, the likelihood of drought is relatively lower at about 20%, while in arid zones, it can exceed 40%. Such disparities emphasize the urgent need for region-specific strategies to mitigate drought risk. 9.16 The implications of erratic monsoon patterns are particularly pronounced for marginal and small-scale farmers, representing approximately 85% of India's agricultural holdings. These farmers typically cultivate on plots less than 2 hectares in size, making them highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate variability. Source, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. 9.17 Climate change is a problem because it accentuates weather variability. There has been an increase in the frequency of dry spells during the summer monsoon season, which are 27% more common from 1981 to 2011 compared to 1951 to 1980. 14 Agriculture Statistics at a Glance 2022 to 23, Ministry of Agriculture. 15 NABARD Climate Change and Risk Management in Indian Agriculture, 2022. 16 Krishnan, R., Sanjay J., Nanaseelan, C., Majumdar, M., Kulkarni, A., and Chakraborty, S. Assessment of Climate Change over the Indian Region, a report of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Springer Nature. 17 Kumar, S., Mishra, A.K., Pramanik, S., Mamadana, S., and Whitbread, A. Climate Risk, Vulnerability, and Resilience, Supporting Livelihood of Smallholders in Semi-Arid India. Land Use Policy, 97, 104-729. Berthel, P.S. Berthel, P.S., P.K. Joshi, D.S. Negi, and S. Agarwal. Changing Sources of Growth in Indian Agriculture. Implications for Regional Priorities for Accelerating Agricultural Growth, IFPRI Discussion Paper 1325, International Food Policy Research Institute, Washington, D.C. 18 Assessment of Climate Change over the Indian Region, a report of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, 2020. 253. Not only has there been an increase in the number of years with deficient rainfall at an all-India level, but more subdivisions 19 have experienced rainfall deficits reflecting an increase in the frequency and the geographic spread of droughts. At the same time, there are also more intense short wet spells. In central India, the frequency of extreme daily rainfall events exceeding 150 millimeters has increased by about 75% from 1950 to 201520. Chart 9.8, Sources of Irrigation. Source, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. Chart 9.9, Departure from average and annual rainfall in percent since 2000. Source, Indian Meteorological Department. 19 subdivisions by Indian Meteorological Department are based on rainfall. 20 IBID. 254. Chart 9.10, Subdivisions with excess/deficit rainfall in numbers. Source, Indian Meteorological Department. 9.18 Several studies have also assessed the overall effect of climate change on agricultural production. Negi and Ramaswamy examined the relationship between crop yields and rainfall across India at the district level for 9 key crops during the Kharif season. They found a strong link between significant rainfall shortfalls and substantial crop yield losses. This statistical phenomenon is known as lower tail dependence, indicating that the correlation between yield losses and rainfall deficits is stronger for extreme rainfall deficiencies than for minor variations. Other studies have indicated that a potential 2 degrees Celsius rise in annual temperature and a 7% increase in annual rainfall by 2099 could lead to an 8 to 12% decline in Indian agricultural productivity. Berthel et al. Found that heat stress harmed crop yield, which worsened over time. Most studies have suggested that droughts and heat waves negatively impact agricultural productivity compared to floods and cold waves in India. It is, therefore, pertinent to increase the area under irrigation and diversify towards heat and water-resistant crops. 9.19 Between FY16 and FY21, India experienced a significant increase in irrigation area coverage and intensity. The coverage of irrigation area has increased between FY16 and FY21 from 49.3% to 55% of the gross cropped area, while irrigation intensity has risen from 144.2% to 154.5%. States such as Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Telangana exhibit high irrigation coverage of their gross cropped area, with figures around 98%, 94%, 84%, and 86%, respectively. In contrast, states like Jharkhand and Assam lag significantly, with irrigation coverage below 20%, underscoring the necessity to improve irrigation. 21 Negi, D. S. and Ramaswamy, B. Basis risk and the demand for catastrophic rainfall insurance. Q Open, 4, COE 009. 22 NABARD Climate Change and Risk Management in Indian Agriculture, 2022. 23 Berthel, P.S., J. Hazrana, D. S. Negi, and G. Pandey. Benefits of irrigation against heat stress in agriculture. Evidence from wheat crop in India, Agricultural Water Management, Volume 255, No. C. 255. And water management practices in regions with lower irrigation levels. Source: survey calculations based on data from Source: Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare and Indian Meteorological Department. 9.20 The government has prioritized irrigation development and water conservation practices to enhance access to irrigation facilities. Since the FY16 fiscal year, the government has been implementing the Per Drop More Crop Initiative, a component of the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchay Yojana, to promote water efficiency. Financial assistance is provided at 55% of the total project cost for small and marginal farmers, and 45% for other farmers for installation of micro-irrigation under PDMC. From FY16 to FY25, 2,168.75 Indian rupees crore was released to states for implementation of PDMC scheme, and an area of 95.58 lakh has been covered, under which is about 104.67% higher as compared to the pre-PDMC period. Further, in addition to PDMC, the Micro Irrigation Fund 256 supports innovation of projects through 2% interest subvention to states on loans availed under MIF. Loans amounting to 470 Indian rupees crore has been approved, of which 3,640 Indian rupees crore has been disbursed so far. 9.21 The Rain-Fed Area Development Program has been implemented to develop and conserve natural resources alongside farming systems as part of the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture since FY15. From FY22 onwards, the RAD scheme has been integrated into the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So far, 1,858.41 Indian rupees crore have been allocated, covering an area of 8.00 lakh hectares under the RAD program since its inception. 9.22 According to a study by the A.T. Chandra Foundation, a community-led, technology-enabled model for rejuvenating water bodies across India can be an important intervention to enhance rural water security. The Composite Land Use Restoration and Assessment Tool and the AVNI Gramin app can identify water bodies with potential for groundwater recharge and enable monitoring of such interventions to restore water bodies through geotagged images and verification at the farmer level. RWB could, therefore, be a cost-effective solution to India's water challenges, offering environmental, economic, and social benefits. Box 9.3 Microirrigation: Unlocking the Potential. Water scarcity is a challenge for Indian agriculture, and promoting microirrigation is extremely important in reducing the water footprint. Microirrigation holds significant potential for India's 140 million hectares of arable land. Even though there is an increase in area under microirrigation in India, the pace is still slow as compared to the USA and China. Chart 9.13 Area under microirrigation. Source: Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare Note. Area under PDMC and other central sponsored schemes. 24 Sprinkler and Micro-Irrigated Area, International Commission for Irrigation and Drainage. 257. A study by examined the impact of drip irrigation on 5 horticultural crops: brinjal, tomato, banana, watermelon, and mango in Tamil Nadu, India. The study suggested that drip irrigation enhances agricultural outcomes. Compared to flood irrigation, it reduces water consumption by 39 to 55% and boosts crop yields by 33 to 41% due to targeted water delivery. This efficiency translates to substantial economic benefits for farmers, with profit margins increasing by 52.92 to 114.50%, depending on the crop. In a similar vein, another study suggested that the drip irrigation method has demonstrated a substantial impact on resource conservation, reduction in cultivation costs, improved crop yields, and enhanced farm profitability. Agriculture credit, a critical input. 9.23 Providing adequate credit support to all farmers, especially small and marginal farmers and vulnerable sections of society, is crucial to improving agricultural productivity and income. Source: Ministry of Agriculture. 9.24 The Government of India introduced the Kisan credit card to enable farmers to meet their short-term working capital requirements promptly and hassle-free. This has helped enhance the working capital flow to agriculture and allied sectors. As of March 2024, the country has 7.75 crore operational KCC accounts with a loan outstanding of Indian rupee 0.81 lakh crore. KCC was further extended to meet the working capital needs of fisheries and animal husbandry in 2018-19, along with the enhancement. 25 Narayana Murthy, A. Jyothi, P. Suresh, R. and Sujit, K. S. Can drip method of irrigation transform yield and income of horticultural crops? Evidence of 5 crops from Tamil Nadu. Indian Journal of Agricultural Economics, 79, 455 to 468. 26 Kumar, D. S. and Palanismi, K. Impact of drip irrigation on farming system, evidence from southern India. Agricultural Economics Research Review, 23, 265 to 272. 258. Of the limit for collateral-free loans to 1.6 Indian rupees lakh. As of March 31, 2024, 1.24 lakh KCC and 44.40 lakh KCC were issued to fisheries and animal husbandry activities, respectively. 9.25 In addition to interventions such as the Modified Interest Subvention Scheme, which provides short-term agri-loans through KCC for working capital requirements at the concessional interest rate of 7%. The prompt repayment incentive provides a 3% incentive to farmers who repay on time. Starting from FY25, the claim processing has been digitized through the Kisan Rin portal for faster and more efficient capturing and settlement of misclaims. 9.26 To further support small and marginal farmers, banks must allocate 40% of their adjusted net bank credit or credit equivalent amount of off-balance sheet exposure, whichever is higher, to priority sectors, including agriculture. All the above measures have significantly reduced the reliance on non-institutional credit sources from 90% in 1950 to around 25% in FY22. Source: Ministry of Agriculture. 9.27 Ground-level credit to agriculture has also shown impressive growth with a CAGR of 12.8% from 2014 to 15 to 2024 to 25. The GLC has risen from 8.45 Indian rupees lakh crore in 2014 to 15 to 25.48 Indian rupees lakh crore in 2023 to 24. Within this, the share of small and marginal farmers has significantly increased from 3.46 Indian rupees lakh crore to 14.3 Indian rupees lakh crore from 2014 to 15 to 2023 to 24. 27 NABARD All India Rural Financial Inclusion Survey 2021 to 22. 259. Source: Ministry of Agriculture. Box 9.4. Kisan Rin Portal, Streamlining Agri-Credit for Farmers' Prosperity. The Kisan Rin Portal, launched in September 2023, addresses key challenges in the Modified Interest Subvention Kisan Credit Card Scheme. Previously, banks had to submit claims for interest subvention and prompt repayment incentive manually to the Reserve Bank of India and NABARD, leading to significant delays and inefficiencies. The Kisan Rin Portal digitizes this process, ensuring farmers and lending institutions benefit from quicker, seamless transactions, improving access to credit for agricultural needs. Empowering farmers with seamless access to credit, the portal simplifies the process, enabling access to low-cost credit not only for traditional cropping activities but also for dairy, poultry, fisheries, and beekeeping. L. Benefiting financial institutions, banks, and cooperatives. With the portal, banks can submit automated digital claims, streamlining the entire process. This not only improves efficiency but also helps banks track and manage claims more effectively, facilitating prompt disbursal of benefits. L. Reaching the grassroots, training and support. The KRP's impact extends to over 453 banks nationwide, with 1.89 lakh branches and 4.65 lakh users actively involved in processing claims. L. Current success and achievements. By December 31, 2024, it had processed claims worth 108,336.78 Indian rupees crore, including interest subvention and PRI. About 5 crore farmers that are currently getting benefited under the Miss KCC scheme have been mapped through KRP. 9.28 The government also provides insurance for farmers through the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. This scheme acts as a safety net for farmers against crop losses due to natural calamities, pests, and diseases. As the largest crop insurance program in the world in terms of farmer enrollment and the third largest by premiums, PMFBY offers comprehensive risk coverage from the pre-sowing to post-harvest stages. By ensuring financial stability, the scheme encourages farmers to adopt modern agricultural practices and technologies, ultimately enhancing agricultural productivity and food security. In response to recommendations from various committees, the scheme has recently launched several technological interventions, such as YesTech, WINS, and Cropic. These advancements have increased transparency within the scheme ecosystem by minimizing human intervention and fostering greater trust among stakeholders, including implementing states/UTs and insurance companies. The participation of state governments and insurers has increased to 24 and 15, respectively, in FY25, up from 20 and 11 in the 2020-21. Additionally, these interventions have contributed to a 32% reduction in premium rates compared to previous years. As a result, in the FY24 period, the number of enrolled farmers reached 4 crore, a 26% increase from 3.17 crore in the FY23 period. The insured area also expanded to 600 lakh hectares in FY24, reflecting a 19% rise from 500 lakh hectares in FY23. Both the acreage and farmer enrollment figures under the scheme are at an all-time high. Agriculture mechanization, facilitating access. 9.29 The high machinery cost presents a significant barrier to promoting farm mechanization among small and marginal farmers. Custom hiring arrangements can enhance these farmers' adoption of farm mechanization, particularly in regions where mechanization is currently limited. The submission on agricultural mechanization supports state governments with training and demonstrations related to agricultural machinery, in establishing custom hiring centers, and assisting farmers in acquiring various farming equipment. Further, farm machinery banks enable the renting of machinery at affordable rates, thereby promoting access to high-tech machinery for small and marginal farm holdings in areas with low levels of mechanization. As of 31 December, 26,662 CHCs were established under this initiative, with 138 CHCs set up in the year FY25 alone. 9.30 Furthermore, the government has promoted a recently approved scheme aimed at providing drones to women SHGs. This initiative targets 15,000 selected women SHGs to offer rental services to farmers for agricultural purposes, including for the application of fertilizers and pesticides. Central financial assistance of 80% of the drone's cost and related ancillary charges, up to a maximum of 8 Indian rupees lakh, will be granted to the women SHGs for drone purchases. This scheme will also deliver sustainable business and livelihood support to the SHGs, enabling them to generate an additional income of at least 1 Indian rupee lakh per annum. 28 Weather information and network data systems, yield estimation system based on technology, collection of real-time observations and photographs of crops provide real-time data on weather, yield and uploading full-size photos of crops. 261. Agriculture extension, the enabler. 9.31 Agricultural extension is vital in disseminating knowledge, enhancing productivity, and promoting sustainable agricultural practices. The government is implementing the submission on agricultural extension to bolster agricultural extension services, enhance entrepreneurship, and improve productivity. The government is implementing the submission on agricultural extension to bolster agricultural extension services, enhance entrepreneurship, and improve productivity in the agricultural sector throughout India. A key component of the SMA is the support provided by the Agricultural Technology Management Agency, which focuses on sharing the latest agricultural technologies to boost production. The initiatives include farmer training, demonstrations, exposure visits, Kisan Melas, mobilization of farmer groups, and the establishment of farm schools. During the FY24 period, over 3.66 million farmers benefited from these extension activities, with an additional 4.49 million having availed themselves of these benefits by November 2024. Furthermore, the government has launched the Short-Duration Skill Training of Rural Youth scheme to offer short-term skill training to rural youth and farmers in agriculture and related fields. So far, 20,940 candidates were trained as of November 2024, of which 5,504 were trained in FY25. To address the training needs of middle-level field extension workers, the government has established 4 regional extension education institutes located in Haryana, Telangana, Gujarat, and Assam. During FY24, 8,175 extension workers underwent training, with an additional 2,195 trained by November 2024. In addition to training programs, the government operates the Kisan Call Center to address farmers' queries regarding agriculture and allied sectors. Responses to these queries are provided in 22 official languages from 17 locations nationwide. Improvement in agriculture marketing infrastructure. 9.32 The government has started several programs to encourage private investment in agricultural marketing infrastructure. One such initiative is the Agriculture Marketing Infrastructure Subscheme, introduced in 2014. It provides capital subsidies to individuals, farmers, and cooperatives to develop storage infrastructure. The AMI is a capital investment program that is open-ended, demand-driven, credit-linked, and features a back-ended subsidy mechanism. 9.33 Under this subscheme, a subsidy of 25% is granted for projects in the plains, while projects in the northeastern, hilly, and other specified regions, as well as those led by women, SC/ST promoters, and FBOs, can receive a subsidy of 33.33%. The subsidies support the establishment of a range of agricultural marketing infrastructure projects, including storage facilities, rural HOTS, common facilitation centers for FBOs, market yard infrastructure, direct marketing facilities, mobile post-harvest operations, cold storage facilities, and integrated value chain projects up to the primary processing stage. 29 Mobile post-harvest systems are portable solutions for processing, storing, and handling agricultural produce near harvest sites to reduce losses and maintain quality. 262. 9.34 As of October 31, 2024, 48,611 storage infrastructure projects have been sanctioned, with India rupee 75.47 crore dispersed in subsidies. In addition, 21,004 projects related to other types of infrastructure assisted under the AMI scheme have been sanctioned, amounting to a subsidy of 2,125.76 Indian rupees crore. Box 9.5. Empowering Farmers, the Success Story of Mahafk. Maha Farmers Producer Company Limited, a state-level producer company in Maharashtra, has empowered 646 FEOs to procure and sell agricultural products, including pulses and perishable items. It has helped farmers by providing multiple procurement centers, reducing transportation costs, and ensuring timely payment at MSP. In 2022, Mahafk became Maharashtra's largest procurement channel, benefiting over 1.7 lakh farmers. The company has also assisted FPOs in developing infrastructure like storage facilities and processing units. By connecting FBOs with private players and using digital technology, Mahafk has created employment opportunities and strengthened the agricultural value chain. 9.35 Another scheme is the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, launched in 2020 to boost farm gate infrastructure further and improve private sector involvement. This fund provides medium-term debt financing for post-harvest management and community farming projects, offering interest subvention and credit guarantees and supporting various projects such as custom hiring centers, processing units, warehouses, and cold storage facilities. Box 9.6. Innovative Ways of Land Leasing, Case of Kerala. The Model Agricultural Land Leasing Act, 2016, introduced by Niti Aayog, is a model law aimed at legalizing and facilitating the leasing of agricultural land in India. The objective is to improve land access for landless and marginal farmers and provide them with various benefits and protections while safeguarding the rights and interests of landowners. The states of Andhra Pradesh and Odisha have attempted to introduce some forms of land leasing. However, the state government of Kerala has created an innovative arrangement for land leasing. Under this, women or men's SHG groups lease land for more than 3 years for horticulture cultivation. This agreement is made under the Indian Contract Act, 1872, in which the lessee offers agriculture as a service to the landlord and shares profits or pays fixed compensation. The Gram Panchayat becomes a party to the transaction, and the agreement is notarized in the GP. This helps the lessee group become eligible for benefits like credit and insurance. Since the agreement lasts 3 to 5 years, it is well suited for cultivating horticulture crops. It also encourages the lessee to maintain and nurture the quality of the land, with findings indicating an increase in farm efficiency in terms of input-output ratio in the case of group-leased land compared to owned and self-cultivated land and individually leased land in Kerala, possibly due to better convergence achieved with central and state government support for group farming activities. The initiative has also improved land access for the poor, as more than 85% of the members are under the low-income category. 30 report of RRA Network's Market Group's paper on making markets work for rain-fed farmers. 263. 9.36 To enhance efficiency in agricultural marketing and improve price discovery, the government has introduced the E&M scheme. This initiative provides free software and financial assistance of 75 Indian rupees lakh per agricultural produce market committee mandi for essential hardware, which includes quality assaying equipment and the development of infrastructure for cleaning, grading, sorting, and packaging. Additionally, to support FPOs and empower farmers, the government launched a scheme in 2020 with a budget of 6,860 Indian rupees crore. As of October 31, 2024, over 1.78 crore farmers and 2.62 lakh traders have registered on the E&M portal. As of the same date, 9,204 FPOs have been registered, and 4,490 of these organizations have received equity grants amounting to 237 Indian rupees crore. Climate action in agriculture. 9.37 The Immerse is recognized as one of the 9 missions within the National Action Plan on Climate Change. The Immerse has identified key climate adaptation strategies, including enhancing water efficiency, managing soil health and nutrients, providing crop insurance, offering credit support, strengthening value chains, delivering agro-advisories, promoting farm mechanization, managing agricultural waste, developing integrated farming systems, and supporting organic and natural farming practices. It also emphasizes climate-resilient varieties, livestock, and fish culture, promoting these initiatives through various government schemes. 9.38 To support organic farming, the government has implemented 2 dedicated schemes since 2015, the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana and the Mission Organic Value Chain Development for Northeastern Region. Under PKVY, 52,289 clusters covering 14.99 lakh hectares and 25.30 lakh farmers have been mobilized. Similarly, under MOFTNR, 434 farmer-producer companies have been created, covering a total area of 1.73 lakh hectares and benefiting 2.19 lakh farmers. Box 9.7. Spatial mapping of agricultural sustainability. A composite index of agricultural sustainability was calculated by ICAR using 51 indicators related to environmental health, soil and water quality, and socioeconomic development. The average estimated value of the index is 0.49, suggesting that Indian agriculture is moderately sustainable. States like Mizoram, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Manipur, West Bengal, and Uttarakhand perform better than the national average. 264. 264. Source: A Spatial Assessment of Sustainability in Indian Agriculture, Policy Paper 42, 2024, ICAR. In contrast, arid Rajasthan has the least sustainable agricultural practices. According to the report, the states with higher sustainability scores have experienced sizable crop diversification, improvement in agriculture infrastructure, farm credit, and sustainable input usage. States in the Indo-Gangetic Plains, including Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Bihar, and Haryana, as well as rice-dominant states like Jharkhand and Assam, are at a higher risk of climate change impacts. Allied sectors, potential to build resilience. 9.39 The livestock sector has emerged as a significant engine of growth in agriculture, playing a vital role in the overall agricultural landscape. This importance is underscored by a remarkable increase in its contribution to the gross value added of agriculture and related sectors, which surged from 24.38% in the fiscal year FY15 to an impressive 30.23% by FY23. In the latter year, the livestock sector alone represented 5.5% of the total GVA, reflecting its dynamic growth trajectory, with a robust CAGR of 12.99%. 9.40 The economic significance of this sector is clearly illustrated by its escalating output value, which reached an astounding 17.25 lakh crore rupees in FY23. Among the various branches of livestock production, the milk industry stands out, generating over 11.16 Indian rupees lakh crore in revenue. This figure highlights the sector's vitality and reveals its dominance, eclipsing the aggregate production value of staple crops like paddy and wheat. The livestock 265 sector is thus not just a contributor to the economy. It is a cornerstone of agricultural prosperity and food security, propelling the rural economy and livelihoods along the way. 9.41 The government has supported the sector through various initiatives by recognizing the growing importance of the livestock sector and its potential to boost farm incomes. The interventions include the Rashtriya Gokul Mission for the Development and Conservation of Indigenous Bovine Breeds, the Livestock Health and Disease Control Program, to enhance the well-being of livestock, the promotion of IVF technology and sex-sorted semen production to increase the productivity of female cows, and initiatives to encourage the formation and growth of FPOs and SHGs to strengthen the sector. Further, the mechanism of multipurpose AI technicians in rural India has been established to deliver breeding inputs to farmers' doorstep. In the last 4 years, 38736 matries have been inducted under Rashtriya Gokul Mission. Chart 9.19 Growth in the production of milk, meat, eggs, and fish. Source: Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Department of Fisheries. 9.42 The government has implemented several initiatives to enhance the fisheries sector's production and productivity over the past decade. The Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana was established to boost aquaculture productivity and improve fisheries management. Additionally, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund was introduced to provide financial support for developing infrastructure in both marine and inland fisheries. Other supportive measures include the establishment of fishing harbors and fish landing centers, the adoption of innovative production technologies such as cages, recirculating. 31 cages are netted enclosures in water bodies like lakes or rivers, allowing water flow while containing fish. 266. Aquaculture systems 32, bioflocks, pens, and raceways, as well as initiatives focused on transforming waste into wealth through the expansion of saline water aquaculture and the growth of freshwater fisheries, cold water fisheries, ornamental fisheries, and pearl cultivation. Significant investment has also been made in marketing and transportation infrastructure, along with the development of cold storage facilities. 9.43 Due to these initiatives, total fish production has surged to 184.02 lakh tons in FY23, up from 95.79 lakh tons in FY14. Furthermore, India's seafood exports have risen from 46,662.85 Indian rupees crore in FY20 to 60,523.8 Indian rupees crore in 2023 to 24, reflecting a growth of 29.7%. 9.44 Under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Yojana, the National Fisheries Digital Platform was launched, successfully mobilizing and registering 16.35 lakh fish producers, workers, vendors, and processors within a short time frame of just 4 months. Cooperative societies, strengthening the institution to serve better. 9.45 Cooperative societies in India serve a vital function across many sectors, including agriculture, credit and banking, housing, and women's welfare. These societies are essential in promoting financial inclusion, particularly by extending credit to farmers and small entrepreneurs who frequently encounter barriers when accessing conventional banking services. 9.46 To strengthen the cooperative sector, the Indian government has implemented various strategic initiatives. These include the introduction of model bylaws specifically for primary agricultural credit societies, designed to provide a structured framework for their operations. Additionally, the government has prioritized the computerization of PACs to enhance efficiency and transparency. There is also an ongoing effort to establish new multipurpose PACs and dedicated dairy and fishery cooperatives, which serve diverse community needs. Another key focus is the transformation of PACs into common service centers, which are intended to provide services beyond financial assistance. 9.47 Other noteworthy measures aimed at enriching the cooperative landscape include the establishment of retail petrol and diesel outlets and the setting up of micro-ATMs within cooperative societies to facilitate easier access to banking services. Moreover, the issuance of Rupee Kisan credit cards specifically for dairy cooperatives aims to improve the financial capabilities of these entities and their members. 9.48 The achievements of these initiatives are significant. Over 9,000 new PACs, dairy and fishery cooperatives in underserved panchayats have been established. 32 RES uses tanks to grow fish, while continuously filtering and reusing water. 33 biofloc systems use microorganisms to convert organic waste, uneaten feed, and excreta into protein-rich feed directly in the water. 34 pens are netted enclosures in natural water bodies, restricting fish to a specific area while allowing water exchange. 35 raceways are narrow channels with continuous one-way water flow, supplying oxygen and removing waste efficiently. 267. Receiving support from various federations. As part of the government's push for greater accessibility, 240 packs have applied for retail petrol and diesel outlets, with 39 currently selected to operate, thus expanding their service offerings. Furthermore, a substantial number, 293 PACS are now functioning as per the Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendras, which are dedicated to providing essential fertilizers and related services to farmers, directly impacting agricultural productivity. Further, 1,723 micro-ATMs have been distributed, facilitating doorstep financial services and enhancing accessibility for rural populations. Food processing industries, critical for the economy. 9.49 The food processing industry in India is one of the largest employers within organized manufacturing, accounting for 12.41% of total employment in the organized sector. In the fiscal year FY24, the value of agri-food exports, which includes processed food exports. In the fiscal year FY24, the value of agri-food exports, which includes processed food exports, reached $46.44 billion, constituting roughly 11.7% of India's total exports. Notably, the share of processed food exports within agri-food exports has risen from 14.9% in FY18 to 23.4% in FY24. 9.50 To foster growth in the food processing sector, the Indian government has initiated several key programs, including the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. This scheme focuses on developing modern infrastructure and optimizing supply chains from farm to retail. By minimizing post-harvest losses, increasing processing capabilities, and enhancing export levels, PMKSY aims to promote the overall advancement of the food processing industry. As of October 31, 2024, 1,079 PMKSY projects have been completed. 9.51 The Production-Linked Incentive Scheme for Food Processing, launched in 2021, seeks to cultivate globally competitive food processing leaders by facilitating branding and marketing initiatives in international markets. By October 31, 2024, 171 applications had been approved under this scheme, with beneficiaries investing India rupee 10 crore and receiving 1,084.01 Indian rupees crore in incentives. 9.52 Furthermore, to provide comprehensive support including technical, financial, and business assistance for establishing or upgrading micro-food processing enterprises, the Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro-Food Processing Enterprises scheme was launched in 2020. As of October 31, 2024, the scheme has received 40781 applications, with loans totaling 8.63 thousand Indian rupees crore sanctioned to 108,580 applicants. Additionally, the program has successfully trained 672 master trainers, 1,120 district-level trainers, and 87,477 beneficiaries across 36 states and union territories. Food management, enabling food security. 9.53 The basic concept of food security is to ensure that there is access to basic food for their active and healthy lives. It is characterized by the availability, access, utilization, and stability of food supply. While the government has long tackled household food. 268. Security through the public distribution system and targeted PDS, the National Food Security Act 2013 and the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana marked a fundamental shift in the approach to food security. That is transitioning from a welfare-based to a rights-based approach. NFSA Act legally entitles up to 75% of the rural population and up to 50% of the urban population to receive food grain, free of cost, under the targeted public distribution system, which, as per census 2011, comes to 81.35 crore persons. Therefore, about two-thirds of the population is covered under the Act to receive highly subsidized food grains. In addition, PMGKY was introduced to alleviate the suffering of the poor and vulnerable caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The allocation of free food grain under PMGKY is in addition to the regular allocation for around 80 crore beneficiaries. The provision of free food grains under PMGKY for another 5 years, with effect from January 1, 2024, reflects the long-term commitment and vision of the government for addressing national food and nutrition security. 9.54 To enhance the efficiency of the public distribution system, the government is fully committed to achieving 100% EKYC compliance nationwide. This aligns with the One Nation, One Ration Card scheme, allowing beneficiaries to complete electronic Know Your Customer EKYC anywhere, regardless of their home state. Beneficiaries can authenticate their Aadhaar biometrics at any FairPrice shop, making it especially convenient for migrant workers to access their entitlements. To facilitate post-harvest lending for farmers, especially small and marginal farmers, the government has approved the Credit Guarantee Scheme for Electronic Negotiable Warehouse Receipt-based pledge financing. Under this scheme, farmers can obtain loans against ENWRS issued for agricultural and horticultural commodities stored in accredited warehouses. The scheme covers the loss incurred by the bank due to credit and warehouseman risk. The scheme will help in increasing post-harvest lending against ENWRS and thereby play a role in improving farmers' income. Box 9.8. Measures to support food grain storage infrastructure in the country. To support and upgrade the storage infrastructure for food grains and to ramp up the storage capacity in India, steel silos are being created in PPP. The government is creating capacity under hub and spoke model silos, where Superscript 3 hub silos have a dedicated railway siding and container depot facility, while the transportation from spoke silos to hub silos is undertaken by road. Transportation from hub to hub is via rail. To improve food grain storage, especially in hilly and remote areas, the government is exploring the use of FlowSpan, a type of mobile storage unit, in collaboration with the World Food Program. These units can be quickly erected and have a storage capacity of 400 metric tons. As a pilot project, WFP has installed FlowSpan in 6 states: Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Mizoram, Uttarakhand, and Chhattisgarh. To modernize government grain warehouses, the government partnered with WFP and IGMRI to pilot a smart warehouse. This warehouse uses sensors to monitor temperature, humidity, airflow, and rodent activity, providing real-time data to improve storage and reduce losses. Conclusion. 9.55 India's agricultural sector, despite encountering various challenges, remains a crucial pillar for economic growth and ensuring food security for the nation. This sector has consistently demonstrated remarkable resilience, evidenced by stable growth rates supported by a range of government initiatives to enhance productivity, diversify crop portfolios, and provide essential social security support for farmers. 9.56 The increasing significance of allied sectors, such as animal husbandry, dairying, and fisheries, underscores the importance of diversification and activities and sources of income for boosting their income levels and building resilience. By tapping into these complementary sectors, farmers can create additional streams of revenue that can buffer them against the inherent volatility of traditional crop production. 9.57 However, the sector is not without its challenges. Issues like climate change and water scarcity present significant obstacles that require focused and targeted interventions. Promoting agricultural production patterns and practices that align with the specific agroclimatic conditions and natural resource availabilities of different regions across the country is vital. Investment in research and development, especially on climate-resistant varieties, improved agriculture practices, diversification to high-yield and climate-resilient crops, and microirrigation, can yield sustainable long-term benefits. The widespread adoption of digital technologies in agriculture will unlock further possibilities for enhancing productivity. 270. Untapped growth potential. The right set of policies across all levels of government can reduce the overproduction of cereals and address the underproduction of pulses and edible oil. For instance, India's farmers must be allowed to receive price signals from the market unimpeded, with separate mechanisms designed to take care of the cost of living impact on deserving households for specified durations. 2. They need to have market mechanisms to hedge their price risks. 3. They need the right policies that nudge them away from impairing their soil fertility with an unbalanced application of fertilizers and from producing already overproduced crops, which deplete India's water resources and use up electricity excessively. These policy shifts will help lift agricultural productivity in the economy by boosting land and labor productivity in the sector. Consistent and stable growth of agriculture at around 5%, with a 20% share of overall GVA in the economy, will contribute 1% growth to GVA. Agriculture will then absorb surplus labor even as output per worker and output per hectare rise. Agro-based entrepreneurship will flourish even more than it already does. In the process, India will not only achieve food security for itself, but will also enable it for other nations too. The possibilities are both exciting and limitless. 10 Chapter 271. Climate and Environment Adaptation Matters. India needs to achieve robust economic growth to attain developed nation status by 2047, with a focus on inclusive and sustainable development. While the country has low per capita carbon emissions, it is committed to pursuing low-carbon growth. However, it faces challenges in deploying renewable energy, particularly due to a lack of storage technology. However, it faces challenges in deploying renewable energy, particularly due to a lack of storage technology and access to minerals. Given India's vulnerability to climate change, a strong adaptation strategy is essential. The increase in adaptation expenditures from 3.7% to 5.6% of GDP between FY16 and FY22 indicates the prominence adaptation and building resilience play in the development strategy. The Lifestyle for Environment initiative, designed to encourage sustainable practices and circular economy, will play a transformative role in the development process. The flow of international finance has remained grossly inadequate, with much of the action being financed from domestic resources. The outcomes from the recent COP29 hold little promise on that account. Introduction. 10.1 India's ambition to achieve developed nation status by 2047 is fundamentally anchored in the vision of inclusive and sustainable development. Notably, India's per capita carbon emissions are one-third of the global average, even as it stands among the world's fastest-growing economies. The country is dedicated to identifying and exploring pathways for low-carbon development that simultaneously ensure affordable energy security, job creation, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. However, India's aspiration for low-carbon economic growth presents significant trade-offs. While the nation has made remarkable progress in building renewable energy capacity, effectively harnessing and scaling these resources remains challenging due to the lack of viable storage technologies and limited access to essential minerals. 10.2 A strong adaptation strategy is a priority for the country, given its significant vulnerability to climate change, stemming from its geographic and agroclimatic diversity. India's initial adaptation communication, submitted to the United Nations. 1 p. India is overlooking the climate drag on its economic growth. Financial Times. Retrieved January 4, 2025, from Framework Convention on Climate Change in December 2023, reveals that the total expenditure related to adaptation in FY22 was 5.6% of the gross domestic product, an increase from 3.7% in FY16. Climate action, so far, has been financed through domestic resources, with the public sector playing a central role. On the other hand, the international flow of funds for climate actions is highly inadequate and has a mitigation bias. 10.3 Following a low-carbon development pathway and achieving the net zero carbon emissions goal necessitates a fundamental shift in mindset and behavior towards mindful consumption and production. The India-led global movement, Lifestyle for Environment, aims to enhance the country's sustainability efforts. The LIFE initiatives are being executed in India in mission mode through various regulatory measures and policies that encourage environmentally friendly practices such as waste management, resource conservation, and recycling. Promoting a circular economy is also envisioned as a central component under the mission LIFE. 10 For the recent outcome of the new collective quantified goal at COP29, held in Baku in November 2024 on finance presents little optimism about the possibility of support to developing countries. With the developed countries also falling short of their nationally determined contributions by about 38%, their actions do not reflect the historical responsibility or the leadership in meeting their obligations. The lack of commitment and insufficient delivery of the means of implementation, as mandated in the Paris Agreement, will make the low-carbon transition in developing countries more challenging. Chart X.1 International Flow of Finance in 2021 to 22. Source: based on the 6th Biennial Assessment and Overview of Climate Finance Flows by the Standing Committee of Finance, UNFCCC. The flow of finance to cross-cutting actions has not been included here. The report can be accessed at 2 CW. Trust and Transparency in Climate Action. Retrieved December 23, 2024, from 3 Finance, Technology and Capacity Building are regarded as the means of implementation. 273. 10.5 The 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the 6th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, held in Baku, Azerbaijan, were designated as the Finance COP. The focus was to establish the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. The meetings of COP29 and CMA6 presented a significant opportunity to serve as a benchmark for international climate cooperation and multilateralism, with the potential to influence the efficacy of climate policies on a global scale and strengthen collaborative efforts by enhancing the financial commitments to support climate action in developing countries. 10.6 Establishing a small mobilization target of $300 billion annually by 2035 is a fraction of the estimated requirement of $5.1 to $6.8 trillion by 2030. It is out of sync with the needs of the critical decade when action is required to keep the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. The decision demonstrates a significant misalignment with the Paris Agreement's mandate to demonstrate a progression beyond previous efforts by developed countries. It underscores the unwillingness of affluent developed nations to assume their equitable share of the responsibility to address emission reduction and mitigate climate change impacts on vulnerable populations in developing regions. The goal contravenes equity and the principle of common but differentiated responsibility in the global climate response by disproportionately placing the burdens of climate change on those nations that have not historically contributed to the crisis. 10.7 COP30 in 2025 is the COP for climate action, before which the parties to the Paris Agreement are to submit their next version of nationally determined contributions. The funding shortfall may lead to a reworking of the climate targets. Considering that domestic resources will be the key to action, resources for meeting development challenges may be affected, undermining progress towards sustainable development objectives and compromising the integrity of international climate partnerships. 10.8 This chapter is structured into three broad parts. It starts with discussing the importance of adaptation for India and the measures taken, focuses on energy transition and the lessons learned from the experience of the developed countries, and weighs options for India. It ends with an overview of the Lifestyle for Environment initiative and measures encouraging sustainable practices and circular economy. For Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. New collective quantified goal on climate finance. Indecision-CMA.6. Retrieved December 11, 2024, from https://tinyurl com/45x593c. 5 UNFCCC, Standing Committee on Finance. Second report on the determination of the needs of developing country parties related to implementing the Convention and the Paris Agreement. In UNFCCC. Retrieved December 23, 2024, from 6 United Nations. Outcome of the first Global Stocktake Decision 1/CMA.5 in the report of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement on its fifth session. In addendum. UNFC. Retrieved December 23, 2024, from resource/CMA 2023-16A01E.PDF. 274. Bringing adaptation to the forefront. 10.9 India is the seventh most vulnerable country to climate change. It suffers from weather extremes and hazards, slow onset events such as sea level rise, biodiversity loss, and water insecurity. While greenhouse gas emissions are a global bad and the benefits of mitigation are diffused, vulnerable developing countries such as India have to bear a disproportionate burden of climate change and have no choice but to face the climate change consequence of historical emissions. The emissions remain with us. They impose huge costs on already resource-constrained countries. Hence, vulnerable developing countries such as India need to undertake climate adaptation on an urgent footing as this has a direct impact on lives, livelihoods, and the economy. 10.10 The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has initiated the process of developing the National Adaptation Plan. The NEP is a vital strategic document articulating India's adaptation priorities. The process aims to develop a comprehensive and inclusive NEP that aligns with sustainable development goals and ensures climate resilience for all regions and sectors. This is in addition to the initial adaptation communication submitted to the UNFCCC on December 9, 2023, highlighting the country's adaptation priorities, strategies, policies, and programs along with implementation support needs for adaptation action. 10.11 Implementing effective adaptation strategies will necessitate a multifaceted approach that includes policy initiatives, sector-specific strategies, development of resilient infrastructure, research and development, and securing financial resources for adaptation efforts. Furthermore, these adaptation measures should be tailored to regional specificities, given India's significant diversity of geographic and agroclimatic conditions. The following subsections discuss the initiatives to build resilience across sectors. Adaptation in agriculture. 10.12 Heat and water stress can negatively impact yields, posing challenges for India's food security. Adaptation strategies in agriculture have included enhanced focus on research and development of climate-resilient seeds, measures to preserve and enhance groundwater resources, improve soil health, and modify cropping practices, among other measures. The chapter on agriculture and food management discusses measures to improve adaptation in agriculture in detail. Building resilience in urban areas. 10.13 With increasing urbanization and climate change impacts, comprehensive adaptation action to address heat stress, urban flooding, and depleting groundwater in 7 Global Climate Risk Index. The 10 most affected countries in 2019. Table 1. Page 8. Retrieved December 27, 2024, from 275. Cities has been gaining focus. The National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, launched in 2010, one of the 9 missions under the National Action Plan on Climate Change, seeks to promote low-carbon urban development and bolster resilience against climate change impacts through 5 key thematic areas: waste management, water management, energy and green building, mobility and air quality, and urban planning, green cover, and biodiversity. In 2015, sustainable development and climate actions became integral to urban investments through various missions and programs. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has introduced a unique assessment framework for cities to evaluate climate-relevant parameters, helping them adopt and share best practices. This framework aligns with international standards for green, sustainable, and disaster-resilient urban habitats, enabling Indian cities to promote sustainable urban development. 10.14 The Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation is benefiting citizens by improving water supply systems, augmenting localized water resources through the revitalization of water bodies, enhancing groundwater recharge, increasing permeable green spaces, promoting the recycling and reuse of wastewater, and implementing energy efficiency reforms, thus promoting key thematic areas under the NMSH. As of December 2024, 785 stormwater drainage projects have been completed, eliminating 3,631 waterlogging points and constructing 1,380 kilometers of drains to mitigate the effects of urban flooding. Work is currently underway to address an additional 285 waterlogging points. Additionally, 2,438 parks have been developed, contributing 5,070 acres of green space. Over 320 green mobility projects have been completed to encourage environmentally friendly modes of transport and infrastructure, creating 493 kilometers of walkways and cycle tracks. 10.15 Route 2.0 aims to enhance ease of living by creating water-secure cities through water conservation, augmentation, and rejuvenation. As of December 2024, 3,078 water body rejuvenation projects have been approved with the planned rejuvenation of 475 square kilometers area with 4.65 crore million liters per day capacity, of which 9 water rejuvenation projects have been completed. These projects are focused on sewer diversion/treatment before discharge into water bodies, sustainability, and emphasis on nature-based solutions. Route 2.0 also focuses on the reuse of water and greywater management. As of December 2024, 1,437 MLD capacity has been developed for recycling/reuse. 8 Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. National Mission on Sustainable Habitat 2021 to 2030. Retrieved December 17, 2024, from 9 Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation 2.0. Retrieved December 17, 2024, from Box X.1 Vertical Gardens and Environment Sustainability. Rapid urbanization has intensified environmental challenges, including the urban heat island effect, increasing carbon emissions, and heightened air pollution. A promising solution gaining traction is the concept of vertical gardens, also called living walls or vertical greenery systems. These systems incorporate vegetation into vertical structures, effectively addressing these issues. By transforming urban facades into vibrant green landscapes, vertical gardens enhance the aesthetic appeal of buildings and contribute to environmental sustainability, improving thermal performance, sequestering carbon, and fostering biodiversity in densely populated cities. The practical application of this innovation is the Income Tax Department's initiative to create vertical gardens using over 7 lakh waste plastic bottles. This project recycles waste and adorns urban structures across 17 states, showcasing the environmental and aesthetic enhancements vertical gardens can offer. Looking ahead, India's regulatory framework is continuously evolving, exemplified by the introduction of the Energy Conservation and Sustainable Building Code 2024, which advocates energy-efficient and environmentally sustainable building practices. While this code facilitates the adoption of sustainable designs, there remains an opportunity for further enhancements, such as explicit guidelines for vertical gardens. These additions could significantly improve urban air quality and mitigate heat islands. Such policy advancements would align India with global best practices observed in Singapore, Japan, and the European Union, where vertical greening has become integral to urban development. The future of urban planning in India stands to gain immensely from embedding these ecological considerations into building policies and approval processes, making vertical gardens a standard feature in the architectural landscape. This shift would ultimately contribute to healthier and more sustainable urban environments. 10.16 The Smart City Mission adopts a people-centric approach anchored around livability, economic ability, and sustainability. The Urban River Management Plan aims to assist river cities in reviving and maintaining rivers sustainably. Launched in 2021, the River Cities Alliance, a partnership between the Ministry of Jal Shakti and MHUA, focuses on sustainable river-centric development in more than 145 member cities. 10 Zaid, S. M. Parisami, E. Hussain, H. Maida, N. E. and Zainon, N. Vertical greenery system in urban tropical climate and its carbon sequestration potential. A review. Ecological indicators, 91, 57-70. https://doi.org/10.1016/j.ecolin.2018.03.086. 11 Harbienkova, A. and Manso, M. Integrating Green Roofs and Green Walls to Enhance Buildings' Thermal Performance. A literature review. Building and Environment, 112524. BuildInf.2025.112524. 12 Press Information. 12 Press Information Bureau. Creation of vertical gardens by the Income Tax Department by using waste plastic bottles. Retrieved January 21, 2025 from PRID equals 1872353. 13 Bustami, R. A. Belusco, M. Ward, J. and Beecham, S. Vertical Greenery Systems, a systematic review of research trends. Building and Environment, 146, 226-237. 14 UN Habitat. MHUA, GOI. Smart Cities Mission, India, Localizing Sustainable Development Goals. Retrieved December 17, 2024, from 277. Adaptation in Coastal Regions. 10.17 India's 7,600 kilometers long coastline and many islands make adaptation in the coastal region particularly important. The coastal regions face extreme climate events and slow onset events, such as sea level rise, bring the risk of permanent inundation. Adaptation action in coastal regions can include planting and sustaining mangroves, building sea walls and artificial reefs, beach nourishment, dune planting, sand bypassing, etc. Box X.2 Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes. The Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Incomes was introduced in the Union Budget for 2023-24. It aims to promote and conserve mangroves, which are unique natural ecosystems known for their high biological productivity and carbon sequestration capabilities. Additionally, mangroves serve as a protective barrier for coastlines against cyclones, typhoons, and tidal waves. The objective is to restore mangrove forests through reforestation and afforestation measures along India's coast. This will be achieved by adopting the best practices established in India and worldwide, all within a realistic timeline. The aim is to enhance sustainable livelihood options for coastal communities and improve the support and services the mangrove ecosystem provides to the community and the economy. The program will cover approximately 540 square kilometers across 9 coastal states and 4 UTs over 5 years. It will create approximately 22.8 million mandis of employment with an estimated carbon sink of 4.5 million tons of carbon, creating potential areas for nature tourism and livelihood potential for local communities. The program is being implemented in convergence mode, with funding from the State Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, National CAMPA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, and other sources. State forest departments are the primary implementing agencies of the program. Gap funding to support the core and support activities under MISHTI is through National CAMPA. As of November 30, 2024, 6 states and UTs, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Odisha, West Bengal, Kerala, and Puducherry have been allocated funds under the program. This funding is intended to treat 3,836 hectares under the National CAMPA program, based on the annual plans submitted by these states for their first-year activities. Additionally, through collaboration with other initiatives, including State CAMPA, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and various state-specific programs, A total of 22,560.34 hectares of degraded mangrove areas have been brought under restoration across 13 states and UTs. Source: based on inputs from the Green India Mission Directorate, MEFCC. 10.18 The Government of India has undertaken several steps to protect and enhance mangrove forests in coastal states/union territories through promotional and regulatory measures. Promotional measures are implemented through the Conservation and Management of Mangroves and Coral Reef Scheme under the National Coastal Mission Program. Regulatory measures are implemented through the Coastal Regulation Zone Notification under the Environment Act, 1986, the Wildlife Act, 1972, the Indian Forest Act, 1927, the Biological Diversity Act, 2002, and rules under these acts as amended from time to time. Box X.3 Enhancing Climate Resilience of India's Coastal Communities. The Enhancing Climate Resilience of India's Coastal Communities project aims to enhance the resilience of the lives and livelihoods of the most vulnerable populations, particularly women, and to build resilience to climate change and extreme events, using an ecosystem-centered and community-based approach. The project is being implemented across India's coastal states and UTs. As of December 31, 2024, approximately 4,955.01 hectares of ecosystem has been restored, which includes 3,259.11 hectares of mangroves and 1,695.9 hectares of degraded watershed. It is estimated that approximately 40,617.8 tons CO2 (EQ) have been sequestered under this project. An assessment of the coastal zone's cumulative vulnerability is proposed to facilitate appropriate adaptive measures. Other proposed activities under the project include promoting/demonstrating alternative climate-resilient livelihood options, such as establishing mud crab hatcheries, promoting climate-resilient agriculture practices, and systematic rice intensification technology for paddy cultivation. Source: based on inputs received from MEFCC. Adaptation Action for Water Management. 10.19 The Jal Shakti Abhiyan was initiated in 2019 to address the acute water stress in various parts of the country. The recent Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, 2024, themed Nari Shakti Se Jal Shakti, was focused on women's role in water conservation through 5 interventions like rainwater harvesting, water body mapping, intensive afforestation, and awareness generation. The National Aquifer Mapping Project has been completed across 25 lakh square kilometers, offering water conservation plans and recharge structures to state agencies for implementation. 15 Press Information Bureau. Schemes for Restoration of Mangrove Forests. Retrieved December 16, 2024, from PRID equals 2002625. 279. 10.20 The Bunir Portal, launched in September 2024, is a central groundwater authority portal for managing and regulating groundwater resources, promoting transparency, efficiency, and sustainability in groundwater usage. The FloodWatch India app launched by the Central Water Commission provides real-time flood forecasts and detailed data from 592 flood monitoring stations, along with reservoir storage insights to assist flood management. 10.21 Several states have undertaken other initiatives to manage water resources. The Jal Sancha Jan Bajadari initiative, launched in Gujarat in September 2024, focuses on constructing 24,800 rainwater harvesting structures across the state to enhance rainwater harvesting and ensure long-term water sustainability. The Smart Laboratory on Clean Rivers, established under the India-Denmark Green Strategic Partnership in Varanasi, aims to rejuvenate the Varuna River through sustainable practices and collaboration among government bodies, institutions, and communities. The Mora Multipurpose Reservoir Project of Meghalaya in East Khasi Hills District aims to conserve rainwater, recharge groundwater, rejuvenate springs, restore the catchment area, and rehabilitate mine-spoilt land. The project serves as a model for integrated water resource management and community-driven environmental conservation efforts. The Dhumtari district of Chhattisgarh launched the Jal Jagar campaign focused on rainwater harvesting, rooftop water collection, and wastewater management by engaging the community, especially women. It aims to transfer technology to field functionaries and empower communities to make decisions based on scientific data and financial prudence. Jal Jagar activities were undertaken across 370 gram panchayats of Chhattisgarh, involving the participation of 80,389 women and 61,580 men. Energy transition, learning from the experience of developed countries and weighing the options. 10.22 The first major energy transition from wood to coal began in the early 18th century, coinciding with the advent of the first industrial revolution. 2 centuries later, coal was overtaken by oil and gas around 1946, and fossil fuels became the primary energy source. The energy transition from wood to coal was motivated by several factors, of which industrialization in Britain and concerns over the loss of forests due to enhanced logging were predominant. A more recent transition from oil to nuclear energy in France that began in the 16 O'Connor, P.A. Energy Transitions. In the Pardee Papers. The Frederick S. Pardee Center for the Study of the Longer Range Future, Boston University. 17 Solomon, B.D. and 17 Solomon, B.D. and Krishna, K. The Coming Sustainable Energy Transition, History, Strategies, and Outlook. Energy Policy, 39, 7422-7431. 18 Smill, V. Energy in World History. In Routledge eBooks. 280. 1970s was driven by the oil embargo by oil-producing countries in 1973 and the intent to reduce dependence on imported oil. 10.23 The energy transitions witnessed till the last century were driven by commercial interests rather than the will to limit the emissions from advanced economies. Commercial interests and energy security remain the most significant factors in the transition pathway, even today. In 2022, the European Union introduced the REPowerEU plan, which aims to reduce dependence on Russian gas supplies. The plan includes a budget of €10 billion allocated for investment in liquefied natural gas infrastructure and an additional €1.5 to €2 billion designated for securing oil supplies. The European Union further amended its sustainable taxonomy to include generating power and heat from fossil gaseous fuels as a transitional activity. In 2023, the U.S. administration also approved the onset of the country's largest oil drilling project in the Alaska region, with an estimated total oil and non-gas liquids production of 628.9 million barrels and 260.79 million metric tons of associated indirect carbon dioxide equivalent of emissions. Actions speak louder than words, with the biggest beneficiaries of carbon-intensive growth over several centuries holding on to fossil fuels even as they would want the developing countries to take up the less efficient, costlier, and riskier options. 10.24 Recent data about the G7 countries for almost the last 6 decades shows that these countries continue to rely heavily on fossil fuels in their per capita primary energy consumption, shifting from coal and oil-based energy to gas-based energy. 19 Solomon, B.D. and Krishna, K. The Coming Sustainable Energy Transition, History, Strategies, and Outlook. Energy Policy, 39, 7422-7431. 20 Communication from the Commission to the European Parliament, the European Council, the European Economic and Social Committee, and the Committee of the Region REPowerEU Plan of May 18, 2022. Retrieved December 20, 2024, from 21 Commission Delegated Regulation 2022/1214 of March 9, 2022, amending Delegated Regulation 2021/2139 as regards economic activities in certain energy sectors and Delegated Regulation 2021/2178 as regards specific public disclosures for those economic activities. Retrieved December 20, 2024, from https://your-lex.europa/en/legal-content/en/txt/question_Yuri=CLEX% 3A 32022 R1214. 22 Record of Decision under the National Environmental Policy Act for approval of the Willow Master Development Plan project. In U.S. Department of the Interior's. Retrieved December 20, 2024, from 281. Chart X.2. Contribution of fossil fuels in per capita primary energy consumption in G7 in 1992 and 2023. Source: Internal calculations based on data accessed from Our World in Data. Source: Internal calculations based on data accessed from Our World in Data. 282. 10.25 The friction between energy transition and energy security is clearly evident in the actions of developed countries, revealing the limitations of transitioning to renewable energy sources such as wind and solar. First is the significant congestion cost of managing a complex energy system incorporating fossil fuels and renewables. With the shift to renewable energy, there has also been an increasing trend in electricity prices. The congestion and higher cost have led to instances of wind turbines being curtailed due to grid limitations, necessitating the activation of gas plants to meet peak demand. The shift from coal to natural gas as the base load has been the policy choice for ensuring grid stability in the UK and other developed countries. Developed countries have utilized their most abundant fuel in their transition. The transition to renewable energy has been tardy, forcing a return to fossil fuels to ensure stable supply and address rising electricity prices. Source: internal calculation based on data available in international domestic energy prices by the Government of the UK. Retrieved December 23, 2024 from 10.26. India has growing energy needs. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development also includes a dedicated and standalone goal on energy, SDG 7, which calls for countries to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. India's Human Development Index currently stands at 0.644. Based on various forms of 23. Will Mathis. UK is paying £1 billion to waste a record amount of wind power. Bloomberg. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 24. Oliver M. London and South East warned of net zero blackouts. The Telegraph. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 25. United Nations Development Program. Accessed from 283. Energy Mixes and Energy Efficiency Scenarios. Bhattacharya et al. 2022 estimated that the minimum level of per capita final energy requirement for India to become a developed country with an HDI of 0.9 must be in the range of 45.7 to 75 gigajoules per year. As per the Energy Statistics of India 2024, provisional estimates indicate that the total final consumption of energy per capita for FY23 was 16,699 megajoules or 16.7 gigajoules, indicating that the gap between actual and required future energy consumption to fuel growth to achieve Viksit Bharat status is quite huge. 10.27 One of the key pillars of SDG 7 is the expansion of renewable energy. However, it is clear that even in the most advanced economies, the technologies for renewable energy and their implementation are not yet at a maturity level that allows them to fully replace fossil fuel-based power plants. Several challenges hinder renewable energy's cost-effective and efficient integration into the energy mix. These include significant investments required for grid integration, the development of battery infrastructure to manage intermittency, scaling up production of the components of renewable energy systems, access to critical minerals that are needed for storage technology, the limited availability of land in densely populated areas, and the competing and rapidly increasing energy demands from agriculture, infrastructure, and industry. 10.28 Coal has an important role to play in India's sustainable development. Around 88% of the U.S.'s coal-fired capacity was built between 1950 and 1990. On the other hand, the United Kingdom, driven by their industrialization, started very early and their coal-run power plants dominating the energy supply till the late 1970s when natural gas was identified as a reliable substitute. In India's case, most capacity additions to the coal-fired power plants were made only in the 2010s. There is no valid economic rationale for shutting down coal plants in India, leaving huge investments underutilized and stranded and without a dependable alternative in place. The US and European countries may transition from coal to natural gas because they have access to that resource, and their older conventional coal-based thermal plants are nearing the end of their life cycle. Unlike many developed countries, India's only reliable energy source is coal, as it possesses around 10% of the world's coal reserves but only 0.7% of the world's natural gas reserves. 10.29 Presently, given the resource endowments, coal cannot be neglected as a reliable and affordable source of energy for India's development. India has, however, taken a leading role in climate action, with the government implementing measures to reduce emissions in the economy. One key strategy has been to promote the efficient use of coal by utilizing supercritical, ultra-supercritical, and the recent advanced ultra-supercritical technologies in coal-based power plants. Back in 2010, India commissioned its first power unit based on supercritical technology, and by the middle of 2024, a total capacity of 65,290 megawatts and 4,240 megawatts in supercritical and ultra-supercritical technology-based power units have been commissioned respectively. Further, more recently, the National Thermal Power Corporation Limited and Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited have developed an indigenous advanced ultra-supercritical technology and are setting up an 800-megawatt AUSC technology-based thermal power plant. This USC power plant will reduce emissions by about 11% compared to supercritical plants. 10.30 Among the other cleaner sources of energy, nuclear, being an efficient source of energy, has increasingly emerged as a reliable alternative to fossil fuel. However, there are challenges. The expansion of the use of nuclear power has to contend with public concerns about safety and the uncertainty that the latest technologies are controlled by a few countries. Geographical concentration of uranium and other essential minerals also poses a challenge. Besides, nuclear energy relies heavily on the stability of fossil fuel supply chains too. 32 ICRIER. Decommissioning of coal-based plants in India and its ramifications, ICRIER. Retrieved January 6, 2025 from 33 Tables 11.4. World Proven Gas Reserves and 11.6. World Natural Gas Production in Indian Petroleum and Natural Gas Statistics 2022-23 by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. From https:// 34 Coal-fired electricity output and emissions. Press Information Bureau. Retrieved December 26, 2024 from 35 Ministry of Heavy Industries from 36 JNE. Nuclear power is the only solution. Time. Retrieved December 12, 2024 from 37 The geopolitics of critical minerals and rare earth minerals supply chains were discussed in detail in Box 6.4 of Chapter 6. In Economic Survey 2023-24 and Box 7.2 of Chapter 7 in Economic Survey 2022-23. References, Government of India. Economic Survey 2023-24. Retrieved December 18, 2024, from https:// Government of India. Economic Survey 2022-23. Retrieved December 18, 2024, from Produce sulfuric acid for uranium extraction. By 2040, estimates suggest that a shortfall of sulfuric acid supply could range from 100 million to 320 million tons, depending on the extent of efforts to reduce carbon emissions. Furthermore, even in the short run, actions by key players can pose a risk to the growth of the nuclear power sector. The significance of nuclear energy, given its higher efficiency and low greenhouse gas emissions, requires a forward-looking perspective to address potential challenges in advance, facilitating a smoother transition. 10.31 Further, the challenge of disposing of renewable energy technologies, especially solar panels, reveals how environmental policies can create complex issues. The state of California, a leader in promoting rooftop solar for 2 decades, did not develop a comprehensive plan for managing the end of life of these systems. Disassembling and recycling solar panels is complex and demands highly specialized equipment and skilled workers. Implementing proper waste management strategies for renewable energy systems is imperative, as neglecting to address this issue could lead to significant environmental contamination. Effective disposal methods must be developed to manage byproducts and materials associated with renewable energy technologies to mitigate potential negative impacts on ecosystems and public health. Box X.4 New emission sources. Are they being accounted for? The demand for electricity in the United States is projected to increase significantly and in an unprecedented manner. This surge is primarily attributed to the growing requirements associated with the expansion of artificial intelligence operations. Globally, electricity consumption by data centers in 2022 was estimated at 460 terawatt-hours. Around 2% of final electricity demand and is estimated to reach 1,000 terawatt-hours by 2026. These data centers alone will consume 6% of the U.S.'s total electricity demand in 2026, estimated to be around 38 Maslin, M. Van Heerd, L. and Day, S. Sulfur, a potential resource crisis that could stifle green technology and threaten food security as the world decarbonizes. Geographical Journal, 188, 498-505. https://doi. org/10.1111/geoj.12475. 39 Ibid. 40 Kazatomprom, the top uranium producer, plans to limit its output for 2025 as per DIMC, H. World's largest uranium producer slashes production target. Financial Times. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 41 Casilla, R. California landfills are filling up with toxic solar panels. Los Angeles Times. Los Angeles Times. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 42 North American Electric Reliability Corporation S 2024 Long-Term Reliability Assessment. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 43 AI is already wreaking havoc on global power systems. Bloomberg. Retrieved January 4, 2025, from 44 Will Wade. U.S. electricity demand forecast to surge 16% over next 5 years. Bloomberg. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 285. 45 International Energy Agency. Electricity 2024. Retrieved December 13, 2024, from 286. 200 terawatt-hours, or roughly 4% of the country's national demand in 2022. Besides, the concerns about bad harmonics of the AI-led surge in power demand from data centers adversely affecting households are getting attention as well. Until recently, the major technology firms have offset their substantial carbon emissions by purchasing unbundled, renewable energy certificates. This practice has allowed them to present a facade of sustainability, as it enables them to claim that the electricity they consume potentially sourced from fossil fuel facilities like coal plants originates from renewable sources, such as solar farms, and pay much less for the purchase of the unbundled REC than the actual cost of abatement of that 1 unit of GHG emission by them. Instead, the growing power demand from data centers is likely to cause further expansion in natural gas-based electricity, which will only increase the emissions of developed countries. The engagement of advanced economies in harmonizing their technological goals with the imperatives of the energy transition will become more apparent over time, but it is apparent that increases in emissions are not being factored in. Progress made on India's energy transition. 10.32 India's efforts in mitigation have been ambitious. India has successfully established an installed electricity generation capacity of 213,701 megawatts from non-fossil fuel sources, which accounts for 46.8% of the total capacity as of November 30, 2024. The goal is to reach 50% by 2030. 46 IBID. 47 bad harmonics means the distortions in power supply to households on account of increased power consumption by data centers. This distortion can erode the quality of the power supply, which can damage electrical appliances and increase risk of electrical fires. Based on the research by Nicoletti, L., Malik, N., and Tartar, A. AI needs so much power, it's making yours worse. Bloomberg. Retrieved January 4, 2025, from https:// 48 unbundled REC are sold, purchased, or delivered separately from electricity. The REC provides no physical delivery of electricity to customers, and the latter purchases electricity from another producer and the REC from another. Source: Unbundled Renewable Energy Certificates, US EPA. US EPA. Retrieved January 2, 2025, from 49 Roddy, A., and White, N. How tech companies are obscuring AI's real carbon footprint. Bloomberg. Retrieved December 12, 2024, from 50 Saul, J., Malik, N.S., and Chidiak, M. AI boom is driving a surprise resurgence of U.S. gas-fired power. Bloomberg. Retrieved on January 4, 2025, from 51 Ministry of Power. Power sector at a glance, All India. Retrieved on December 20, 2024, from Chart X.5, India's installed generation capacity. Source: Internal calculation based on data from Ministry of Power uploads/power sector at glance NOV 2024.pdf. 10.33 There has been notable progress in energy generation from non-fossil fuels, including nuclear, hydro, and renewable sources. This segment reached 420.8 thousand gigawatt-hours in the 2022 to 23 provisional data, making up 22.8% of the total gross energy generation. Within this, large hydro represents 8.81%, nuclear contributes 2.49%, and renewables account for 11.52%. 52 based on tables 3.6 and in Energy Statistics of India 2024, M/O Statistics, Planning and Implementation. Accessed from 288. Implementation. Accessed from New initiatives and updates on existing policies/schemes to boost energy transition. 10.3 For the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy initially launched New Solar Power Scheme Habitations/ 289. Villages, under Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi, Nyaya Maha Abhiyan on January 4, 2024, which was later revised on October 18, 2024, to also include other tribal habitations/villages and renamed as New Solar Power Scheme under PM Jamin and Dardi Abba Janjatiya Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. The scheme will cover electrification of 1 lakh unelectrified households in tribal and PVG areas of over 63,000 villages identified by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs by the provision of off-grid solar systems. The scheme also includes provision for off-grid solar lighting in 1,500 multi-purpose centers in PVG areas and solarization of 2,000 public institutions through off-grid solar systems. The off-grid solar system shall be provided only where electricity supply through grid is not techno-economically feasible. 10.35 Additionally, the PM, Surya Ghar, Muft Bijli Yojana aims to install rooftop solar plants in 1 crore households, which is expected to enable approximately 30 gigawatts of residential rooftop solar capacity and contribute to an overall rooftop solar capacity addition of 40 to 45 gigawatts by 2027. So far, rooftop solar systems for more than 7 lakh households have already been installed. 10.36 In offshore wind energy, the Viability Gap Funding Scheme has been introduced, featuring a total budget of 7,453 Indian rupees crore. This includes VGF of 6,853 Indian rupees crore allocated for 1 gigawatt of projects, and 600 Indian rupees crore grant designated for upgrading 2 ports to enhance logistic infrastructure. 10.37 The projects under the Green Energy Corridor aim to establish an intrastate transmission system that enhances grid capabilities for renewable energy. Currently, GCI is being implemented across 8 states, successfully installing 9,136 circuit kilometers of transmission lines and 21,413 megavolt-ampere substations. Meanwhile, GEC2 is progressing across 7 additional states. 10.38 The National Bioenergy Program is structured around 3 main pillars: the Waste-to-Energy Program, the Biomass Program, which supports the manufacturing of briquettes and pellets, as well as promotes biomass-based cogeneration in industries, and the Biogas Program, which focuses on promoting family-type biogas plants. As of December 31, 2024, the installed capacity for biomass power and cogeneration projects stood at approximately 9.8 gigawatts and 0.92 gigawatt equivalent, while waste-to-energy projects reached a capacity of 249.74 megawatts and 370.19 megawatt equivalent. Under the Biogas Program, around 5.1 million small biogas plants and 361 medium-sized biogas plants have been installed. 290. 10.39 Furthermore, the scheme for the development of solar parks and ultra-mega solar power projects sets a target for establishing 40,000 megawatts of capacity. This scheme focuses on developing essential infrastructure such as land, roads, power evacuation systems, and water facilities, ensuring all necessary statutory clearances and approvals are in place for the expedited development of utility-scale solar projects. As of December 31, 2024, 55 solar parks with a cumulative capacity of 39.9 gigawatts have been sanctioned across 13 states. Notably, solar projects with a capacity of 12.2 gigawatts have already been commissioned, while others are at various stages of implementation. 10.40 The Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Udhan Mahabhiyan aims to add 34.8 gigawatts of solar capacity by promoting small, grid-connected solar energy power plants, standalone solar-powered agricultural pumps, and the solarization of existing grid-connected agricultural pumps. As of December 31, 2024, a decentralized solar capacity of 397 megawatts has been installed, along with the solarization of 7.28 lakh agricultural pumps under this scheme. 10.41 To enhance the manufacturing capabilities in the solar sector, the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme for the National Program on High-Efficiency Solar Photovoltaic Modules has been initiated. The goal is to achieve a gigawatt-scale manufacturing capacity of high-efficiency solar photovoltaic modules. So far, letters of award have been issued to establish manufacturing units with a total capacity of 48,337 megawatts. 10.42 The National Green Hydrogen Mission aims to achieve a production capacity of about 5 million metric tons per annum of green hydrogen, along with an associated renewable energy capacity of around 125 gigawatts and the potential for 50 million metric tons of CO2 annual emission abatement by 2030. The mission also focuses on bolstering research and development, as well as standards and testing within the green hydrogen ecosystem. Under the mission, the green hydrogen production capacity of 412,000 tons per annum and electrolyzer manufacturing capacity of 3,000 megawatts per annum have been successfully awarded. 10.43 Lastly, the Central Public Sector Undertaking Scheme Phase 2 aims to establish grid-connected solar photovoltaic power projects funded by CPSUs, state PSUs, and government organizations, utilizing domestically manufactured solar PV cells and modules with VGFs. 10.43 Lastly, the Central Public Sector Undertaking Scheme Phase 2 aims to establish grid-connected solar photovoltaic power projects funded by CPSUs, state PSUs, and government organizations, utilizing domestically manufactured solar PV cells and modules with VGF support. Out of approximately 8.2 gigawatts of sanctioned solar photovoltaic capacity, 1.81 gigawatts have already been commissioned as of December 31, 2024. 291. Lessons learned. 10.44 Lessons learned from the experiences of developed economies. Caution against shutting down thermal energy without adequate technological alternatives that allow a stable energy supply. India is uniquely positioned in terms of its growing energy requirements. India must decisively leverage its best resources, advanced technologies, and expertise to accelerate its journey toward becoming a developed nation by 2047 while ensuring a low-carbon pathway. Following this critical milestone, the nation must pursue its ambitious goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2070. This will demand innovative strategies and strong implementation plans to confront climate challenges while ensuring sustainable development takes center stage. Innovation and investment in addressing the problems related to renewable energy, battery storage, grid infrastructure, and critical minerals must be the focus in the short to medium term. Developments in financial regulation on green investments. 10.45 Based on the 2019 National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct by the government, SEBI introduced new reporting mandates on ESG parameters, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. For the top 1,000 listed companies, mandatory from FY23, replacing the previous Business Responsibility Report of 2012. The BRSR norms were further expanded in 2023, with the board introducing the BRSR Core for assurance and ESG disclosures for value chains by the listed entities. The value chain for the purpose of BRSR Core reports encompasses the top upstream and downstream partners, cumulatively comprising 75% of the purchases/sales, respectively. From FY26, the top 500 listed entities would be mandated to report under BRSR Core, which will be expanded to the top 1,000 listed entities from FY27 onwards. The BRSR Core consists of a set of key performance indicators/metrics under 9 ESG attributes, including GHG emission footprints, water footprints, energy footprint, embracing circularity, enhancing employee well-being and safety, enabling gender diversity in business, enabling inclusive development, fairness in engaging with customers and suppliers, and openness of business. 10.46 SEBI also introduced the regulatory framework for the issuance of green debt securities in 2017, which outlines an illustrative list of activities that can be financed through green debt securities. The framework was revamped in 2023 by introducing the concepts of transition bonds, blue bonds, and yellow bonds, and circular economy as subcategories of the green debt securities. The 292 framework mandates the issuers of green debt securities to disclose details related to the perceived social and environmental risks and proposed mitigation plan associated with the project proposed to be financed/refinanced through the proceeds from the issue of green debt securities in the offer documents. By March 2024, green debt securities amounting to a total of 6,128 Indian rupees crore have been issued by various listed companies. 10.47 In addition to these measures, the Government of India has included sovereign green bonds in its overall market borrowings with the aim of mobilizing resources for green infrastructure. Adhering to the framework for sovereign green bonds that sets forth the obligations of the Government of India as a green bond issuer, the government has issued various lots of SGRBs of varying maturities of 5, 10, and 30 years. On the whole, SGRBs worth 16,000 Indian rupees crore were issued in FY23 and 20,000 Indian rupees crore in FY24. As for FY25, so far, the Government of India has raised 10-year SGRBs worth Indian rupee 67.40 crores and plans to raise 10,000 Indian rupees crore in remaining period of H2 FY25, i.e., 5,000 Indian rupees crore each under 10-year and 30-year securities, respectively. 10.48 In order to foster and strengthen the country's green finance ecosystem, the RBI put in place the framework for accepting green deposits for regulated entities, with effect from June 1, 2023. To encourage green deposits to augment the flow of credit to green activities/projects address greenwashing concerns. RBI has also classified bank loans of up to 30 Indian rupees crore for borrowers seeking funding for renewable energy projects under the priority sector lending category. This includes solar power generators, biomass-based power generators, windmills, microhydel plants, and renewable energy public utilities such as street lighting systems and remote village electrification. Box X.5 Growing carbon sink of forest in India. India's NDC aims to increase the carbon sinks by 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through improvement and addition of tree cover by 2030. As per the latest Forest Survey of India 2024, India is estimated to have a total carbon sink of 30.43 billion tons of CO2 equivalent in 2023, as compared to 2005, when the carbon sink was estimated to be 28.14 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. The addition to the carbon sink between 2005 and 2023 is of 2.29 billion tons CO2 equivalent, closer to the NDC target. Based on the trends, the FSI projects a carbon sink of 31.71 billion tons in 2030, which would even surpass the NDC target of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. Source: India. Optimizing Lifestyles for Sustainable Development. 10.49 The policy framework established by multilateral environment agreements provides a foundational structure for advancing environmental sustainability. Effective implementation relies on countries' actions in achieving their national sustainability goals, ultimately determined by individual behaviors. Recognizing the need for a movement mobilizing collective will towards moderating consumption and production habits, India introduced the Lifestyle for Environment mission at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. The LIFE mission encourages the adoption of lifestyles that are in harmony with nature and are environmentally friendly. This initiative aims to create a collective impact that is greater than the sum of its parts, significantly shaping the way environmental and climate challenges are addressed. With its endorsement by the United Nations Environment Assembly at its 6th session in 2024, the mission has evolved into a global mass movement committed to promoting sustainable lifestyles among all participating member states while aligning with the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the Paris Agreement. 10.50 According to estimates, almost 17% of all food available to consumers worldwide is wasted annually, amounting to more than 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It is said that if food waste were a country, it would be the third largest emitting country in the world. This highlights the significant potential for change through initiatives like Mission Life, which aims to mobilize at least 1 billion Indians and other global citizens to take both individual and collective actions to protect and conserve the environment from 2022 to 2028. Again, as brought out in the Economic Survey 2023-24, dietary preferences also impact emissions. Behavioral changes take time, as do lifestyle modifications. Household consumption accounts for around two-thirds of global greenhouse gas emissions. As per the UNFCCC, cutting dairy and meat from our diets can reduce our emissions by 66%. Switching to a plant-based diet can reduce an individual's annual carbon footprint by up to 2.1 tons with a vegan diet or up to 1.5 tons for vegetarians. Nudging family, friends, and colleagues to a more sustainable dietary preference and moderation in lifestyles globally may be an idea whose time has come. 54 United Nations. Food and Climate Change. Healthy Diets for a Healthier Planet. United Nations. Retrieved January 4, 2025 from 55 UNEP Emissions Gap Report 2020. United Nations Environment Program. Retrieved December 18, 2024 from 56. 57. 10.51 Within India, the goal is for at least 80% of all villages and urban local bodies to become environmentally friendly by 2028 under this mission. The proactive implementation of life measures can yield substantial co-benefits, including reducing inequalities in energy consumption, mitigating air pollution, achieving cost savings, and enhancing overall well-being and health. By 2030, it is estimated that these measures could save consumers around $440 billion globally through reduced consumption and lower prices. 10.52 There are several effective mechanisms to promote low-carbon lifestyles and advance sustainable development. The Emissions Gap Report 2020 from the United Nations Environment Program outlines key strategies for fostering meaningful lifestyle changes. Financial incentives, such as tax breaks for electric vehicles and renewable energy use subsidies, can motivate individuals and organizations to adopt greener practices. Additionally, educating the public about the environmental impacts of their choices is essential. Campaigns that highlight the benefits of low-carbon alternatives and provide practical guidance can empower individuals to make sustainable decisions. Harnessing social influence is also important. By leveraging peer pressure and engaging community involvement through social media and local initiatives, we can inspire sustainable behaviors and help establish a culture where low-carbon lifestyles are the norm. 10.53 Furthermore, encouraging citizen participation in sustainability decision-making at local and national levels is crucial for effective policymaking. Platforms for public input can lead to community-driven solutions. Finally, challenging existing habits and creating new norms around sustainability, such as promoting cycling or local food initiatives, can drive significant behavioral change over time. A combination of these. 58 IE Life Lessons from India. the benefits of advancing the Life Initiative through the G20. IA, Paris. Retrieved December 18, 2024. 295. Mechanisms is necessary to foster a transformative shift towards low-carbon lifestyles and a brighter, sustainable future. 10.54 The Indian government has introduced 10.54 The Indian government has introduced various measures to promote environmental sustainability and influence economic behavior. Initiatives like the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Uthan Malbiyan and PM Suryagar Muft Bijli Yojana encourage solar power adoption. High excise duties on fossil fuels and incentives for electric vehicles push for greener alternatives. The EcoMark scheme certifies eco-friendly household products, while the Star Labeling Scheme and Go Electric campaign raise awareness about energy efficiency and electromobility. Market-based incentives, such as the Perform, Achieve, and Trade scheme, enhance energy efficiency, and waste management regulations minimize environmental impact. Expanding city metro networks also promotes a shift from private to public transport for a more sustainable transportation option. Green Credit Program. 10.55 Several key initiatives have been taken to enhance pro-environment outcomes by implementing measures consistent with life. One notable example is the introduction of the Green Credit Rules, 2023, for implementation of the Green Credit Program. These rules are designed to incentivize voluntary efforts toward environmental conservation, resulting in the issuance of green credits. To begin with, voluntary tree plantation is envisaged on degraded land under the control and management of forest departments. The ministry published notification for methodology for calculation of green credit in respect of tree plantation on February 22, 2024. GCP portal has been developed and is accessible to public and participants. So far, 17 state forest departments are participating as implementing agencies with 48,074 hectares of degraded land registered. Ekped Makunam. 10.56 The Tree Plantation Campaign, Ekped Makunam, is another example of nudging individual behavior to promote pro-environmental activities. Launched in June 2024 on World Environment Day, the campaign attempts to leverage the deep love and respect for mothers towards conserving Mother Nature. It successfully met its ambitious goal of planting 80 crore seedlings by September 2024. It achieved a remarkable feat by planting over 5 lakh saplings by the 128 Infantry Battalion and Ecological Task Force of the Territorial Army in just 1 hour on September 22, 2024. Swachh Bharat Mission. 10.57 The Swachh Bharat Mission, launched in 2014, signifies a fundamental transformation in India's pursuit of universal sanitation access and has revolutionized. 296. The hygiene practices of a substantial portion of the Indian population. SBM 2.0 integrates comprehensive waste management and sanitation practices aligned with sustainability and circular economy principles. The chapter on investment and infrastructure discusses SBM in detail. Circular economy and resource efficiency. 10.58 The key objective of promoting a circular economy is to minimize waste, recover valuable materials, and reduce reliance on virgin resources. According to an estimate, the circularity of resources could lead to cost savings of 11% of current GDP in 2030 and 30% in 2050. India has followed a multi-pronged approach through regulatory measures, financial incentives, and awareness campaigns in support of the circular economy and the improvement of resource efficiency. Recycling e-waste is important to supplement India's renewable energy drive by extracting useful resources from the waste of solar and wind energy equipment. Therefore, the government provides incentives to promote circularity, including tax benefits, subsidies, and low-interest loans to the recycling industry. India's Extended Producer Responsibility Framework is an innovative mechanism for waste management in which manufacturers and producers are made responsible for the waste generated by their products post-consumption. The EPR framework encourages producers to adopt sustainable product design practices, increases the use of recycled materials, and supports waste management and recycling initiatives. 10.59 Plastic pollution is a major driver of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation and contributes to climate change. It will account for 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. India is one of the lowest per capita plastic consumers and generators of plastic waste in the world, with per capita plastic consumption of only 14 kilograms compared to that of the developed economies, which is more than 100 kilograms, much above the global average of 35 kilograms. India's Plastic Waste Management Rules, 2016, provides the statutory framework for environmentally sound plastic waste management in the country. The rules mandate urban local bodies and gram panchayats to undertake plastic waste management, including plastic waste collection, and impose restrictions on their open incineration. Measures such as the ban on identified single-use plastic. 59. Circular economy in India, rethinking growth for long-term prosperity. Retrieved January 4, 2025 from 60 ECPM Working Paper Series ECPM/WP/17/2023. India's tryst with a circular economy. Economic Advisory Council to the PM. Retrieved December 18, 2024 from 61 INEP Finance Initiative. The Finance Statement on Plastic Pollution. United Nations Environment Program. Retrieved December 18, 2024 from 62 Intervention of India, Contact Group I. Evening Session 14112023, Part 2 Primary Plastic Polymers. Retrieved December 18, 2024 from 297 items, which have high littering potential and low utility, with effect from July 1, 2022, coupled with the implementation of EPR, will further reduce pollution caused by littered and unmanaged plastic waste. Air pollution. 10.60 The World Health Organization data show that almost all of the global population breathe air that exceeds WHO guideline limits and contains high levels of pollutants, with low and middle-income countries suffering from the highest exposures. Air pollution is a concern for the people of the northern part of India, especially Delhi and NCR, during the transition months from autumn to winter when pollutant levels frequently exceed the WHO guidelines. While there are anthropogenic reasons for the increase in particulate matter, such as vehicular traffic due to a distinct modal choice for private vehicles, agricultural practices, and use of coal and wood for cooking, geography and wind direction also play an important part in keeping the particulate matter from being dispersed. Source: based on data of the PIB release of MEFCC. 10.6 When the government launched the National Clean Air Program in 2019 as a national-level strategy to reduce air pollution levels in 130 targeted non-attainment cities/million-plus cities across the country by implementing national, state, and city-level action plans. The NCAP emphasizes the implementation of city action plans through the convergence of resources from various central government schemes such as Swachh Bharat Mission, Amrut, Smart City Mission, SADIT, and Nagar Van Yojana, as well as through resources from state governments/UT administration and agencies like municipal corporations and urban development authorities. Actions. 63 World Health Organization. Air pollution. Retrieved December 18, 2024 from 298. Under the Graded Response Action Plan, are also imposed based on AQI. The GRAP calls for a set of emergent preventive/restrictive actions depending on air pollution levels, to be implemented by the identified agencies for combating the adverse air quality scenario. To address the issue of stubble burning, the government launched a scheme for promotion of agricultural mechanization for in-situ management of crop residue in the states of Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and NCT of Delhi in 2018, under which financial assistance is provided for the establishment of custom hiring centers and to farmers for purchase of crop residue management machinery. Conclusion. 10.62 India's climate efforts are anchored in its ambitious commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. This long-term goal is entwined with the country's aspirations for high and stable economic growth, which envisions becoming a developed nation by 2047. Realizing this vision necessitates a delicate balance, achieving low-carbon development while ensuring that critical imperatives such as affordable energy security, job creation, sustained economic expansion, and environmental sustainability are met. 10.63 To effectively navigate this dual challenge, India is adopting a holistic approach that embeds mitigation and adaptation in the growth strategy. Mitigation focuses on addressing the root causes of climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, while adaptation seeks to minimize the adverse impacts of climate change through a robust framework for resilience. Given the backdrop of decreasing global financial commitments to support climate action in developing countries, India must increasingly prioritize building resilience to safeguard the benefits of its rapid economic growth against climate-induced setbacks. 10.64 Adaptation and building resilience demand explicit and targeted policy measures, sufficient financing options, and the seamless integration of adaptive strategies into existing policies and developmental programs. It requires a multidimensional approach that encompasses a variety of initiatives, including the creation of appropriate policy incentives, the development of resilient infrastructure, research and development in climate-related technologies, and mobilizing financial resources dedicated to adaptation initiatives. Additionally, it is essential that adaptation actions are tailored to be region-specific, considering India's vast and diverse geographic and agroclimatic landscape. 10.65 Despite being one of the world's lowest greenhouse gas emitters per capita, India has made notable strides in reducing the emissions intensity of its energy consumption. 299. This progress is largely due to the increased deployment of renewable energy sources alongside a suite of energy conservation measures. Nonetheless, the growth of renewable energy faces substantial hurdles, particularly in energy storage technologies and the sourcing of critical minerals necessary for this transition. While alternative solutions such as green hydrogen present a viable option for the medium term, affordability issues remain a significant barrier to widespread adoption. Furthermore, although nuclear energy could contribute to India's energy mix, its expansion is impeded by a lack of a supportive ecosystem and the monopolistic nature of nuclear fuel supply chains. 10.66 Lessons learned from the experiences of developed economies underscore the risks of prematurely shutting down thermal energy sources without viable technological alternatives that ensure a stable energy supply. The challenges mentioned above in harnessing renewable energy at scale indicate that India will need to continue the efforts to maximize the efficiency of its existing fossil fuel resources in the medium term. The advancement and deployment of low-emission thermal power technologies, including advanced ultra-supercritical power plants, will play a pivotal role in this transition. 10.67 Investments in research and development related to battery storage technologies, as well as the recycling and sustainable disposal of waste associated with renewable energy systems, are critical factors in ensuring a reliable supply of energy from renewable sources and its sustainability. The mission mode approach to developing carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology is essential for the continued use and enhancement of thermal power plants in the medium term. In the agricultural sector, developing climate-resilient seeds and improving agricultural practices, which may include the rejuvenation of water bodies, will be vital components in building resilience against climate impacts. 10.68 The promotion of pro-environment lifestyle changes, as envisaged under India's Life Mission, has significant potential to contribute to climate change mitigation by encouraging low-carbon lifestyles and energy conservation behaviors. To transform the Life Mission into a widespread public movement, a comprehensive awareness campaign is crucial. This could include integrating the principles of the Life Mission into school and college curricula to foster an environmental consciousness from a young age. The successful implementation of the Life Initiative could provide India with compelling evidence of achieving more sustainable outcomes with fewer resources. 10.69 Accomplishing the goal of net zero emissions by 2070 will require innovative strategies and robust implementation plans designed to confront both the challenges 300 posed by climate change and the need for sustainable development to take center stage. To strengthen its renewable energy initiatives, India must prioritize investment in extensive grid infrastructure improvements and the secure sourcing of critical minerals necessary for this transformative shift. 11 Chapter 301 Social Sector, Extending Reach and Driving Empowerment. India's economic growth strategy emphasizes inclusivity and welfare for all its citizens. The government's focus is on empowering citizens through education, healthcare, skill development, and social infrastructure development. All these aspects have seen significant progress. Further enhancements are still possible by improving delivery systems through innovation and technology. For example, achieving improved educational outcomes and healthcare access can be accomplished with innovative solutions, such as integrating new teaching methods and preventive healthcare strategies. Peer learning, life skills, and social and emotional learning hold great potential for fostering lifelong learning. Additionally, prioritizing mental health in the workplace not only matters for overall well-being and a harmonious society, but can also enhance worker productivity. A strong focus on preventing non-communicable diseases combined with the use of technology can be economically effective, significantly reducing the cost burden on healthcare systems. Introduction. 11.1 The virtuous cycle of economic and social development starts with sustainable and inclusive economic growth. While growth expands the economic pie, development represents the process of sustained economic progress and is a medium to long-term outcome of growth. Such growth supports inclusion by providing better and more equal opportunities, enhancing incomes, and reducing extreme poverty. Inclusive growth also improves the overall living standards of citizens of the country in terms of healthcare, education, basic necessities of life, and livelihood. 11.2 For growth to transition into meaningful development, sound, effective, holistic, and comprehensive policies are indispensable. Focus is required on education, health, social security, enhancing employment opportunities through skilling, etc. These translate to improve quality of social and economic infrastructure in the country. In alignment with this vision for growth-led development, the government has adopted interventions to ensure welfare for all. Inclusive economic growth is central to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. 302. 11.3 Social sector policies need to consider the complex interplay of multiple factors which eventually determine their success. For example, a policy to improve school education may not be very effective without policies related to healthcare, food and nutritional security, access to transport facilities, and household income playing as the contributing factors to a child continuing school. Further, policies are required to aim towards empowering citizens and enhancing their capability to achieve their aspirations. This requires providing them with opportunities for self-growth and progress. In keeping with this understanding, the focus is on all-round development to ensure a better quality of life for all citizens through efficient delivery of welfare measures. Government programs are being designed to reach citizens cost-effectively, leveraging user-friendly dashboards and management information systems for real-time monitoring, promoting transparency and accountability. Trend in social services expenditure. 11.4 The general government's social sector expenditure has been keeping pace with the sector's growing importance. The general government's social services expenditure has shown a rising trend since FY17. The SSE as a percentage of total expenditure has increased from 23.3% in FY21 to 26.2% in FY25. The social services expenditure witnessed an increase of 21% in FY24 over FY23 and another 10% increase in FY25 over FY24. During the 5 years from FY21 to FY25, the SSE grew at a During the 5 years from FY21 to FY25, the SSE grew at a CAGR of 15%. While the SSE outlay of the center and state governments was 14.8 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY21, it has increased steadily to stand at 25.7 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY25. Expenditure on education has grown at a CAGR of 12% from 5.8 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY21 to Indian rupee 0.2 lakh crore in FY25. Expenditure on health grew at CAGR 18% from 3.2 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY21 to 6.1 Indian rupees lakh crore in FY25. Social services include education, sports, art and culture, medical and public health, family welfare, water supply and sanitation, housing, urban development, welfare of SCs, STs and OBCs, labor and labor welfare, social security and welfare, nutrition, relief on account of natural calamities, etc. 2. Expenditure on education pertains to expenditure on education, sports, arts and culture. 3. Expenditure on health includes expenditure on medical and public health, family welfare, and water supply and sanitation. 303. Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, 2023 to 24. 11.5 The results of the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, 2023 to 24 highlights the narrowing urban-rural gap in consumption expenditure. The average monthly per capita expenditure in rural and urban India in 2023 to 24 is, for the survey period, is August 2023 to July 2024. 304. Estimated at 4,122 Indian rupees and Indian rupee 6, respectively. Considering the imputed values of items received free of cost through various social welfare programs, these estimates rise to 4,247 Indian rupees and 7,078 Indian rupees, respectively, for rural and urban areas. The urban-rural gap in MPC has declined to 71% in 2022 to 23 from 84% in 2011 to 12. It has further come down to 70% in 2023 to 24, which confirms the sustained momentum of consumption growth in rural areas. Chart 11.3. Declining urban-rural gap in consumption. Source: HCES 2023 to 24, MOSBI. 11.6 Social sector initiatives have reduced inequality and increased consumption spending, as reflected in the survey. The Gini coefficient improved for rural areas and urban areas. The bottom 5% of the rural population, ranked by MPC, has an average MPC of 1,677 Indian rupees, compared to 2,376 Indian rupees in urban areas. The top 5% have average MPCs of 10,137 Indian rupees in rural and 20,310 Indian rupees in urban areas. 11.7 The largest growth in average MPC between 2022 to 23 and 2023 to 24 occurred among the bottom 5 to 10% of the population in both rural and urban areas. The bottom 5% of the rural population saw a 22% increase, while the corresponding urban segment experienced 1% growth in the MPC. 11.8 The Economic Survey 2023 to 24 highlighted how the welfare policies of the government and the social sector initiatives have resulted in the reduction of inequality marked by rising consumption expenditure, as evident from the results of 5. The figures do not consider the values of items received free of cost by the households through various social welfare programs. 6. Food items: rice, wheat/atta, jowar, bajra, maize, ragi, barley, small millets, pulses, gram, salt, sugar, edible oil, and non-food items: laptop/PC, tablet, mobile handset, bicycle, motorcycle/scooty, clothing, footwear received free of cost by the households through government programs have been imputed. Accordingly, another set of estimates of MPC considering imputed values of these items and of consumption out of home produce, free collection, gifts, loans, etc. has also been compiled for HCS 2023 to 24. 305. The HCS 2022 to 23. Fiscal policies of the government are playing a key role in reshaping income distribution, inter alia, through the provision of subsidies, pensions, and other direct transfers, as well as public spending on social services such as education and health. Various government welfare schemes, such as free food grain or subsidized availability of food grains, subsidized cooking fuel, insurance cover, etc., are lifting household incomes. These fiscal transfers help to provide additional resources to the financially deprived sections and, thus, favorably impact people's standard of living. As an example, building upon the learnings of the HCS, a study by the World Bank presents evidence of the redistribution impact of the public distribution system. Box 11.1 discusses this evidence. Box 11.1. Evidence on the distribution of benefits from the PDS. Food subsidies constitute the largest fiscal outlay in the government's large set of social schemes. In 2022 to 23, Union government spent 6.5% of its budget on the PM Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana to provide free and subsidized food rations. As food subsidies were expanded as part of the emergency fiscal response to COVID-19, the Union Food Subsidy Bill increased from 0.5% to 1% of GDP between FY1 and FY23. Microdata from the HCS 2022 to 23 confirm that most households currently purchase food rations at a subsidized price or free of cost via the PDS and PMGKY entitlements. The widespread coverage of ration cards protects low-income and vulnerable populations. The survey also provides insights into the allocation of these benefits across different segments of the population. In 2022 to 23, 84% of the population had access to a ration card, including 5% who reported holding a below-poverty line, Antyodaya Anna Yojana, or priority household card in their household. In practice, 74% of the population actively consumes food rations via the PDS/PMGKY, with rice and wheat as the most commonly consumed food. Coverage of ration cards is higher in rural areas compared to urban areas. The PDS/PMGKY rations improve welfare. An imputation exercise was conducted based on HCS microdata to evaluate the welfare gains from PDS-related consumption. The results suggest that the market equivalent value of the PDS/PMGKY subsidy equals 4% of the nominal. 7. For more detailed discussion on this aspect, refer to Chapter 2, Perspectives on the Inequality Debate in India, of the Ministry of Finance's publication, RE Examining Narratives, a collection of essays, https:// 8. This work was undertaken by World Bank staff under the Task Force on Indian Statistical System led by the Niti Aayog. Following international best practices, the unitary value of food rations and kerosene consumption obtained via the PDS/PMGKY in 2011 to 12 and 2022 to 23 are imputed. The methodology aims to find an equivalent valuation of the PDS/PMGKY items in the local market economy for each household consuming rations in the survey. 306. Monthly consumption expenditure per capita, on average, across all households. The relative subsidy is higher in rural than in urban. The relative subsidy is higher in rural than in urban areas. The imputed average subsidy is also equivalent to 7% of food consumption. The average PDS benefits increased in 2022 to 23, relative to 3% in 2011 to 12. The imputation exercise suggests that the benefits are higher among lower consumption groups. In 2022 to 23, the value of the subsidy accounted, on average, for 7% of household consumption among the rural bottom 20%, but only for 2% among the top 20%. A similar progressive pattern is observed in urban areas. The benefits are seen to decrease for higher consumption groups but remain positive. Across all quintiles, the relative benefits have increased since 2011-12. Finally, the PDS subsidy was also progressive in absolute terms. The subsidy amount was higher among lower income and rural households and lower among higher quintiles and urban households. The concentration of larger benefits among lower consumption groups suggests that the PDS/PMGKY policies support the low income and protect other vulnerable households against income fluctuations and impoverishment. 11. Box I.2 offers a clearer insight into the consumption patterns and choices of rural households benefiting from direct benefit transfers and women in the target population obtaining loans from self-help groups based on findings from a primary survey. The survey was conducted in selected districts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh in November 2024. Box 11.2 Consumption choices of rural households, direct benefit transfers, and self-help groups. To better understand the consumption choices of rural households, a survey was conducted among married women aged 25 to 45 in rural areas who were relatively less financially privileged. The survey focused on those receiving loans from SHGs, representing a population poorer than the average Indian population. The survey aimed to explore key aspects of women's labor force participation, household decision-making, and the impact of welfare schemes. The survey asked respondents about their access to government schemes and how they utilized funds when the schemes were delivered in cash, such as direct deposits into their or a household member's account. In total, 5% of respondents reported that 10. The average subsidy is calculated across all Indian households. Considering only those households that consumed PDS items over the past 30 days, the market equivalent value of the PDS subsidy is equivalent to 5% of their MPC or 10% of food MPC. 11. Artha Global Center for Rapid Insights conducted a survey of approximately 2,400 married women between the ages of 25 and 45 in rural areas who were relatively less financially privileged in selected districts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh in November 2024. The sample population is poorer than the Indian population on average. This demographic group was chosen for study because an increased female labor force participation rate has been observed among this group. Furthermore, as a popular target for DBTs in cash as well as loans through SHGs from both the center and various state governments, a survey of this group allows for an analysis of patterns of consumption due to cash transfers and loans. 307. The primary benefit of government schemes was an increase in the quality of life. In comparison, another 1% reported that the primary benefit was more time for economic activity. Evidence shows that government schemes have spurred consumption and income-generating activity in low-income households. The prevalence of cash schemes is also very high among the surveyed households, with 77% of households receiving cash from either the center or a state government, indicating a preference towards cash schemes among economically vulnerable households. The data suggests that economically disadvantaged households demonstrate a preference for cash schemes, likely attributable to the financial empowerment facilitated by the schemes. These cash transfers are relatively universal and typically impose low levels of conditionality. That is, cash is often given as a function of government-verified social attributes rather than hard-to-monitor behaviors by the household. From a theoretical perspective, it is often argued that imposing strong conditions on cash receipts denies households the ability to use cash where they most need to use it. The data shows sophisticated expenditure patterns from household cash benefits. Overall, 44% of the surveyed households spend the money on increased food consumption, and another 31% spend primarily on non-food consumption, savings, or loan repayments, while 14% spend on house repair. However, there is a significant variation in expenditure patterns by wealth. Among the 10% of better-off households in the sample, 52% primarily spend on food consumption, and less than 20% primarily spend on non-food consumption, savings, or loan repayments. Among the remaining households, 43% primarily spend on food consumption, and 32% primarily spend on non-food consumption, savings, or loan repayments, suggesting far more diverse expenditure patterns among the less well-off sections of society. bearing in mind that the entire sample itself consists of less financially privileged households. A significant share of the sample is engaged in SHGs. Among those in SHGs, 78% have received a loan. While household consumption is the most reported usage for SHG loans, there is significant usage for health expenditure, starting businesses, and agricultural expenditure. Relatively low use for education may point to the success of DBTs provided for education. This highlights the consumption benefits of cash transfers and loans to targeted poorer and lower-income households. These households report using the funds for various basic needs and debt repayments. The exercise reinforces the case for replacing in-kind subsidies with direct and targeted cash transfers. 11.10 Against this background, the chapter highlights the progress made by the economy in terms of economic well-being and presents certain challenges on the way. Section 1 discusses the education initiatives with a focus on foundational literacy and numeracy, the integration of social and emotional learning in the school curriculum, and the importance of digital literacy in a technology-driven world. The section also addresses higher education challenges faced in medical education and the 308 role of regulation. Section 2 presents the situation in the health space in the country, its progress, and challenges. It further highlights the role of disruptive technologies in providing equitable healthcare and the impact of lifestyle choices on mental well-being. Section 3 explores the rural economy, focusing on infrastructure development and housing as key drivers of economic growth while advocating for the localization of sustainable development goals to foster rural progress. Education, treading new pathways. 11.11 Education plays a key role in developing an economy by cultivating individuals capable of rational thought and unleashing their agency to better themselves and society. Education and human capital development are among the foundational pillars of development. The National Education Policy 2020 is built upon this principle. The NEP states that it aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. School education. 11.12 India's school education system serves 24.8 crore students across 14.72 lakh schools with 8 lakh teachers. Government schools make up 6% of the total, enrolling 50% of students and employing 51% of teachers, while private schools account for 22.5%, enrolling 32.6% of students and employing 38% of teachers. The NEP 2020 aims for a 100% gross enrollment ratio by 2030. The GER is near universal at the primary, and the efforts are underway to bridge the gaps at the secondary and higher secondary level, driving the nation closer to its vision of inclusive and equitable education for all. 11.13 School dropout rates have steadily declined in recent years, standing at 1% for primary, 5.2% for upper primary, and 14.1% for secondary levels. However, challenges persist, with retention rates at 85.4% for primary, 78% for elementary, 63.8% for secondary, and 45.6% for higher secondary. Improvements in basic facilities and infrastructure, including medical checkups, sanitation, and information and communication technologies availability, have been notable, reflecting a positive trend in school infrastructure development. 12 National Education Policy 2020. 13 UDAS 2023-24. 14 Dropout rate is the proportion of pupils from a cohort enrolled in a given level at a given school year who are no longer 14 Dropout rate is the proportion of pupils from a cohort enrolled in a given level at a given school year who are no longer enrolled at any grade in the following school year. 15 Retention rate is the percentage of a cohort of pupils enrolled in the first grade of a given level of education in a given school year who are expected to reach the last grade of the level. 16 IBID Note 13 above. 309. Table 11.1 Improving school infrastructure. 11.1 For the government has been striving to achieve the objectives of NEP 2020 through a range of programs and schemes, including the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya, etc., Diksha, STARS, Parak, PMSJRI, Ulas, and PM Pashan, among others. The Economic Survey 2023-24 highlighted the progress made under various government initiatives in school education. 11.15 The pivotal role of early years in development is well recognized by the Indian education system, as 85% of brain development occurs before the age of 6 years. To strengthen the early childhood care and education landscape, the government launched the National Curriculum for ECC, Adharshala, and the National Framework for Early Childhood Stimulation, Navchetana, in April 2024. Navjitana focuses on holistic development for children from birth to 3 years, offering 140 age-specific activities through a 36-month stimulation calendar. It emphasizes the inclusion of differently abled children, maternal mental health, and Garb Sanskar. Adharshala, blending Indian and international research, promotes play-based learning with over 130 activities for children aged 3 to 6 years that support child-led and educator-led learning. It aims to lay a strong foundation for lifelong learning, aligning with the National Curriculum Framework for Foundational. 17. Digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. 18. Strengthening teaching learning and results for states. 1. Performance assessment, review and analysis of knowledge for holistic development. 20. Prime Minister's schools for rising India. 21. Understanding of lifelong learning for all in society. 22. Pradhan Mantri Pashan Shakti Nirman. 310. Stage 2022 and improving the quality of ECC through competency-based, user-friendly lesson plans. The objective is to improve the quality of ECC delivered at the Anganwadi Center by prioritizing competency-based lesson plans and activities presented in a simple and user-friendly manner. Building strong foundations through literacy and numeracy. 11.16 School education lays the foundation of a country's education system. The NEP 2020 stipulates that foundational literacy and numeracy is critical for education and lifelong learning success. Towards this end, the Department of School Education and Literacy launched the National Mission, National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy, in July 2021 to ensure that every child in the country necessarily attains FLN by the end of grade 3 by 202,627. It covers 3 years of FLN in preschool and grades 1, 2, and 3. Towards this, the education system is deploying innovative pedagogies and teaching methods to ensure that every child achieves FLN. Box 11.3 discusses one such innovation viz. Peer teaching. Box 11.3, Peer teaching, a pathway to achieving FLN. Achieving the vision of universal FLN by grade 3 requires not only reaching every child, but also overcoming the limitations of traditional lecture-based teaching to address diverse learning needs. While teacher-led instruction is valuable, it may not fully support individualized learning, especially for children who lag behind and need extra support to catch up. State governments have launched programs to tackle these challenges. Mission Ankur in Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat focuses on engaging schools and communities for the holistic development of primary students, ensuring they achieve FLN skills. Similarly, Bihar's Mission Daksh aims to provide personalized mentoring for lagging students to achieve grade-level competencies by 2025. While these initiatives address key gaps, they heavily rely on teachers, highlighting the need for scalable, adaptable teaching strategies that offer personalization without overburdening educators. Peer teaching is a promising solution where students learn by teaching and supporting their peers. In classrooms with limited resources and high student-teacher ratios, it provides scalable, accessible support tailored to students' needs. As student champions, older or more knowledgeable students help guide younger or struggling peers through foundational concepts. Peer teaching creates a collaborative environment where students learn from each other, boosting confidence and comprehension alongside teacher instruction. The NEP promotes 23. 24 PIB of Ministry of Education dated July 5, 2021. 25 Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. PMU for FLN, the Education Alliance. 311. Peer tutoring to foster inclusion and personalized learning, ensuring every child can learn. It also encourages using community volunteers and alumni as peer tutors in schools and communities. The SARTHAC guidelines for NEP 2020 emphasize peer tutoring to improve FLN and educational outcomes, highlighting the need for training peer tutors and integrating sessions into school schedules. Global evidence supports peer learning, showing improved academic performance in math and reading in the US, enhanced problem-solving abilities and social skills in Australia, and better literacy outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa. In sub-Saharan Africa, peer-led programs have successfully supported student-centered learning in under-resourced classrooms. Additionally, peer teaching fosters essential life skills such as leadership, empathy, resilience, and communication, benefiting both tutors and learners. Experiments in integrating structured peer learning in India's education system. The Nali Kali program, launched in 2015 in Karnataka's Mysore district, focuses on peer and group work to create a collaborative classroom environment that supports self-paced, personalized learning. It is now the primary pedagogy for grades 1 to 3 in Karnataka to develop age-appropriate skills. The Prerna model of education, implemented in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana through the Sikshana Foundation, also emphasizes peer learning and group work. Small groups of 4 to 5 students collaborate on classroom activities, teaching and learning from each other. Involved Learning Solutions Foundation is working with educators in 6 districts across Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Karnataka states to integrate structured peer teaching into government schools, directly aligning with Nipun Bharat's FLN goals. The model pairs among students identified as student champions with learners. Each student champion, with better subject mastery, is trained further to support a group of 4 learners, their peers. 26. The NEP in Para 2.7 provides that, due to the scale of the current learning crisis, all viable methods will be explored to support teachers in the mission of attaining universal foundational literacy and numeracy. Studies around the world show one-on-one peer tutoring to be extremely effective for learning, not just for the learner, but also for the tutor. Thus, peer tutoring can be taken up as a voluntary and joyful activity for fellow students under the supervision of trained teachers and by taking due care of safety aspects. 27. 28. Fuchs, L. S. Fuchs, D. Yazdian, L. and Powell, S.R. Title: Enhancing First-Grade Children's Mathematical Development with Peer-Assisted Learning Strategies. Published in School Psychology Review, Volume 31, Number 4, pp. 56 to 580. 31, Number 4, pp. 56 to 583. doi 10.1080/0276-01 and 2.12086-175. 2. Fawcett, L. M. and Garton, A.F. The Effect of Peer Collaboration on Children's Problem-Solving Ability. Published in British Journal of Educational Psychology, Volume 75, Number 2, pp. 157-16. doi 10.1348/0007004. 23411. 30. Fry, K. Rogan, R. Gruber, S. Improving Literacy Outcomes in Low-Resource Contexts Through Peer-Led Learning Approaches. Published by Educational Development Journal, Volume 35, Number 3, pp. 28 to 305. 31. 32. Shikshana Foundation Annual Report 2022 to 23. 33. 34. 312. Who struggle to understand concepts, thereby facilitating their progress through 40-minute sessions 3 to 4 times per week. Early evaluations in Karnataka's Anekal block show increased learning outcomes in numeracy for students by 15% compared to students who did not participate in the program. Similarly, in Bhagalpur, structured peer interactions have helped bridge reading and numeracy gaps among children who could not meet age-appropriate learning milestones. Anecdotal evidence also indicates positive shifts in student engagement and academic outcomes. To support Nipun Bharat's mission, peer teaching can be integrated into India's FLN strategy. This involves incorporating peer teaching into teacher training, scaling successful models, assessing its impact on learning outcomes, and using data to refine the approach based on feedback from teachers, students, and administrators. This will help transform classrooms into dynamic spaces where every child receives the support needed to thrive. Empowering minds, unlocking potential with social and emotional learning. 11.17 The success of school education hinges not just on the students' academic achievements, but also on enhancing their social and emotional learning. A good education enhances a child's mental and physical health, academic performance, and life skills. In this context, ECCE under NEP 2020 aims to achieve foundational literacy and socio-emotional development. The NEP 2020 states that the overall aim of ECCE will be to attain optimal outcomes in the domains of physical and motor development, cognitive development, socio-emotional ethical development, cultural/artistic development, and the development of communication and early language, literacy, and numeracy. 11.18 Box 11.4 discusses the importance of SEL in education, providing examples of how the pedagogy can be developed to incorporate socio-emotional ethical development in the school curriculum. Box 11.4 Empowering Minds and Hearts Through SEL Techniques. SEL has emerged as a critical pillar within holistic education frameworks that contributes significantly to SDGs, particularly SDG 3 and SDG 4. UNESCO defines SEL as a process of acquiring the competencies to recognize. 35 Pratibha Narayan, P. N. Anna Daniel, A.D., and Dhanashri Balaram, D.B., Promoting Individualized Learning, the Effectiveness of Peer Teaching Pedagogy. Published by International Conference on Technology for Education, Zenodo. doi, 10.5281/Zenodo.1400416. 36 UNESCO Strengthening Social and Emotional Learning in Hybrid Modes of Education, Building Support for Students, Teachers, Schools, and Families, a UNESCO IBE discussion paper. 313. And manage emotions, develop care and concern for others, establish positive relationships, make responsible decisions, and handle challenging situations effectively. SEL significantly contributes to individual well-being, social participation, and broader individual development. Incorporating SEL from an early age equips children with essential skills that foster resilience and academic success. It also plays a crucial role in preventing future mental health issues and setting the foundation for a healthier society. Casel outlines 5 core components of SEL, which serve as foundational pillars in fostering holistic development. These components: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making, equip students with the skills necessary to navigate life challenges, enhance mental well-being, and improve academic performance. Some successful models effectively implementing SEL programs worldwide include the Social, Emotional, and Ethical Learning by Emory University and the Ruler Program by Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. According to some estimates, for every dollar invested in SEL initiatives, the estimated long-term economic return is $11, with outcomes around mental health, education, and employability. Further, a 2020 UNESCO study highlights that such investments not only yield immediate educational and behavioral benefits, but also result in long-term economic gains, including a 30% increase in per capita income. The literature indicates that integrating SEL components into classroom practices increases student commitment, participation, 43 cognitive problem-solving abilities, attendance rates, and overall academic success. Other than enhancing academic performance, these interventions also promote positive social behavior and interpersonal relationships, mitigate behavioral issues, and 37 Casel's SEL framework. What are the core competence areas, and where are they promoted? https:// 38 Emory University C Learning, Social, Emotional, and Ethical Learning Program. https://learning. 3 Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence Ruler Program Overview. 40 Belfield, C. et.al. The Economic Value of Social and Emotional Learning. Journal of Benefit-Cost Analysis. 41 UNESCO Rethinking Learning, a review of social and emotional learning for education systems. 42 Hawkins, J.D., Smith, B. H., and Catalano, R.F. Social Development and Social and Emotional Learning. In J. E. Zins, R. P. Weisberg, M. C. Wong, and H. J. Wahlberg, Building Academic Success on Social and Emotional Learning. What does the research say? Teachers College Press. 43 Murdoch, T. B. The Social Context of Risk, Status, and Motivational Predictors of Alienation in Middle School. Journal of Educational Psychology. 44 Batistich, V. Solomon, D. Watson, M. Solomon, J. Shaps, E. Effects of an Elementary School Program to Enhance Pro-Social Behavior on Children's Cognitive Social Problem-Solving Skills and Strategies. Journal of Applied Developmental Psychology. 45 Fellner, R.D., Primavera, J. Koss, A.M. The Impact of a Comprehensive School-Based Intervention on the Academic Achievement of Students, a Longitudinal Study. Journal of Educational Psychology, 87, pp. 1-14. DePauli, J.L., Elias, M.J., and Weisberg, R.P., 2017. Social and Emotional Learning, a Framework for Promoting Academic Success. Educational Psychologist, 52, pp. 1-11. 314. Psychological Distress, and Equip Young People for Success in Employment, Family Life. Psychological Distress, and Equip Young People for Success in Employment, Family Life, and Broader Societal Engagement. Developments in India. The NEP 2020 emphasizes the development of social, ethical, and emotional competencies as essential to holistic child development. The National Curriculum Framework 2023 also advocates for SEL-based pedagogies to improve educational outcomes and foster children's well-being. The Nipun Bharat Mission Guidelines 2021 emphasize the importance of SEL as a core component of the holistic development objectives for young children in India's foundational education system. It promotes activities that foster self-awareness, social awareness, and responsible decision-making, advocating for inclusive, child-centered practices to create safe, supportive learning environments that nurture both cognitive and emotional growth. SEL is increasingly being recognized as integral to India's educational and developmental priorities. Initiatives like C Learning India and the Life Skills Collaborative are paving the way for SEL in structured approaches. They are being adopted in the states of Maharashtra, Mizoram, Uttarakhand, and Rajasthan. SEL interventions are also being carried out in programs implemented by the governments of Tripura and Uttarakhand, etc. In several programs, state governments have collaborated with non-profit organizations like Dream a Dream Foundation and Labia. Under these models, classrooms are envisaged as emotionally safe environments wherein children experience interactive group sessions, mindful practices, and spaces for reflection sharing to cope with various challenges and improve their well-being and learning outcomes. Through organizations such as the Aprajitha Foundation, students are taught important life skills, i.e., social and interpersonal skills, that can help them make informed decisions, communicate effectively, and develop coping and self-management skills. The evidence supporting the benefits of SEL is robust. The imperative of integrating SEL with educational frameworks is underscored by its profound impact on mental health, academic success, and long-term life outcomes. This is particularly crucial in India, which is characterized by a youthful population poised to enter the workforce. The implementation of SEL, therefore, serves as a strategic investment in the nation's future. 46 Elias, M.J., 2014. Social-Emotional Learning and Its Impact on Societal Engagement. Journal of Educational Psychology, 106, pp. 1-10, Jones, S.M. and Khan, J. 2017. The Evidence Base for How Learning Happens, A Consensus on Social, Emotional, and Academic Development. American Educator, Winter 2017-2018. https:// 47 Ministry of Education, Government of India National Curriculum Framework 2023. 48 Ministry of Education, Government of India Nipun Bharat Mission, National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy Guidelines 2021. 4 C Learning India C Learning India About 50 Life Skills Collaborative. Life Skills Collaborative Overview. 51 Dream a Dream Foundation. Dream a Dream Foundation Overview. 52 Labia Foundation Overview. 315. 11.1 NEP 2020 emphasizes holistic schooling by integrating vocational and digital education with a supporting, well-equipped school infrastructure to enable the smooth transition of a GER of 100% at the secondary level by 2030. 11.20 The importance of skill education in schools has grown significantly with the advent of Industry 4.0, a highly dynamic and skill-intensive era defined by automation, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, and robotics. This industrial revolution has reshaped production and distribution across sectors like manufacturing and agriculture, significantly increasing the demand for a skilled workforce. Alongside technical proficiency, soft skills such as adaptability, problem-solving, and collaboration have become critical for navigating this evolving landscape. Box 11.5 discusses the Tim Tim Tare Initiative for Imparting Life Skills. Box 11.5, Imparting Life Skills, the Tim Tim Tare Initiative. Tim Tim Tare is a pioneering initiative that aims to impart essential life skills to adolescent students across India. Unlike vocational training, which focuses on technical skills, TTT places emphasis on soft skills, key components of personal growth, effective communication, emotional intelligence, and social well-being. Through TTT, students are empowered to face life's challenges confidently and clearly. This initiative equips students with essential life skills to navigate the complexities of modern life. Built on the World Health Organization's Life Skills Framework, TTT addresses a wide range of 16 core life skills and over 100 related topics designed to meet the evolving needs of today's youth. These skills enable students to make informed, thoughtful decisions personally and professionally, and equip them with the skills and attitudes necessary to thrive in their studies and beyond. TTT's approach stands apart from traditional education due to its student-focused methodology, delivering content in an engaging, immersive manner and creating transformative experiences enabling students to absorb, internalize, and retain key concepts effectively. Each topic is designed with activity-based learning, such as experience sharing, role plays, sing-along songs, and interactive games. This approach ensures that every lesson is lively, impactful, and engaging, allowing students to experience the learning process actively. Started in 200 in Tamil Nadu, TTT has now expanded to other states in a phased manner, reaching millions of students across India. In addition to empowering students, TTT has prioritized training thousands of teachers across these states, ensuring that the program's benefits are deeply rooted and widely disseminated. A critical focus of TTT has been its commitment to understanding and addressing the needs of its stakeholders. Feedback from students, teachers, principals, and parents has been 53. 54 such as Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, etc. 316. Systematically collected over the years. This feedback consistently highlights the program's positive impact on individuals and communities and is a testament to TTT's transformative power and ability to create lasting change. The TTT program currently reaches more than 10 crore students, with a significant presence in central India and Gujarat. It is implemented in various types of schools, including government schools, Navoja Vidyalayas, Kendriya Vidyalayas, Kasturba Vidyalayas, juvenile homes, etc. It is also accessible through various platforms such as PM eVidya channels, state government relay centers, YouTube, and WhatsApp groups. The State Council of Educational Research and Training officially approved the TTT program, which adds credibility and ensures alignment with national educational standards. Bridging the gap, digital technology in education and the essentiality of digital literacy. 11.21 Digital literacy ensures that students remain competitive by mastering skills like analyzing, synthesizing, and communicating digital information. The World Economic Forum identifies ICT skills as foundational for the 21st century. UNESCO defines digital literacy as includes competencies that are variously referred to as computer literacy, ICT literacy, information literacy, and media literacy. Digital literacy ranges from basic hardware and software use to advanced programming and network management. 11.22 Data from the Comprehensive Annual Modular Survey 2022 to 23 reveals a rural-urban digital divide in India, with lower internet searching capabilities in rural areas, especially among females. 63% of males and 55% of females in rural areas can search the internet for information compared to 74% males and 6% of females in urban areas. The results highlight the need for focused efforts to close the digital gap. 11.23 The NEP 2020 emphasizes technology's role in improving education, removing barriers, and ensuring inclusivity for Divyang students. Schemes like Diksha, study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds, eVidya, Pradhan Mantri Gramin Digital Saksharta Abhiyan, and e-content for Divyang are in place to achieve the objective of inclusive digital education. The government. 55 New Vision for Education. World Economic Forum. 56 A global framework of reference on digital literacy skills. UNESCO. 57 Comprehensive Annual Modular Survey, 2022 to 23, MOSBI. 58.5. 60. 61 PIB Release of Ministry of Electronics and IT dated July 26, 2024. 317. Launched PM eVidya DTH channel for Indian Sign Language, a significant step towards an inclusive and accessible education system for hearing-impaired students in India. The ICT and Digital Initiatives component of Samagra Shiksha provides financial assistance to establish ICT labs and smart classrooms and covers government and aided schools having classes 6 to 12 across the country. 11.24 The rapid pace of technological change requires educators to stay up to date on new digital trends and teaching methods. In an effort to leverage technology towards enhancing the capabilities of educators and preparing them for the demands of the 21st century, the government has launched Teacher App, a cutting-edge digital platform. The application offers over 260 hours of resources, including courses, videos, podcasts, and live expert sessions. It also features teaching kits with 0 hours of content, providing teachers with essential tools such as lesson plans, worksheets, and project-based learning activities. The application empowers teachers with essential skills and continuous capacity building through innovative content and community-building features. It is accessible across multiple devices and offers practical strategies for improving pedagogical practices and student engagement. 11.25 Investments in skills, research, innovation ecosystems, government academic partnerships, and faculty development are pivotal for efficiently delivering education services and improving learning outcomes. Technology acts as a powerful enabler, driving scalability, equity, accessibility, and sustainable learning opportunities across diverse groups, including schools, polytechnics, higher education institutions, out-of-job youth, and working professionals. Box 11.6 discusses this further. Box 11.6, Leveraging Technology for Efficient and Effective Education Delivery. The integration of technology, including AI, has become essential in addressing the rapidly evolving dynamics of the education system. AI-powered learning systems enable personalized learning experiences tailored to individual students' pace and comprehension, contrasting with traditional approaches that rely on a standardized curriculum and uniform pace for all learners. Additionally, AI facilitates adaptive assessments, aligning with students' unique needs and fostering growth at their own pace. The incorporation of technology also presents cost-effective solutions, making quality education more accessible and inclusive for a broader population. To improve education systems, technology integration may be focused on three key areas: using AI for teacher development and student tutoring, integrating industry-relevant skills and certifications, and creating personalized learning software. These are discussed below. 62 PIB Release of Ministry of Education dated December 6, 2024. 63 PIB Release of Ministry of Education dated November 25, 2024. 318. Leveraging AI for teachers' professional development and providing AI-driven personal tutors for students. AI can automate tasks like lesson planning, assessment development, and fostering critical thinking, freeing teachers to focus on instruction and mentoring. AI tutors can assist across subjects, offering students the necessary support and allowing them to learn at their own pace and requirements. AI personal tutors may enhance learning with resource guidance, career counseling, and problem-solving strategies. Additionally, AI-driven analytics help teachers tailor their methods to students' needs, and AI-powered platforms can recommend personalized professional development to support teachers' growth. AI can also help both teachers and students in conducting automated assessments and helping in personalized learning of the student. The government is envisioning and developing e-learning through digital pedagogy as a long-term strategy for the education sector. Various initiatives, such as PM eVidya, Diksha, and Svayam, are part of this effort. The government has also announced the establishment of a platform under Diksha to incorporate advanced technologies like AI and machine learning, integrating industry-relevant skills and certifications into education. Incorporating industry-relevant skills and certifications into the educational curriculum will improve the workforce's employability. This may be achieved through the provision of certifications into education through partnerships with industry and certification bodies, practical training modules, and AI-driven learning experiences. Realizing the importance of the industry-academia linkage, the Ministry of Education introduced the Apprenticeship Embedded Degree/Diploma program in 2020-21 to improve students' employability. Additionally, the National Credit Framework allows for the creditization for apprenticeship learning hours subject to assessment/evaluation of the same. NSRF also recommended the expansion of the Academic Bank of Credit to include credits earned through apprenticeships, internships, project work, etc. The National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme provides financial support to industrial establishments undertaking apprenticeship programs under the Apprentices Act, 161. Building personalized learning software layers and developing AI labs for research, learning, and skilling. AI personal tutors in such labs can enormously benefit students across all disciplines and can be a huge aid for them. Virtual science and AI labs offer unique, beyond-the-classroom experiences. These innovations enhance learning, strengthen foundational skills, and offer cost-effective solutions. 64. 65. 319. Taking a step in this direction, Atal Innovation Mission has introduced Frontier Technology Labs on the foundation of Atal Tinkering Labs. FTL will provide students access to advanced technologies, including AI, AR/VR, blockchain, cybersecurity, robotics, 3D printing, and IT. Building on the foundation of ATLs, which have been established in 10,000 schools across 722 districts, FTLs are designed to equip students with the skills required for the evolving technological landscape. In conclusion, it is crucial to leverage technology to transform the educational landscape in India. By doing so, a more efficient, effective, and future-ready education system can be created. 11.26 While online learning and digital technology have expanded access to education, the traditional method of learning through physical methods in the classroom still holds merit. The Tamil Nadu government launched a cost-effective remedial program to bring education to students' doorstep to bridge the learning gaps created by the COVID-19 pandemic and ensure equity, leading to improvements in learning. Box 11.7. Tamil Nadu's Ilam Thidi Kalvi, Innovation in Public Education. The Ilam Thidi Kalvi scheme was launched by the Tamil Nadu government to bridge the education gap brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic and the digital divide. The initiative focuses on education through physical methods, which is the primary goal of the Ilam Thidi Kalvi. The scheme was designed during COVID-19 to reduce students' reliance on internet resources for their learning, with volunteers assisting them. These volunteers conducted door-to-door efforts to educate the students. The initiative is helping close the educational gap by providing every student in Tamil Nadu the opportunity to receive education through this scheme. The State Planning Commission conducted a rapid assessment of the program's impact through a comprehensive survey in September 2022. This assessment involved the active participation of volunteers, teachers, headmasters, and parents from 362 schools across 6 districts: Ariyalur, Kudlur, Nagapattinam, Salem, Thiruvarur, and Vilupuram. Parents reported a noticeable improvement in their children's learning experiences, noting that education has become a more enjoyable activity for them. At the same time, the teachers confirmed that the play-based approach has reignited children's interest in learning. As a result, students were interacting more freely and actively participating in regular classes. Students showed a greater interest in mathematics and made significant progress in language skills in their standard classrooms. 66 PIB release of Niti Aayog dated March 6, 2024. 67. 68. 320. The scheme continues, post the pandemic, to provide necessary support to the students through remedial lessons. The scheme's volunteers work year-round to integrate out-of-school children into mainstream education, with particular attention to girls, children with special needs, transgender children, and those from migrant worker families. The volunteers can apply online to be a part of the program and are also given monthly pay. The program is managed with effective use of technology. To monitor the learning levels of primary school children, volunteers have been given achievement charts to record their progress. Children with special needs, developing a culture of inclusivity. 11.27 The National Education Policy 2020 envisions a future where every child, including children with special needs, feels valued, supported, and included. Recognizing their unique potential, the NEP emphasizes creating inclusive classrooms where diversity is celebrated. It calls for barrier-free infrastructure, compassionate teacher training, and the integration of assistive technologies to ensure that CWSIN can learn alongside their peers. The Samagra Shiksha scheme is in alignment with NEP 2020 and Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. Under Samagra Shiksha, dedicated funds have been allocated to support CWSIN through aids and appliances, assistive devices, allowances, braille materials, and therapeutic interventions, including infrastructure strengthening. Infrastructure improvements include ramps in 11.35 lakh schools, handrails in 7.7 lakh, and accessible toilets in 5.1 lakh schools. The Accessibility Code for Educational Institutions examines the physical barriers and information and communication barriers of access to school facilities for CWSIN. 11.28 Efforts have been made to boost CWSIN enrollment at all levels, with notable increases observed in secondary and higher secondary enrollments. Although the COVID-19 pandemic caused a temporary decline, recovery efforts are ongoing to reintegrate out-of-school CWSIN into formal education. According to the latest UDIS report, 16.8 lakh CWSIN are enrolled at the elementary level, 2.87 lakh at the secondary level, and 1.18 lakh are enrolled at the higher secondary level. The various initiatives for CWSIN are elaborated as below. 6 Unified District Information System for Education Plus 2023-24. 321. Source: Department of School Education and Literacy, MO. Higher Education. 11.2 India's higher education system ranks among the largest globally, with 4.33 crore students enrolled in 2021-22, a 26.5% increase from 3.42 crore in 2014-15. The GER for the 18 to 23 age group also increased from 23.7% to 28.4% during the same period. To achieve the government's goal of increasing GER to 50% by 2035 in higher education, there is a need to double the educational network and infrastructure. 11.30 Over the years, there has been a significant transformation in higher education ecosystem. The number of Indian institutes of technology increased from 16 in 2014 to 23 in 2023, while Indian institutes of management grew from 13 in 2014 to 20 in 2023. Similarly, medical colleges experienced remarkable growth, increasing from 387 in 2013 to 14 to 780 in 2024 to 25. Universities have also seen substantial expansion, rising from 723 in 2014 to 1,213 in 2024, registering a growth of 5.6%. Total higher education institutions increased by 13.8% from 51,534 in 2014. 15 to 58,643 in 2022 to 23. 70 All India Survey on Higher Education 2021 to 22. 71 IBID Note 70. 72 PIB release dated April 22, 2023. 73 Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. 74 PIB release of Ministry of Education December 17, 2024. 75 IBID Note 74 above. 322. 11.31 The NEP 2020 visualizes a paradigm shift in the Indian higher education system through a restructured system. It highlights key aspects of the system like multidisciplinary and holistic education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, governance and capacity building of teachers, quality, ranking, and accreditation, digital empowerment and online education, equitable and inclusive education, promotion of Indian languages and Indian knowledge systems, skill development and employability and internationalization of higher education. 11.32 Importantly, the NEP envisages autonomy for institutions to innovate on these foundational aspects. It recognizes that regulation of higher education has been too heavy-handed for decades, and that the regulatory system is in need of a complete overhaul in order to re-energize the higher education sector and enable it to thrive. Towards this end, the NEP suggests several institutional reforms. It asks that regulation must be light but tight, aimed at financial probity and good governance. Regulation must also ensure transparency of key aspects in the functioning of a university such as finances, procedures, infrastructure, and faculty. Hence, it calls for accreditation of institutions based on basic norms, public self-disclosure, good governance, and outcomes. 11.33 By 2040, all HEIs are to become multidisciplinary institutions. The measures to achieve this aim include greater opportunities for outstanding public education, scholarships by private/philanthropic universities for disadvantaged and underprivileged students, online education and open distance learning, and all infrastructure and learning materials accessible and available to learners with disabilities. The policy calls for making India a global knowledge superpower. 11.34 Effective implementation of NEP 2020 requires collaboration across the center, states, UTs, HEIs, and regulatory bodies. The University Grants Commission has introduced several initiatives like guidelines for multiple entry and exit in academic programs, common universities entrance test, regulations on academic collaboration with foreign HEIs for joint and dual degree programs, guidelines for professor of practice, guidelines on pursuing 2 academic programs simultaneously, guidelines for internship/apprenticeship embedded degree program, guidelines for admission and supernumerary seats of international students in undergraduate and postgraduate programs in HEIs in India, guidelines for the establishment of research and development cells in HEIs, guidelines on fostering social responsibility and community engagement in HEIs in India 2.0, etc. 11.35 India's higher education sector exhibits considerable multiplicity where several institutions have achieved excellence, and many others are aspiring to reach that. 323. Standard. The challenges faced by the institutions vary, requiring tailored solutions. The regulatory framework currently includes over 50 regulations addressing different aspects of education and research. However, this approach does not fully align with the light but tight regulatory model envisioned by the NEP. For example, the UGC specifies minimum credits for various course categories and prescribes the sequencing of courses over 4 years, aspects that could be entrusted to the institutions themselves. 11.36 Standardization of key parameters and consistency of programs across institutions is perhaps the objective of these regulations. Achieving compliance with UGC norms may be an excellent way for institutions to achieve credibility in the eyes of prospective students, faculty, and employees. On the other hand, such compliance is not essential for quality institutions. These have already achieved strong reputations in teaching, research, and placement of their students. These institutions have innovated on some dimensions of their functioning, and they should be encouraged to follow that path since that is the only way to compete with global institutions. 11.37 It should be explicitly stated that compliance with regulations beyond the minimum accreditation requirements is voluntary. Such compliance will be desired by institutions wishing to signal their capability and credibility. 11.38 Institutions that desire to stand by their own hard-won reputations should be free to carve out their own path. There is no greater accountability than that demanded by the market through prospective faculty, students, their parents. There is no greater accountability than that demanded by the market through prospective faculty, students, their parents, and collaborating academic and non-academic institutions. In the spirit of good governance and transparency, these institutions should be required to publicize prominently that they are not complaint certified by the regulator. It is important to embrace diversity and to trust the genius of faculty and students to come up with frameworks that are novel, creative, and impactful on society. 11.3 Further, there is an increasing focus on strengthening the ecosystem for professional/technical streams of education, such as medicine. Emphasis on regulatory reform and enhancement of standards is being made. Box 11.8 discusses the medical education landscape's challenges and measures taken to address them. 76. 324. Box 11.8. Challenges to medical education and action. The medical education ecosystem in the country has made significant strides, with notable achievements that lay a strong foundation for future growth. However, there are exciting opportunities to further enhance the system and ensure it fully aligns with broader policy objectives. While the regulatory framework has made progress, there is an opportunity to evolve and keep pace with the dynamic needs of the healthcare sector. The number of candidates aspiring to study MBBS has increased consistently over the years, from around 16 lakh in 2001 to around 24 lakh in 2024. The National Eligibility Entrance Test, undergraduate, is the single mode of entry through which students enter into medical education, MBBS courses in India and abroad. There has been a sustained increase in the number of opportunities available for medical education in the previous 10 years. Since FY1, the number of medical colleges grew from 4 to 648 in FY23 to 780 in FY25, during which time the MBBS seats increased from 70,012 to 6,077 in FY23 to 137 in FY25, and postgraduate seats increased from 3,583 to 6,405 in FY23 to 73,157 in FY25. There are 13.86 lakh practitioners of modern medicine registered as of July 2024, which converts into current availability for the whole population of the country in the ratio of 1 to 1263. The WHO standard norm of 1:1,000 seems to be attainable by 2030, with a conservative 50,000 doctors being licensed every year till 2030. Thus, numerical shortage of physician availability in India is perhaps no longer a primary concern. However, there are some larger concerns warranting attention. These are discussed below. The issue of affordability. Unlike other professional education streams, fees for medical education is highly regulated. In case of government medical colleges, the respective state governments are responsible for fixation of fees. In the case of private unaided medical colleges, the fee structure is decided by a committee set up by the respective state government under the chairmanship of a retired High Court judge in pursuance of the directions of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. The National Medical Commission has issued guidelines for determination of fees and all other charges in respect of 50% of seats in private medical institutions and deemed to be universities. Despite such measures, fees remain high, at 60 Indian rupees lakh to 1 crore or more in the private sector, which holds 48% of MBBS seats. This highlights the opportunity to make medical education more accessible and affordable for all, particularly. 77 National Testing Agency, press release July 26, 2024. 78 Lok Sabha reply to starred question number 7 on February 2, 2024. 7 Lok Sabha reply to starred question number 7 on August 2, 2024. 80 Physician availability is calculated at 80% of registered doctors, as per norms and population of 140.07 crore for 2024, as projected in the report of the Technical Group for Population Projections, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare available at 81 Lok Sabha unstarred question number 31 on July 21, 2023. 82 157th Report on Quality of Medical Education in India, Department-Related Standing Committee on Health and Family Welfare February 2024. 325. For those from less privileged backgrounds. By reducing the cost of medical education, we can contribute to lowering healthcare service costs. If universal coverage is the goal, prioritizing cost and equity in medical education will be key to achieving it. The consequence is that every year thousands of students go abroad to around 50 countries, especially those with lower fees, such as China, Russia, Ukraine, Philippines, Bangladesh. Medical education abroad entails hardships of studying abroad and productive years of youth invested in repeated attempts at exams. The NETUG before taking admission, the foreign medical graduates exam on completing the course, and then complete compulsory internships of 12 months in India. FMGs in China and Ukraine had to return to India, dropping their education and faced uncertain prospect. The subsequent regulatory issues in addressing the difficulties faced by FMGs and the need to maintain standards in allowing them to practice in India has been a challenge and has required interventions of the courts in more than one occasion. The very low pass percentage of FMGs in the qualifying exam indicates subpar quality of medical education abroad, including lack of clinical training. As policy intervention to dissuade medical education abroad is crafted, keeping costs in India within reasonable limits is essential. Geographical reach. The availability of opportunities for medical education appears to be geographically skewed, apparent from the fact that 51% of undergraduate seats and 4% of postgraduate seats are in the southern states. Further, the availability is skewed in favor of urban areas, with the urban to rural doctor density ratio being 3.8 to 1. These patterns tend to follow the pattern in availability of healthcare services in general. It has been estimated that 75% of dispensaries and 60% of hospitals are in urban areas, where 80% of doctors serve. The imbalance in distribution can be attributed to the state/region level of economic development, demand for and expansion of healthcare services, and increasing market for medical value travel. The growth in the number of medical practitioners offers a prospect to improve the distribution of healthcare professionals across regions. While many graduates and specialists prefer to practice in their home states or in major cities due to better amenities and professional opportunities, this presents a chance to enhance healthcare access in rural and underserved. 83 Countrywide Performance in FMG 2023. 84 The FMG is conducted twice a year, and the average pass percentage in 2023 was 16.65%, with 61,616 candidates appearing, showing that the quality of education abroad is not on par with standards in India, and FMG then require multiple attempts to qualify. Students may require anywhere between a minimum of 8 to 10 years to become eligible to obtain the license to practice. 85 IBID 83 above. 86 as per numbers available for Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Maharashtra in Lok Sabha. Reply to starred question number 7 on February 2, 2024. 87 FAQs on National Medical Commission 201. 88 Mishra, S. Mohani, SK out-of-pocket expenditure and distress financing on institutional delivery in India. Int J Equity Health 18. 326. Areas. By offering incentives, improving infrastructure, and fostering professional growth in these regions, we can attract and retain healthcare professionals, ensuring a more balanced and equitable distribution of doctors to strengthen public healthcare services nationwide. Specializations. There is also a skewed distribution of seats in favor of specializations like radiology, dermatology, gynecology, cardiology, while specialties like psychiatry, geriatrics, etc. are neglected. The current shortage of specialists across specialties will further aggravate in streams that are currently not preferred but will be required in the future. Demand for postgraduate education is not restricted by the need for clinical practitioners. These doctors form the resource pool for research and development in advanced fields of medicine, pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, etc. They are also crucial as faculty and trainers of the next generation. While we focus on increasing facilities for specializations, it is also necessary to maintain distribution across geographies and streams. Remuneration. Market estimates indicate that remuneration of fresh graduates is around 5 Indian rupees lakh, and senior doctors earn between 12.5 Indian rupees minus 18.4 lakh per annum in cities. This is almost similar or lower to the packages that are available to other graduates at the entry level. The attraction towards the medical profession, as seen from the consistently increasing number of aspirants, seems to arise more from the social status attached to it rather than its earning potential. This may mean that the availability of meaningful work and commensurate remuneration may reduce with increase in the number of doctors available in the future. This would reinforce the already occurring migration of doctors from India into greener pastures. The OECD countries reported in 2021 that there were close to 1,000 physicians from India in their workforce, and migration in 2021 alone was over 2,800 physicians. Increased public and private sector investments into medical education is in effect creating a global health workforce. The trends in migration need to be factored while incentives for service in public health system are calibrated to ensure availability of doctors in rural areas. Other issues. Quality of education is directly related to the availability of qualified and experienced faculty and the clinical exposure at the hospital. Regulatory requirements in terms of both are robust. Noncompliance carries penalties, including the cancellation of recognition of courses. The NMC is empowered to monitor and penalize such noncompliance. Measures such as CCTV cameras and an Aadhaar-based attendance system, which are centrally monitored by the national regulator, have been put in place. The granularity of regulations may appear necessary given that medical profession deserves to be of the highest quality possible, but also seem overbearing in terms of associated compliance and monitoring costs. Despite the 157th Report on Quality of Medical Education in India, Department-Related Standing Committee on Health and Family Welfare February 2024, Para 2.7-2.150. 327. Elaborate regulations and monitoring. Issues like shortage of faculty, ghost faculty, low patient load in hospitals, etc., continue to affect the quality of training. There may be need to revisit the incentive-disincentive and design of regulatory measures to improve compliance, reduce costs, and prevent associated rent-seeking. The success of any policy, including regulatory ones, lies in its execution. If outcomes do not align with our goals, or if there are unexpected effects, it is essential to take a step back and refine these policies to make them more meaningful and impactful. Conclusion. To address the uneven distribution of seats and to expand the availability of seats, the central government is supporting the states through 3 centrally sponsored schemes, viz. the construction of new medical colleges, creation of infrastructure for expansion of MBBS and postgraduate seats. The regulatory reform process started with the setting up of the NMC in 2001. NMC has since brought into effect broad-based regulations specifying minimum standards for establishment of colleges, increasing number of seats, opening new courses, introduction of a competency-based curriculum, minimum qualification, and training of teachers, etc. In collaboration with the Quality Council of India, a rating and accreditation system for medical colleges has also been proposed. With all these efforts being made and the private sector remaining an active participant, the medical education landscape presents large opportunities for the future and presents a bigger challenge to policymakers than any other field of professional education does. Towards a healthy nation. 11.40 Health is a crucial component of human capital and a valuable asset for a prosperous and stable economy. It boosts productivity, reduces healthcare needs, enhances life expectancy, and supports social development. Furthermore, good health is foundational for the young generation to achieve their aspirations and contribute to society. The emphasis on health is important given that India is emerging into an economic powerhouse driven by its youthful population. Through concerted efforts by individuals, communities, and policy interventions, a robust and healthy generation of adults can be raised. Government initiatives, including preventive measures, universal access to high-quality healthcare, strengthened public health infrastructure, and advancements in medical education, have collectively contributed to making healthcare in India more accessible and affordable for all. 1. 328. Estimates of the National Health Accounts 2021 to 22. 11.41 A study on the association of government health expenditures and health outcomes based on OECD countries shows that health expenditures, economic growth, and healthcare provision reduce infant mortality while positively impacting life expectancy. Health expenditures have increased worldwide, as it has in India too. 11.42 According to the latest National Health Account statistics for 2021 to 22, released in September 2024, the total health expenditure in FY22 is estimated to be Indian rupee 04 for 61 crore. The per capita has shown an increasing trend since FY1. 2 PIB release of Prime Minister's Office dated October 2, 2024 3 Anwar A. Haider S. Mohammed Noor N. and Yunus M. Government Health Expenditures and Health Outcome Nexus, a study on OECD countries. Front. Public Health 11:112-375. DOI 10.338/FUB.2023.112375 https:// For who? Countries are spending more on health, but people are still paying too much out of their own pockets. Who? 5 National Health Accounts estimates for 2021 to 22. 6. That constitutes current and capital expenditures incurred by government and private sources, including external funds. 329. Chart 11.6. Total health expenditure per capita and as a share of GDP. Source: National Health Accounts, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. 11.43 out of the current health 11.43 out of the current health expenditure is Indian rupee 7,760 crore, and capital expenditure is Indian rupee 1,14,701 crore. An increase in the share of capital expenditure from 6.3% in FY16 to 12.7% in FY22 is a positive sign, as it will lead to broader and better health infrastructure. 11.44 Government health insurance schemes constitute a 5.87% share in healthcare financing schemes, out of which social insurance schemes like Employees State Insurance Corporation, Central Government Health Scheme, and Ex-Servicemen Contributory Health Scheme have a 3.24% share. Government-supported voluntary insurance schemes like Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, state-specific government health insurance schemes, etc., have a 2.63% share in healthcare financing schemes. 11.45 The increase in government spending on health has an important implication for the reduction of financial hardship endured by households. In the view of the country between FY15 and FY22, the share of GDP has increased from 2% to 48.0%. 7 CHE constitutes only recurrent expenditures for healthcare purposes, net all capital expenditures. 8. 101 GHG constitutes spending under all schemes funded and managed by union, state, and local governments, including quasi-governmental organizations and donors, and case funds are channeled through government organizations. It has an important bearing on the health system, as low government health expenditures may mean high dependence on household out-of-pocket expenditures. 330%. During the same period, the share of out-of-pocket expenditure in the declined from 62.6% to 3.4%. Source: National Health Accounts, MHFW. 11.46 APMJY has played a decisive role in the significant reductions observed in OPE through an increase in Social Security and primary health expenditure, with over 1.25 Indian rupees lakh crore in savings recorded. Other initiatives, such as the free dialysis scheme, have benefited around 25 lakh people. The reduction in OPE goes hand in hand with increased public spending in healthcare, demonstrating progress towards universal health coverage. The ABPMJY has revolutionized healthcare by providing health coverage. 102 OP are expenditures directly made by households at the point of receiving healthcare. This indicates the extent of financial protection available for households towards healthcare payments. 103 PIB release of MHFW dated September 23, 2024. 104 Pradhan Mantri National Dialysis Program. 331. To bottom 40% of India's most vulnerable populations. It covers over 12 crore families, or approximately 55 crore individuals, and is the world's largest health assurance scheme, offering annual hospitalization benefits of up to 5 Indian rupees lakh per family for secondary and tertiary care. Launched to address health inequities, ABPMJY prioritizes the poorest segments of the population based on the socio-economic caste census 2011, adopting a holistic and need-based approach. This initiative aligns with India's commitment to the SDGs, ensuring no one is left behind. As of January 1, 2025, over 36.36 crore Ayushman cards have been issued. Key statistics of ABPMJY are given below. 11.48 On September 11, 2024, the expansion of ABPMJY was approved to include senior citizens aged 70 and above, irrespective of their socio-economic status. This initiative provides free health coverage of up to 5 Indian rupees lakh per family, benefiting approximately 6 crore senior citizens across 4.5 crore families, regardless of income. Eligible seniors will receive a dedicated Vandana card to access the scheme's benefits. Additionally, those already covered under the scheme will get an exclusive top-up of 5 Indian rupees lakh annually for their healthcare needs, separate from their family's coverage. As of January 15, 2025, more than 40 lakh senior citizens have been enrolled in the scheme. 11.4 While the government's health initiatives play a crucial role in improving access to healthcare and ultimately enhancing health outcomes in the country, the overall health of a population is also affected by other socio-economic factors. These factors include sanitation, education, nutrition, early child development, and personal habits. Transforming healthcare for tomorrow. 11.50 Healthcare infrastructure is essential to a functioning healthcare system, ensuring access to quality medical services and promoting public health. This includes hospitals, clinics, healthcare professionals, medical institutions, health centers, and information technology systems that work collaboratively to provide care. 11.51 Over the past few decades, India has made significant progress in health infrastructure, driven by advancements in medical technology and expanded public health programs. Initiatives like Ayushman Bharat, the PM Ayushman Bharat, 105 PIB release of MHFW dated December 2024. 332. Health Infrastructure Mission and the Free Drugs Service Initiative have transformed healthcare delivery. The progress made in public health infrastructure follows. 11.52 Ayushman Bharat, launched in 2018, AB represents a paradigm shift from selective health services to a comprehensive continuum of care, addressing prevention, promotion, and treatment across primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. By transforming sub-health centers and primary health centers, Ayushman Arogya Mandars have been operationalized in rural and urban areas, offering a universal, free, and expanded package of preventive, promotive, curative, palliative, and rehabilitative services closer to communities. Table 11.2, Fact Sheet of Ayushman Arogya Mandar. 11.53 PM ABIM. Launched in October 2021, the mission is being implemented over 5 years from FY22 to FY26, with the aim to strengthen the public health infrastructure to fill critical gaps in health infrastructure, surveillance, and health research, spanning both the urban and rural areas. Table 11.3, Fact Sheet of PM ABIM. 106/1, 75, 560 Ayushman Arogya Mandar have been operationalized till December 31, 2024. 11.54 FD-SI. To reduce OPE for patients at public health facilities, the government launched the FD-SI under the National Health Mission. This provides financial support to states/UTs for ensuring the availability of essential drugs, 106 drugs at SHCs, 172 drugs at PHCs, 300 drugs at CHCs, 318 drugs at sub-district hospitals, and 381 drugs at district hospitals. The FD-SI ensures drug quality by procuring only from good manufacturing practices certified manufacturers and conducting mandatory post-supply testing of medicines at the National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, accredited laboratories before distribution. 11.55 Commitment to universal vaccine coverage and health equity. The Universal Immunization Program is one of India's most impactful public health initiatives, providing life-saving vaccines to millions of newborns and pregnant women annually. Launched as the Expanded Program on Immunization in 178, it was rebranded as UIP in 185, extending coverage from urban to rural areas to bridge healthcare disparities. 11.56 Currently, the UIP offers 11 vaccines free of cost, protecting against 12 vaccine-preventable diseases. A child who has received Bacillus-Calmette-Guerin, 3 doses of oral polio vaccine, 3 doses of pentavalent, and 1 dose of measles rubella by the first year of age is called a fully immunized child. With full immunization coverage for FY24 at 3.5% nationally, the UIP continues to safeguard public health and ensure equitable access to essential vaccines. 11.57 The Jan Aushadhi scheme, launched to provide affordable medicines, has gained significant momentum, achieving record sales in 2024 and expanding to over 14,000 kendras nationwide. Despite challenges like quality concerns, supply issues, and thin profit margins for pharmacists, the scheme has improved access to low-cost drugs. Awareness campaigns, expanded product offerings like sanitary napkins, and increased rural outreach have boosted its impact, particularly for low-income groups and those with chronic illnesses. For example, Jan Aushadhi distributors in Kerala reported expecting significant year-on-year turnover growth, driven by the addition of new Jan Aushadhi Kendra, expanded product offerings, and awareness camps initiated under Pharmaceuticals and Medical Devices Bureau of India and Department of Pharmaceuticals directives. While profitability remains a hurdle for pharmacists and suppliers, the growing demand by consumers highlights the enduring need for affordable healthcare solutions. 107 PIB release of Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers dated October 23, 2024. 108 Mint. After intensive care, People's Pharmacy Jan Aushadhi sees healthy sales spike. 334. Disruptive technology providing seamless and equitable healthcare. 11.58 Technology integration in healthcare delivery ranges from the utilization of wearable devices for timely diagnoses and recommendations of personalized treatments to telehealth technologies that connect patients and health professionals in a virtual space, all aiming to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Public health professionals now have numerous opportunities to implement innovative public health technology solutions to enhance patient care significantly. Some of the initiatives of the MOHFW for the integration of technologies are discussed in this section. 11.5 UN. The UN portal marks a transformative step in India's immunization efforts, digitizing vaccination records for pregnant women and children up to 16 years under the UIP. This user-friendly platform enables seamless access to immunization records, flexible scheduling, and anytime access and anywhere vaccination. Beneficiaries can self-register via the web portal or mobile app, track schedules, and receive SMS reminders for upcoming doses. UN also generates QR-based e-vaccination certificates and facilitates the creation of Ayushman Bharat health accounts for parents and children, supporting holistic digital health management. The portal is accessible in 11 regional languages. Over 1.7 crore pregnant women and 5.4 crore children are registered digitally and tracked more than 26.4 crore vaccine doses in real time. 11.60 eSanjeevani, the national telemedicine service, has emerged as the world's largest telemedicine implementation in primary healthcare. It has served over 31.1 crore patients through 1.2 lakh AAM spokes, which are served by 16,447 hubs and 676 online OPDs with support of more than 225,286 doctors, medical specialists, super specialists, and health workers. 11.61 Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, launched in September 2021 with the aim of creating a national digital health ecosystem. It supports universal health coverage and is the necessary backbone for an integrated digital health infrastructure in the country. Table 11.4. Fact sheet of ABDM. 10. 110 as of November 27, 2024, it has registered 7.44 crore beneficiaries, conducted 1.26 crore vaccination sessions, and recorded 27.84 crore administered doses. 111 data updated as on November 4, 2024 at 335. 11.62 The integration and use of technology have the potential to offer viable solutions to problems of quality, accessibility, and affordability. One such example is the potential to prevent loss of lives and save time by leveraging drones for the delivery of medicines in difficult geographies and in times of emergencies. Box 11.9. Aerial Angels, changing the healthcare landscape. Drones are transforming healthcare in India by ensuring rapid delivery of life-saving medicines and collecting samples from remote and inaccessible areas, proving indispensable during emergencies. Their ability to navigate diverse terrains, such as roads, water bodies, forests, and high-rise buildings, makes them highly effective and reliable in the most challenging conditions, making it crucial in emergencies, potentially preventing the loss of lives. The WF launched the project Medicines from the Sky in collaboration with the government of Telangana in September 2021 in the Vikarbad district in Telangana. This program was the first of its kind in Asia to deliver medicines and jabs to test the feasibility of medium-range delivery options. Later, in 2022, the project was carried out in Arunachal Pradesh with the aim of analyzing the response of the state's healthcare system when integrated with drones. As of October 2024, the key progress highlights for Arunachal Pradesh are: it was observed that the delivery times had drastically improved, with trips reduced from 8 hours by ground transport to just 22 minutes by drone, cutting emergency response times and saving lives in critical situations. The International Civil Aviation Organization recognized the project's achievements for its innovative use of drones to enhance health supply chains in the region. 112. 113 World Economic Forum. India is revolutionizing healthcare with drone deliveries. https://336. The project iDrone was launched under the aegis of the MOHFW in October 2021 with the view to assess the feasibility of using drones to deliver vaccines and medical supplies. The exercise was conducted in rugged geographical terrains of the Northeast, including land, islands, foothills, and across the hills. Following the study's success, this initiative has been expanded and it now includes delivering medical essentials at high altitudes in Himachal Pradesh, transporting TB samples in Telangana, and moving pathological samples in Karnataka. Key statistics about iDrone. Drones have significant potential to deliver essential goods to vulnerable populations, helping to overcome access barriers and facilitating faster delivery of life-saving medicines. Advancing healthcare through AI. 11.63 The National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence developed by NIDI AI discussed how AI could help address the challenges of quality, accessibility, and affordability for a large section of the population. The strategy emphasized how AI combined with robotics and the Internet of Medical Things can potentially become the new nervous system for healthcare, providing solutions to address healthcare problems and helping the government achieve universal health for all. 11.64 As per NASCOM, the widespread adoption of AI in healthcare can create new opportunities for the sector and bridge the accessibility, affordability, and quality gaps. Adoption of AI can help reduce drug discovery and delivery costs. It can improve the quality of medical devices, improve diagnosis accuracy, and enable real-time monitoring of remote patients. For healthcare providers, AI helps streamline the overall patient journey, assists clinicians in reducing misdiagnosis, and enables personalized treatments and preventive care. One of the use case examples of how AI can efficiently deliver services and enhance the accessibility of healthcare for citizens are presented in Box 11.10. 114 PIB release of MHFW dated October 4, 2021. 115. 116 IBID Note 115 above. 117 National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence. 118 Advancing Healthcare in India, Navigating the Transformative Impact of AI. NASCOM. 2024. 337. Box 11.10. Use of teleradiology and AI in silicosis management. Silicosis is a debilitating lung disease caused by inhaling silica dust. It is associated with severe comorbidities such as tuberculosis, cancer, ischemic heart disease, bronchitis, and infections from bacteria and fungi. The Rajasthan state government has set a new benchmark in public health management of this disease, which is widespread in the state due to sandstone mining activities. The state government is effectively using digital X-rays, teleradiology, and AI to streamline the diagnosis of silicosis. The technology was developed by training an AI model on a vast dataset of overlabeled chest X-rays. By leveraging AI technology, the government enabled the automatic detection of the disease, making the diagnostic process faster and more accurate. This technology has significantly improved the identification and treatment of silicosis patients. The government also introduced DBT Self-Approval Portal, which allows diagnosed patients to receive financial assistance directly into their bank accounts, bypassing the previously cumbersome administrative procedures. This system ensures that those affected by silicosis receive timely relief. 11.65 Another example of technology integration in healthcare is the eSwasthya Dam portal launched by the Uttarakhand government. The portal helps monitor the Char Dham Yatra pilgrims' health parameters and offers a variety of benefits for pilgrims, including the ability to generate an ABCHE in under 2 minutes. Creating the ABCHE helps provide a reliable and secure identity for devotees, enabling them to manage their health records digitally. This system will also ensure prompt assistance for citizens in case of emergencies. As a result, it facilitates the smooth journey of pilgrims. 11.66 Despite its great potential, AI adoption in India is still in its 11.66 Despite its great potential, AI adoption in India is still in its early stages. In 2023, 34% of healthcare organizations in India were piloting AI projects, and 16% had moved their generative AI initiatives into production. However, the adoption of AI in the Indian healthcare sector faces several challenges, including a lack of specialized talent, data complexities, and difficulties in scaling up. This requires attention going forward. The impact of lifestyle and work culture on mental well-being. 11.67 Mental well-being is often conflated with happiness or mood. However, it is beyond that. It is the ability to navigate life's challenges and function productively. 11 Pradeep Kadawari and Anand Krishnan Plapali. Impacting life in rural Rajasthan through emerging technologies. August 2020. 120. 121. 122 PIB release of MHFW dated July 11, 2024. 123 IBID Note 118 above. 338. Mental well-being encompasses all our mental, emotional, social, cognitive, and physical capabilities. This can also be construed as the mind's composite health. 11.68 The Economic Survey 2023-24 recognized mental well-being as an economic issue and highlighted, in some detail, the increasing prevalence of mental health issues worldwide and in India and its likely impact on the economy. It emphasized a whole-of-community approach to tackling mental health problems. In this survey, we take the discussion forward. 11.6 Data suggests that mental well-being is not static. Indeed, there are a myriad of factors, including workplace culture, hours spent working, and lifestyle, that influence mental well-being. This section presents the results of a short survey conducted to understand how lifestyle, work culture, family bonds, eating habits, etc., are affecting the mental health of citizens in the country. Although a few prior surveys have been conducted to assess mental health in India, they do not allow us to have this understanding. 11.70 Since 2021, the Sapien Labs Center for Human Brain and Mind, India, has been collecting data on a comprehensive measure of mental well-being from over 150,000 internet-enabled individuals in India. The data is dynamic. Each month, an additional sample of about 2,000 to 3,000 individuals residing in India gets added to the database. In the months of October and November of 2024, a special survey focused on understanding the impact of work culture, family bonds, eating habits, pastimes, and exercise on mental well-being and productivity was conducted by the center. This survey was conducted online on 5,233 digitally enabled individuals between 18 to 64 years of age. 11.71 The center uses a comprehensive measure of mental well-being that explicitly accounts for an individual's ability to function and is not based on a symptom-based assessment that has been widely used previously. The measurement utilizes the MHU or Mental Health Quotient Assessment that evaluates 47 aspects of mental function spanning 6 dimensions. These aspects include both mental health. 124 National Mental Health Survey of India, 2015 to 2016 Prevalence, Patterns and Outcomes, supported by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and implemented by National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bengaluru, in collaboration with partner institutions. 125 Patel v. et.al. Million Death Study Collaborators. Suicide Mortality in India, a nationally representative survey. Lancet. 2012 June 23, 37:2343-51. doi 10.1016/S0140-673660606-0. PMID 227265117 PMSID PMC 424715. 126, 54% were females, 45% males, about 20% reported household incomes less than 1 lakh per year, and 10% reported household incomes between 1 to 3 lakhs/year, and about 70% had incomes greater than 3 lakhs/year, 15% lived in Delhi, and 45% lived in cities that were not one of the following: Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, or Chennai. Individuals from 36 states/union territories were part of the sample. 339. Symptoms, as well as the positive aspect of mental function, and are queried on a life impact scale. The score ranges from -100 to 200, categorized from distressed to thriving. 128. 12. The MHU score is calculated from the responses provided. 11.72 Work culture comprises the myriad of factors that define an individual's experience at work, including work amount/load, manager and peer relationships, and perceived control. Global data, mirrored in India, suggests that work culture strongly impacts mental well-being. In the survey, workers employed in the formal economy in India were asked to rate various work factors on a scale from 1 to, where 1 was the worst and 9 was the best. 128 Newson, J.J., Sequoy, O., and Tyagarajan, TCMHU, constructing an aggregate metric of population mental well-being. Popul Health Metrics 2216. 12 Newson, J.J., Pastuk v. Tyagarajan, T.C. Assessment of population well-being with the mental health quotient, validation study. JMR Health 2022, E34105. 130 Please see. 131 Sapien Labs Rapid Report. Work culture and mental well-being. 340. 11.73 Individuals with the best manager and colleague relationships report a 100-point higher mental well-being score compared to their counterparts working with the worst manager/peer relationships. Similarly, those reporting the best workload report 80 points or 27% greater mental well-being than their counterparts with the worst workload. 11.74 Further, individuals who report the best pride and purpose at work have a 100-point greater mental well-being score and a 120-point greater well-being score than those who report the worst. In addition, individuals in fully remote work situations have a mental well-being score about 50 points lower than counterparts in either fully in-person or hybrid work models, suggesting that social interaction at work is essential to preserve mental well-being. 11.75 While the hours spent at work are informally considered a measure of productivity, a previous study has documented adverse health effects when hours exceed 55 to 60 per week. Spending long hours at one's desk is equally detrimental to mental well-being. Individuals who spend 12 or more hours at a desk have distress/struggling levels of mental well-being, with a mental well-being score approximately 100 points lower than those who spend less than or equal to 2 hours at a desk. According to the survey, 11.76 while promoting a better workplace culture will lead to better mental well-being, lifestyle choices and family situations also play a significant role. Results of the survey show that individuals who rarely consume ultra-processed or packaged junk food have better mental well-being than those who regularly do. Similarly, those who rarely exercise, spend their free time on social media, or are not close to their families have worse mental well-being. 132 since MHU is calculated on a 300-point scale. A 100-point higher score translates into A** 100 equals 33%. 133 Pega F. Nefrati B. et al. Global, regional, and national burdens of ischemic heart disease and stroke attributable to exposure to long working hours for 14 countries, 2000 to 2016. A systematic analysis from the WHO/ILO Joint Estimates of the Work-Related Burden of Disease and Injury. Environment. CEP 154:10655. DOI 10.1016/J.Invent.2021.10655. 341. Chart 11.10 Mental Well-Being and Lifestyle. 11.77 While the low levels of mental well-being are worrying, the ramifications of these trends on the economy are equally disturbing. Chart 11.11 shows that individuals with well-being scores between -100 and -50 are unable to work about 15 days a month, while those with scores between 100 and 150 are unable to work 3 days a month, and those with scores about 150 are unable to work only 2 days a month. In addition to impacting mental well-being and lifestyle, the workplace culture also affects productivity. 11.78 The survey results show the extent to which lifestyle choices and workplace culture are associated with the number of days an individual is unable to work/month. Better lifestyle choices/workplace cultures and family relationships are associated with 2 to 3 fewer days lost per month at work. Having poor relationships with managers and low pride and purpose at work are associated with the largest increases in the number of days one is unable to work. The findings also suggest that multiple factors affect productivity. For example, even in jobs with the best managerial relationships, about 5 days per month are lost. This is because workplace culture is but one factor in the determination of productivity. A study by the WHO finds that globally, about 12 billion days are lost annually due to depression and anxiety, amounting to a financial loss of $1 trillion. In rupee terms, this translates to about 7,000 Indian rupees per day. 134 Self-reported measure of productivity is used. 135 Chisholm, D. Sweeney, K. Sheehan, P. et al. Scaling up treatment of depression and anxiety, a global return on investment analysis. The Lancet Psychiatry, 3, 415 to 424. 342. 11.7 Lifestyle choices and workplace culture are critical for mental well-being and, hence, productivity. If India's economic ambitions are to be met, then immediate attention must be given to lifestyle choices that are often made during childhood/youth. Furthermore, hostile work cultures and excessive hours spent working at the desk can adversely affect mental well-being and ultimately put the brakes on the pace of economic growth. 11.80 The increase in mental health issues in children and adolescents is often linked to the overuse of the internet and, specifically, social media. Jonathan Haidt, in his book The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Children is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness, which has now been voted as the Book of the Year by Goodreads, provides a researched assessment of adolescent mental health. He suggests that the arrival of the phone-based childhood is rewiring the very experience of growing up. The recent announcements by Government of Australia to ban the use of social media by children below 16 years of age is a testimony to the gravity of the situation. Similar interventions are being discussed in Sweden and Spain, as per news report. 11.81 While these interventions at government level are being contemplated, there is an urgent need for school and family-level interventions to encourage healthy pastimes. Investing time in building close family bonds would go a long way towards keeping children and adolescents away from internet and 136 Sapient Labs, India Rapid Report. Mental state of India, the internet-enabled youth. 137 A caveat to these findings is that the data used here is only from the digitally enabled population. Google and Facebook ads were used to recruit respondents to take the MHU survey. It is therefore possible that the data are skewed towards those for whom mental health is a problem who took the survey to know their mental well-being score. However, this worry is not completely justified since the sample also includes individuals with good mental health scores. Over 30% report MHU scores 100 or higher, placing them in the succeeding/thriving range. Finally, the association shown here of lifestyle and work culture on mental well-being and productivity cannot strictly be interpreted as a causal effect. 138.13 Sierra Leone and Leone's Mod. Australia plans to implement age limit to ban children from social media. 343. Improving mental well-being. In many ways, returning to our roots may allow us to reach further for the skies in terms of mental health. 11.82 In summary, given the direct cost to human welfare and the spirit and sentiment of the nation, putting mental well-being at the center of the economic agenda is prudent. The scale of the problem is immense as discussed in the Economic Survey 2023-24. Post facto treatment will not be sufficient. It is about time to find viable, impactful preventive strategies and interventions. India's demographic dividend is riding on skills, education, physical health, and, above all, mental health of its youth. 11.83 Recognizing this, the government is committed to creating an accessible and inclusive mental health ecosystem. The Economic Survey 2023-24 highlighted various initiatives aimed at addressing mental health and well-being. The National Mental Health Policy, 2014, provides an overarching vision for mental health in the country. The Mental Health Care Act, 2017, lays down a rights-based framework for accessible and dignified mental health services. Currently, 47 mental health institutes are operational across the country. Additionally, the government supports mental health services at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels under the National Mental Health Program. A dedicated telemedicine cell at the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, supports armed forces personnel and their dependents. The telemedicine mobile application, launched on October 10, 2024, provides a comprehensive mental health mobile platform. Additionally, video consultations on telemedicine have been initially rolled out in Karnataka, Jammu and Kashmir, and Tamil Nadu, and will be scaled nationwide. Impact of lifestyle choices on health. 11.84 An individual's lifestyle, encompassing habits like diet, sleep, device use, and exercise, profoundly impacts overall well-being. This section discusses the crucial role of lifestyle on an individual's health. 11.85 According to WHO, non-communicable diseases are the reason behind the death of 41 million people each year, equivalent to 74% of all deaths globally. Of all NCD deaths, 77% are in low and middle-income countries. The burden of NCD risk factors arises partly from population growth and aging. 11.86 According to the 2017 study report, India, Health of the Nation states by the Indian Council of Medical Research, the proportion of deaths due to NCDs in India increased from 37% in 10 to 61.8% in 2016. The four major NCDs are cardiovascular diseases, cancers, chronic respiratory diseases, and 140. 344. Diabetes. These diseases share four common behavioral risk factors: unhealthy diet, lack of physical activity, tobacco use, and alcohol consumption. 11.87 Recognizing the growing NCD challenge, the MOHFW launched the National Program for Prevention and Control of NCD, the erstwhile National Program for Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Diseases, and Stroke. The program has significantly strengthened healthcare infrastructure, decentralizing services and ensuring quality care reaches rural and remote areas. Table 11.5 Healthcare infrastructure developed under NPNCD. 11.88 Population-based screening initiative. To enhance early NCD detection, the government launched the PBS initiative targeting individuals age 30 and above for screening for common NCDs. The National NCD Portal, introduced in 2018, manages patient data and integrates health records with ABCHE IDs. As on date, 42.2 crore individuals enrolled, and 3.80 crore individuals were screened for diabetes, hypertension, and common cancers, enabling timely interventions and reducing long-term healthcare burdens. 11.8 Among other factors, lifestyle choices play a crucial role in the prevention of NCDs. Reducing excess calorie intake and improving dietary quality may help prevent many primary and secondary cardiovascular events. The section on mental well-being discussed how the intake of ultra-processed food is associated with mental well-being. Box 11.11 dwells on the impact of intake of UPF on the physical health of an individual. Box 11.11 Ultra-processed food and health impacts. From sweetened breakfast cereals, soft drinks, and energy drinks to fried chicken and packaged cookies, UPFs have undeniably marked their formidable presence in everyday. 141 PIB release of MOHFW dated 8 February 2022. 142. 143 D. Chazarayam. Global Trends of Chronic Non-Communicable Diseases Risk Factors. Ur. J. Public Health. 201-2. CKZ 185.16. doi. 10.103/urpub/CKZ. doi. 10.103/urpub/CKZ 185.16. 144 UE. Malik vs. WHO FB Cardiovascular Disease Prevention by Diet Modification. JCC Health Promotion Series. J. AM. Call. Cardial. 2018-72:14. 26. doi. 10.1016/J.Jack.2018.02.085. 345. Diet. The NOVA food classification system categorizes UPFs broadly as ready-to-eat products characterized as industrial formulations composed of substances extracted from food, along with additives for taste enhancement. These foods are generally energy-rich with high levels of sugar, salt, and unsaturated fats and are nutrient deficient as they are made from ingredients derived from a limited variety of crops such as wheat or soy. The National Dietary Guideline 2024 identifies UPFs as food and beverage products that have undergone extensive industrial processing and contain a high number of additives, such as preservatives, sweeteners, emulsifiers, and other substances that are not commonly used in culinary preparations. Convenience, hyperpalatability, affordability, longer shelf life, and vigorous advertising and marketing strategies have made a conducive environment for the thriving business of UPFs in India. WHO India reports that between 2011 and 2021, the value of retail sales in the UPF segment grew at a CAGR of 13.7%. Though there was a YOY growth rate decline from 12.7% to 5.5% during 2020, the very next year, it was 11.2%. According to the HCS 2022-23, almost 0.6% of the food budget in rural areas and 10.64% in urban areas is spent on beverages, refreshments, and processed food. There is enough research to show that the shift in dietary practices from unprocessed to semi-processed and to UPF items exposes an individual to a wide range of adverse health outcomes ranging from obesity, chronic inflammatory disorders, cardiovascular diseases, and mental disorders. Being lower in fiber content, UPFs are observed to lead to weight gain and obesity in adults and children. Studies from across countries show a 145 Montero, C. A. ET.AL. Nova. The Star Shines Bright. World Nutrition, 7, 28-38. 146 Nova Food Classification System, which was designed by Center for Epidemiological Studies in Health and Nutrition, School of Public Health, University of São Paulo, Brazil. Nova helps people group foods according to the extent and purpose of the processing they undergo. The Nova system classifies foods into 4 categories. Nova 1 includes unprocessed or minimally processed foods. Nova 2 comprises culinary ingredients. Nova 3 covers processed foods. And Nova 4 includes ultra-processed foods. 147 Indian Council for Medical Research, National Institute for Nutrition National Dietary Guidelines, https:// 148 World Health Organization. The Growth of Ultra-Processed Foods in India, an analysis of trends, issues, and policy recommendations. World Health Organization Country Office for India. 14. PRID equals 2026672. 150 Bisley M, Schrower B, Magine C, Alice B, and Gallen P. Ultra-processed food intake in association with BMI change and risk of overweight and obesity, a prospective analysis of the French Nutrinet Santé cohort. Pilo Esmed, 2017, E1003256. 151 Levy RB, Rauber F, Chanke, and Vamosi P. Ultra-processed food consumption and type 2 diabetes incidence, a prospective cohort study. Clin Nutter. 2021 40:3608. 14. 152 de Miranda RC, Rauber F, de Marais MM, and Levy RB. Consumption of ultra-processed foods and non-communicable disease-related nutrient profile in Portuguese adults and elderly. The Upper Project. BRJ Nutter. 2021 125:1177, 87. 153 Dickin, S.J., Batterham, RL Ultra-Processed Food and Obesity. What is the evidence? Kernut Rep 13, 23-38. 154 Martini D, Godos J, Benacho M, Vitalian P, and Grossochi. Ultra-Processed Foods and Nutritional Dietary Profile, a meta-analysis of nationally representative samples. Nutrients. 2020 113:330. 155 Podi JM, Bragaby, Cheen B. Ultra-processed food intake and obesity. What really matters for health processing or nutrient content? Perobes Rep 2017 Dec 6:420-431. DOI 10.1007/S1367-017-0285-4. PMID 207-1481 PMSID. PMC 5787353. 346. Direct association between exposure to UPFs and 32 health parameters spanning mortality, cancer, and mental, respiratory, cardiovascular, gastrointestinal, and metabolic health outcomes. They also indicate that greater exposure to UPFs leads to anxiety outcomes, mental disorder outcomes, prevalent adverse sleep-related outcomes, heart disease-related mortality, type 2 diabetes, depressive outcomes, wheezing, obesity, and cancer, and higher risks of mortality. Further, there are also evidences that UPFs may hamper with immunity and may lead to increasing gut impermeability and can cause bacterial imbalance in the gut, with adverse implications to immunity. Increased and frequent consumption of UPF is associated with an increased risk of multimorbidity, which refers to the prevalence of multiple chronic conditions due to non-communicable diseases for an extended period of time. Historically, the correlation between poor dietary intake and adverse mental health has been documented. There is growing evidence that the level of food processing influences dietary quality and impacts mental health. Studies also substantiate that increased consumption of UPF has an adverse impact on the mental well-being of children and adolescents. Multiple studies link highly processed food with low mood, depression, and anxiety. Increased frequency of intake of UPF impacts mental health function, including cognition, adaptability, and resilience. Also, they can lead to depression, anxiety, and long-term psychological distress. India has made strides in addressing its growing disease burden as a result of UPF through notable interventions such as advertising and claims regulations, 2018 School Children Regulation, 2020, and the Food Safety and Standards Regulations, 2020. The Consumer Protection Act, 201 addresses the issue of lack of a clear definition of misleading advertisement and prescribes fines for such advertising of unhealthy food products. To date, much of the policy and public messaging about unhealthy food where the regulations have focused on specific nutrients, saturated fats, sodium, and sugar. 156 Lane, et.al. Ultra-processed food exposure and adverse health outcomes. Umbrella review of epidemiological meta-analyses. BMJ 384 E077310. 157 Filet, et.al. Consumption of ultra-processed foods and cancer risk. Results from the Nutrinet SAMP Perspective Cohort. BMJ 360 K322. 158 Whalen, K. Bansal, S. Lindsay, J.O. et al. Ultra-processed foods and food additives in gut health and disease. Natrev gastroenterol hepatol 21, 406 to 427. 15 Cordova, R. et.al. Consumption of ultra-processed foods and risk of multimorbidity of cancer and cardiometabolic diseases, a multinational cohort study. The Lancet Regional Health, Europe, 35. 160 Lane Gamage E, Travica N. And Marks W. Ultra-processed food consumption and mental health, a systematic review and meta-analysis of observational studies. Nutrients. 2022 June 21st 14:2568. DOI 10.330/new141. DOI 10.330/new141-32568. PMID 3580774 PMSID. PMC 268228. 161 O'Neill A. Quirk SE, Housden S., and Jacka FN. Relationship between diet and mental health in children and adolescents. A systematic review. AMJ Public Health. 2014 October 104. E31-42. DOI 10.2105/AJPH.2014.302110. PMID 252080008 PMSID. PMC 4167107. 162 Hecht, EM, Rabel, A. Steele, EM, and Hennekens, CH. Cross-sectional examination of ultra-processed food consumption and adverse mental health symptoms. Public Health Nutrition, 25, 3225 to 3234. 163 Edgehead HS, et.al. Association between junk food consumption and mental health problems in adults, a systematic review and meta-analysis. BMC Psychiatry. 24. 10.1186/S12888-024-0588-8. 347. The way forward. The huge business of UPF segments has been built on hyper-palatability of food items and marketing strategies involving misleading advertisements and celebrity endorsements targeting consumer behavior. Often unhealthy packaged food items are advertised and marketed as healthy products. For example, breakfast cereals, Tetra Pak juices, and chocolate malt drinks, often advertised as healthy and nutritious, come under the category of UPF based on their ingredients. Misleading nutrition claims and information on UPFs need to be tackled and should be brought under the scanner. Setting standards for permissible levels of salt and sugar and ensuring checks for UPF brands to adhere to the regulations are also required. Many countries, including Brazil, Canada, Chile, France, Mexico, Israel, Peru, the UK, and Uruguay, have been implementing the nutrient profile model for labeling and restricting marketing as proposed by the Pan American Health Organization in 2016. In 2011, Denmark introduced a tax on saturated food products. Mexico has imposed a surcharge on carbonated drinks and a tax on junk food. Making consumers conscious about what they eat, its ingredients, and associated side effects is important not only to counter the intake of UPF, but also to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Understanding the ingredients of packaged food, the ill effects of UPF, and healthy food choices should be a part of the school curriculum. Since UPF brands often target children and adolescents, massive awareness of the potential risk factors of UPF is of utmost necessity. Generating health-conscious consumers can further motivate and incentivize various UPF brands to come up with healthy alternatives or minimize the extent of the negative effects of the UPFs. This calls forth for enormous behavior change campaigns and awareness-generating sessions. Efforts also need to be directed to promote local and seasonal fruits and vegetables and facilitate positive subsidies for healthy foods such as whole foods, millet, fruits, and vegetables to improve their availability, affordability, and consumption. A study by Nutrition Advocacy and Public Interest/Breastfeeding Promotion Network of India 2023 recommended that efforts to curb the harmful impact of UPFs should be free from food industry influence. The MOHFW should urgently define nutrient thresholds for sugars, salt, and saturated fats to regulate advertising, adopt warning front-of-pack labels, and impose stricter marketing restrictions on unhealthy foods, especially targeting children under 18. Schools, hospitals, and public areas should eliminate UPFs, while incentives should promote affordable, healthy food production. High GST rates and amendments to consumer protection laws could deter misleading advertising. Additionally, a coalition of civil society and government entities, free from conflicts of interest, is vital to educate the public and counter food industry interference. 164 Jensen J.D., Smed S., Arup L., Nielsen E., Effects of the Danish saturated fat tax on the demand for meat and dairy products. Public Health Nutr. 2016 Dec. 1:3085-304. doi 10.1017/S136880015002360. EPUB 2015 August 26. PMID 26306-542 PMCID. PMC 102-70788. 165 World Trade Organization. Mexico, Tax Measures on Soft Drinks and Other Beverages. Status Report regarding implementation of the DSB recommendations and rulings in the dispute Mexico. Tax Measures on Soft Drinks and Other Beverages. 166 Junk Push. Rising Ultra-Processed Food Consumption in India. Policy, Politics, and Reality. 2023. https:// The government has been making dedicated efforts to promote healthy foods and an active lifestyle by implementing initiatives such as Eat Right India and Fit India movement. By prioritizing whole, minimally processed foods rich in nutrients, fiber, and essential vitamins, individuals can lower their consumption of unhealthy additives, excess sugar, and refined grains often found in processed foods. This proactive shift not only enhances physical health, but also supports mental clarity and sustained energy. A multi-pronged approach would be required to address the concerns emerging from the increased inclusion of UPFs in diets in India. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India could consider bringing UPFs under regulation with a clear definition and standards, including stricter labeling requirements. Improved monitoring of branded products to ensure compliance would help build consumer confidence. A 22-country study established that self-regulation has not been very effective in this regard. 16. 170 Further, consumer protection efforts can be strengthened to deal with aggressive marketing. And 349. Rural infrastructure. 11. 1. The summary of progress made under various schemes and initiatives for rural infrastructure development is as follows. Table 11.6. Progress of rural infrastructure development schemes. 171. 172. 173. 174. 175. 11. 2. For the development of particularly vulnerable tribal group under Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyaya Mahabhiyan. A separate vertical has been launched under PMGSY by relaxing the population norms up to 100 to provide the connectivity to unconnected PVTG habitations. A total of 8,000 kilometers of road length is targeted to be constructed under this vertical. The implementation period is till March 2028. A total of 1,557 roadworks of 4,781.44 kilometers of road length have been sanctioned till January 2025. Rural housing, a milestone for identity and economic growth. 11. 3. For most families in India, owning a house is both a milestone and a leap in living standards, especially for the rural poor, where it signifies identity and well-being. Beyond meeting basic needs, rural housing drives local employment and the economy and serves as a durable credit asset that enhances family welfare. 11. For providing housing for economically deprived rural households has long been integral to India's development strategy. Aligning with SDG Goal 11.1 on safe and affordable housing in India's vision of housing for all, the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin was launched on April 1, 2016. The Government of India has approved Phase 4 of PMGSY to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations based on the population criteria of Census 2011. The PMGSY 4 will incorporate international benchmarks and good practices in road construction. The survey of habitations has started through GIS-based app. The PM Gati Shakti is being utilized to plan and implement the program. Box 11.12 discusses the outcomes of PMYG, which is not merely providing housing but also many attended benefits that the scheme is bringing to the lives of the rural people. 176. 177. 351. Box 11.12. The many outcomes of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin. PMYG aims to provide a pucca house with basic amenities to all houseless families and families living in Kutcha and dilapidated houses in rural areas by 202. The construction of 2.6 crore houses has been completed with support under the scheme since 2016. The scheme has been extended to construct an additional 2 crore rural houses over the next 5 years, i.e. till 202. Holistic design and efficient implementation elements of the scheme have contributed to its success. The target beneficiary identification is made on the basis of a waitlist derived from the Socio-Economic Caste Census 2011 and Awas Survey 2018, done for this purpose and then verified by the Gram Savas. Recently, the number of objective exclusion criteria used for the identification of beneficiaries has been reduced from 13 to 10 to enhance inclusivity in the target group. The Awas Survey 2024 is also underway to verify eligible beneficiaries. The scheme operates on the DBT model, where assistance is credited directly into the beneficiary's bank account, and construction work is monitored through geotagged photographs. Evaluation study, July 2001, shows that the introduction of DBT as well as geotagging has reduced the levels of administrative clearances required and the time taken for funds to be released as verification became more efficient. It improves fund utilization of the scheme as it reduces leakages. DBT under the scheme has improved financial inclusion in rural areas. PAVL, a repository of designs of housing typologies that are suitable to different regions/states, has been developed and made available to the beneficiaries. These designs incorporate elements of disaster resilience, the use of eco-friendly local materials and skills, the use of cost-effective technologies, etc. A rural mason training program has been developed in partnership with the Construction Skill Development Council of India and the National Skill Development Corporation and launched as part of the scheme to improve the availability of skilled/trained masons in rural areas for construction under the scheme and other works. So far, 843 masons have been trained and certified. With the above measures on average, the time taken for the construction of one unit has improved to 114 days under PMYG from 314 days under IY. The scheme has been a source of employment for laborers, masons, and artisans. The construction of a house under PMYG generates direct employment of approximately 314. 178-17 National Institute for Public Finance and Policy NPFP, July, 201. Impact of reforms in Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Gramin available at 180 NIPFP, December, 201. Evaluation of governance parameters of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, available at 181 is on December 2, 2024, and on basis of information received from CSCI. 182 IBID Note 17 above. 352. Person days, which includes 81 skilled, 71 semi-skilled, and 164 unskilled person days. The total direct employment generated for houses completed in the first 2 years of the scheme was 4.82 crore person days for skilled labor and 7.60 crore person days for unskilled labor. Extrapolating the estimates, it is seen that more than 12 crore man-days of skilled labor and almost 250 crore man-days of unskilled labor could have been employed since 2016. The study also shows that indirect employment from the backward and forward linkages to construction activities is considerable and beneficial to the rural economy. The Awasoft MIS and Awaz app enable the implementation of all functions and transactions of the scheme and evidence-based monitoring. This is open to the public, allowing more transparency. The use of emerging technologies, such as AI/ML-based object detection in house images and georeferencing, enhances transparency and enables better deduplication of PMYG assets. Additionally, an eKYC app integrated with Aadhaar and equipped with AI-enabled face authentication technology is used to verify PMYG beneficiaries. The scheme reserves a minimum of 60% of targets for SC/ST households, with 5.58 lakh SC houses and 58.57 lakh ST houses completed. 5% of the target is reserved for differently abled beneficiaries, and another 5% prioritizes housing for families affected by natural disasters. Scheme has placed a special focus on women's empowerment, with 74% of sanctioned houses owned by women solely or jointly. PMYG converges with schemes like Manrega, SBMG, Jal Jeevan Mission, and Suryaghar, ensuring beneficiaries access to water, toilets, LPG, electricity, and solar energy. An evaluation shows that the ease of living of beneficiaries is enhanced due to the construction of the house, and 88% of respondents confirmed improvements in the standard of living with the construction of houses. The scheme is one of the key interventions facilitating SDG achievements, specifically in terms of the percentage of households living in kucha houses. Localizing SDGs, powering rural progress. 11. 5. Localization of SDGs ensures that rural development aligns with global goals, addressing basic amenities such as housing, sanitation, water supply, and electrification. This approach drives inclusive growth and improved quality of life at the grassroots level. SDGs localization is being pursued at the Gram Panchayat level through Village Panchayat development plans under Mission Anyodaya and the 183 NPFP, April 2018 Impact of PMYG on Income and Employment. 184 Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. 185 Niti Aayog, Evaluation of CSS Scheme, Rural Development Sector, in respect of PMYG 2020-21. 186 Niti Aayog SDG India Index 2023-24. 187 Mission Anyodaya. Mission Anyodaya Dashboard 2020. Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. 353. Transformation of Aspirational Districts Program, adopted in 2018 with districts as the lowest level of implementation. Accelerating forward, the preparation for a local indicator framework at the GP level is already in the process, where 9 themes have been designed spanning across the 17 SDGs. Box 11.13 discusses these initiatives. Box 11.13, Localization of Sustainable Development Goals. The adoption of 17 SDGs in 2015 marked a paradigm shift in how the world understood and prepared itself to pursue the development agenda. India continues to wholeheartedly accept, engage, and progress with the idea of SDG implementation. Our timely submission of voluntary national reviews of 2017, 2020, and 2023 and the adoption of the SDG Index reflects India's commitment to the cause. The call for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047 lays the roadmap for achieving the SDGs. A whole-of-the-government strategy with an emphasis on cooperative and competitive federalism among states is being followed. The collaborative competition approach, supported by comparative rankings on SDG progress, has generated momentum among states and complements the strategy. There is a global shift towards the localization of SDGs to achieve the goals by 2030 and increase the rate and impact of progress. SDG localization is the process of adapting and customizing these goals and translating them into local development plans and strategies that fit the needs, context, and priorities of a particular region or locality in coherence with national frameworks. This approach places local communities at the center of sustainable development and anchors development action on the principles of subsidiarity, inclusion, partnership, and multilevel governance. This approach places local communities at the center of sustainable development and anchors development action on the principles of subsidiarity, inclusion, partnership, and multilevel governance, with adequate data and financing availability at the local level. In India, state governments have been proactive and have laid out strategies and frameworks for achieving SDGs at various administrative levels. Some states have extended their indicator frameworks to the district and block levels, ensuring that local budgets align with SDG objectives. This multi-layered approach to SDG implementation is based on the Indian model of SDG localization comprising 4 key pillars: creating institutional ownership, fostering collaborative competition, enhancing capacities, and embracing a whole-of-society approach. 188 Niti Aayog. Aspirational Districts Program. Government of India. 18 United Nations Voluntary National Reviews. 1011 United Nations Interagency Policy Briefs, Accelerating Progress on the 2030 Agenda from Local to Global Levels, United Nations. 12 Niti Aayog, SDG India Index 2023-24. 354. Kerala offers a replicable model for SDG localization. Kerala uses a robust, community-based model that leverages its strong local governance institutions. Awareness and community engagement efforts focus on educating local officials on the relevance of poverty alleviation and environmental resilience, which are led by state and national leaders. The local self-government department, with technical support from the Kerala Institute for Local Administration, have developed comprehensive guidelines and processes to incorporate SDGs into local planning. They also train stakeholders in SDG-aligned development and data collection. The state has a real-time SDG dashboard to monitor the panchayats and is able to use such localized data for decision-making and to provide insights on development indicators. Localization efforts are driven by the SDG coordination centers in states and UTs by governments in partnership with implementing agencies. Currently, SDG CCs are operational in 10 states/UTs, namely Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Karnataka, Nagaland, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and Uttarakhand. These centers play a pivotal role in supporting and facilitating implementation on the ground. This is achieved through integrated policy making, fostering interlinkage and synergies, establishing monitoring systems, adopting a convergence-based approach, and fostering participation at all levels of government among all stakeholders. Over the past 6 years, the SDG CCs have established a strong foundation for understanding and ownership of the SDGs at the state level. With all levels of government fully committed to achieving the SDGs, there has been a shift in departmental mindsets towards adopting result-based, integrated planning. Through continuous training and hand-holding support, departments are increasingly aligning their efforts with outcome-linked planning and budgeting. This evolution has fostered evidence-based decision-making and the identification of viable solutions to reach the most vulnerable population first, realizing the principle of leaving no one behind. Niti Aayog is transitioning to SDG coordination and acceleration centers as we approach the 2030 deadline. The STCACs will uphold the current SDG-CC approach while encouraging innovative solutions, scaling up successful initiatives, and fostering synergistic collaborations among diverse stakeholders. They aim to go beyond the planning department and intensify engagement with other key departments. Especially the finance department go beyond the whole of the government approach and foster the whole of the society approach for the systematic and sustained participation of civil society organizations and private sectors, and have an interconnected approach to challenges by identifying critical actors and working towards a collaboration. In conclusion, the localization of SDGs ensures that rural development is in harmony with international goals, focusing on essential services like housing, sanitation, water supply, and electrification. This strategy promotes inclusive growth and enhances the quality of life at the grassroots level. 13 SDG CCs are specialized project management units within state government departments of planning, economics and statistics or finance to align the planning process with the SDGs. https://SDG Knowledge Hub. Other measures towards rural welfare. 11. 6. Food, nutrition, health, and WASH. To address health, nutrition, WASH, and sanitation issues, DANRLM implements FNHW interventions, focusing on promoting the consumption of produce from nutri-gardens, poultry, small ruminants, and dairy. Currently, FNHW interventions are being implemented in 536 blocks across 682 districts. 11. 7. Social inclusion and gender. State rural livelihoods missions have developed state-specific strategies to integrate DNR-LIM components in community institutions, addressing issues such as child education, early marriage, asset creation for women, and violence against women. Currently, 32 SRLIMs are implementing these gender interventions. 11. 8 gender resource centers are being established to address gender issues at the local level, supported by gender point persons who sensitize SHG members on gender-based violence and discrimination. GDPs are trained by gender community resource persons, who build capacity in both SHG members and the 356. 11.102 The Graham-Niles Act, 2008 aims to provide access to justice at the grassroots level in rural areas. As of October 2024, 313 Graham-Niles have disposed of over 2 lakh cases from December 2020 to October 2024. 11.103 The National Social Assistance Program is a social security program for the vulnerable section of our society. The objective of the program is to provide a basic level of financial assistance to old age, widows, and disabled persons as well as to bereaved households in the event of the death of the breadwinner belonging to the below poverty line. NSAP caters to 3.0 crore BPL beneficiaries. Further, states/UTs are also providing financial assistance to additional 5.86 crore beneficiaries through state pension schemes. Therefore, around 9 crore beneficiaries are covered under the pension safety net of the country at an estimated annual expenditure of more than 1 Indian rupee lakh crore. Enhancing rural incomes. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission. 11.104 DNR-LIM is a flagship poverty alleviation program, launched in 2011 with the aim to reduce poverty by enabling poor households to access gainful self-employment and skilled wage employment opportunities, resulting in sustainable and diversified livelihood options for the poor. This is one of the world's largest initiatives to improve the livelihoods of the poor. 11.105 The mission seeks to achieve its objective through investing in 4 core components viz. Social mobilization and promotion and strengthening of self-managed and financially sustainable community institution so the rural poor women. Financial inclusion, sustainable livelihoods, and social inclusion, social development, and access to entitlements through convergence. 11.106 The program leverages community resources to build institutions and promote livelihoods, with trained SHG members serving as CRPs in various roles like Pashasiki, Krishisiki, Banksiki, Bimasiki, CRPP, Pasansiki, etc. The key program components and their progress is as follows. 15. PRID 2078-816 based on inputs received from more than 17 cumulative progress of key components. 357. Table 11.7. Progress under key program components of DNR-LIM. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. 11.107 The MNREGA 2005 aims at enhancing the livelihood security of households in rural areas of the country by providing at least 100 days of guaranteed wage employment in a financial year to every household whose adult members volunteer to do unskilled manual work. The physical progress of MNREGs is indicated below. Table 11.8. Key indicators on MNREGs. 11.108 Multiple efficiency reforms have been introduced to fully utilize the scheme. To ensure probity and elimination of leakages, geotagging before, during, and after the work is being done. 8% payments are through National Electronic Fund Management System. Wages are transferred under DBT. Aadhaar-based payment has been enabled for 6.3% of total active workers. 0.23% of total successful transactions for wage beneficiaries has been processed through APS and DEC 2024, and social audit units have been set up in 28 states/UTs. 11.10 While MNREGs began as a wage employment scheme, it has evolved. 11.10 While MNREGs began as a wage employment scheme, it has evolved into a durable rural asset creation program for sustainable livelihood diversification, as seen in the rise in the share of individual beneficiary works on individual land, from 16.2% of total completed works in FY15 to 71.2% in FY25, the share in terms of 359 for everyone, enabling them to achieve their professional and personal goals. With the focus on education, health, skilling, and innovation, with improved social and economic infrastructure, the aim is to achieve welfare for all. 11.112 While the education and health system has made significant progress through various initiatives aimed at achieving national goals, there is a critical need to enhance the delivery mechanisms. By rethinking and improving these systems and integrating innovation and technologies, one can ensure that benefits effectively reach the last mile and are fully realized by those who need them most. 11.113 The importance of focusing on learning outcomes is underscored by reports revealing the gap between class standards and actual learning levels. To address this gap and enhance learning outcomes, it is crucial to implement innovative teaching methods and strategies that prioritize peer learning, social and emotional development, digital literacy, and life skills. These approaches will not only boost academic performance but also foster cognitive and critical thinking skills among students. 11.114 Policymaking in India emphasizes preventive health to enhance life expectancy, quality of life, and economic growth through lower healthcare costs and improved productivity. The National Health Policy 2017 advocates universal health coverage, affordable care, and prevention of NCDs. Advancements in physical and digital infrastructure, including eSanjeevani, UWN, IndiChim, drones, and AI, have improved healthcare access, particularly in underserved areas. Mental health initiatives and strategies to promote healthier lifestyles are crucial for addressing NCDs and boosting productivity. 11.115 The government's focus on rural infrastructure, housing, and livelihoods reflects a comprehensive welfare for all approach. By improving rural connectivity, sanitation, housing, access to drinking water, and social inclusion, alongside supporting microfinance, SHGs, and localization of SDGs, these initiatives ensure inclusive development. Together, they uplift rural communities, bridging gaps in equity and quality of life. 11.116 Regulatory institutions in the areas of health and education must constantly balance the needs of the society and that of the ease of provision of such services by the providers. Where the market can do an effective job, regulations can either be withdrawn or compliance made voluntary with disclosure. Tight regulations increase the compliance and supervision burden on state capacity that is already stretched. This gives rise to unfulfilled expectations on the part of the public. Therefore, for India to receive the demographic dividend in full in the coming years, regulatory institutions need to evolve to focus on allowing outcomes to happen without being fixated on. 360. Inputs. Trust-based regulation backed up by transparency and disclosure on the part of the regulated deserves a chance. Regulators must develop their assessment parameters and report on their own effectiveness transparently. There is no better way to demand right behavior than to set an example. 12 Chapter 361. Employment and skill development, existential priorities. India's labor market indicators have experienced substantial improvements in recent years driven by a robust post-pandemic recovery and increased formalization. According to the Periodic Labor Force Survey, the unemployment rate has significantly declined over time, alongside positive trends in labor force participation and the worker population ratio. Factory employment data further reflects the manufacturing sector's resilience. To fully capitalize on the demographic dividend, it is well recognized that creating quality jobs that offer sustainable livelihoods is crucial. Further, by prioritizing reskilling, upskilling, and new skilling, the government is aiming to align the workforce with global demands, enhancing both domestic and international employability. Simplifying compliances, promoting labor flexibility, and strengthening workers' welfare are vital for driving sustainable job growth. Lowering the fixed cost of doing business through deregulation will create room for enterprises to hire more. To boost women's workforce participation, prioritizing targeted skill development and providing entrepreneurial support is being pursued. Additionally, sectors like the digital economy and renewable energy offer vast potential for creating high-quality jobs, which is essential for achieving the Viksit Bharat's vision. Introduction. 12.1. As the crucial link between growth and prosperity, the quantity and quality of employment in an economy determines how economic growth sustainably percolates the masses. With around 26% of the population in the age group 10 to 24 years, India stands at the cusp of a once-in-a-lifetime demographic opportunity. As one of the youngest nations globally, India's economic success depends on integrating its growing workforce into productive and meaningful roles, ensuring inclusive and long-term growth. 12.2. In 2014, India was ranked as the 10th largest economy in the world. In under a decade, India surpassed the UK to reach the 4th position. She is poised to be the One State of the World Population Report 2024, United Nations Population Fund SWP 2024. Third largest economy by 2030, after the USA and China. By 2030, she will have a growing working-age population and healthy manufacturing sector. The country's demographic trend highlights the growing potential for a demographic dividend. The currently young population, with a median age of around 28 years, compared to the aging population of developed countries, is the key driver of the growth potential. 12.3. The declining dependency ratio, marked by the falling child dependency ratio following declining fertility rates, has contributed to this demographic advantage. This is further supported by a relatively gradual increase in the elderly dependency ratio due to increased life expectancy. The total dependency ratio has declined from 64.6% in 2011 to 55.7% in 2021 and is projected to fall further to 54.3% by 2026. The expanding working-age population offers opportunities for economic growth, provided these individuals are employed in productive sectors. 363. 12.4. The Economic Survey 2023-24 highlighted that the Indian economy must generate, on average, 78.5 lakh non-farm jobs annually until 2030 to productively engage its growing working population. Creating quality jobs remains an ongoing endeavor and a well-recognized national priority, pivotal to ensuring inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Further, the ambitions and aspirations of the workforce align with the need to generate employment opportunities to leverage the country's demographic dividend and to accelerate the structural transformation from farm to non-farm jobs. 7. Infant mortality rate is the number of infant deaths per 1,000 live births during the year. 364. 12.5. Against this backdrop, this chapter analyses the employment and skill development trends and challenges in the economy. The first section delves into the state of employment, focusing on the sectoral and gender distribution of the workforce and statewide trends. The second section focuses on job creation and outlines the government's actions to enhance employment opportunities. It highlights initiatives such as labor law reforms, potential sectors for job creation, and the role of skill development. The challenge of re-strategizing the skills development framework to prepare the youth for evolving industry requirements domestically and internationally is discussed in the third section. State of employment. 12.6. India has experienced good employment growth in recent years, following the nation's sustained economic momentum. The 2023-24 Annual Periodic Labor Force Survey report by the National Statistical Organization highlights a significant post-pandemic recovery in employment trends across India. The All India annual unemployment rate for individuals aged 15 years and above has steadily declined from 6% in 2017 to 18 to 3.2% in 2023-24. This recovery has been accompanied by an increase in the labor force participation rate and the worker-to-population ratio. Moreover, even under the stricter current weekly status criteria, employment levels have rebounded strongly in both urban and rural areas, reflecting a broad-based recovery since the COVID-19 pandemic. 12.7. In addition, the quarterly urban unemployment rate for people aged 15 years and above has shown improvement. The urban UR has dropped from 6.6% in Q2 FY24 to 6.4% in Q2 FY25. This positive shift aligns with a broader strengthening of workforce metrics in urban areas, as the LFER increased from 49.3% to 50.4%, and the WPR rose from 46% to 47.2% during the same period. 8. The period of the PLFS surveys is July-June. For example, the survey period for 2023-24 is July 2023 to June 2024. 9. For a person to be categorized as employed as per usual status, he/she must have pursued an economic activity for at least 30 days during the 365 days preceding the date of the survey. 10. UR is defined as the percentage of unemployed persons in the labor force. 11. According to the PLFS, LFBR is the percentage of working-age population engaged in work or making tangible efforts to seek work or being available for work, if it is available. Work includes self-employment, regular wage/salaried employment, and casual labor. WPR is defined as the percentage of employed persons in the total population. 12. In the case of CWS, the activity status is determined on the basis of a reference period of the last 7 days preceding the date of the survey. 13. Quarterly PLFS, MOSBI. 365. Chart 12. 4. Improvement in annual labor market indicators. Chart 12.5. Declining quarterly urban unemployment. Source: Quarterly PLFS, MOSBI note. Figures for current weekly status, 15 years and above. 366. 12.8. The 2023-24 annual PLFS report highlights encouraging trends in labor market conditions across India. Among the 36 states and union territories, only 12 have a WPR below the national average of 43.7%, and 12 fall short of the national LFBR average of 45.1%. Further, 14 states have achieved over a 10 percentage point increase in WPR, and 11 states have recorded a similar increase in LFBR compared to 2017 to 18. Source: Annual PLFS Report 2023-24, MOSBI. 14 states/UTs with more than 10 percentage points increase in WPR: Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Tripura, Jharkhand, Assam, Odisha, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Puducherry, Himachal Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. 15 states/UTs with more than 10 percentage point increase in LFBR from 2017 to 18. Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Tripura, Assam, Jharkhand, Odisha, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, and Rajasthan. 16 figures for usual status for all ages. For a person to be categorized as employed as per usual status, he/she must have pursued an economic activity for at least 30 days during the 365 days preceding the date of the survey. 12.9. The proportion of self-employed workers in the workforce has risen from 52.2% in 2017 to 18 to 58.4% in 2023 to 24. This shift reflects growing entrepreneurial activity and a preference for flexible work arrangements. While the share of workers in regular/salaried jobs decreased from 22.8% to 21.7% during the same period, the trend has stabilized since 2020 to 21, with employment levels either holding steady or showing gradual improvement. The decline in casual workers, from 24.9% to 19.8%, also indicates a shift toward more structured forms of self-employment. These changes suggest an evolving workforce that embraces flexibility and independence in response to industry transformations and individual preferences. 12.10. According to PLFS data, the shift in employment trends has been particularly impactful for women. While the proportion of women in regular wage/salaried employment decreased, more women engage in self-employment or contribute to household enterprises, especially in rural areas. For instance, in rural India, women's participation in regular wage jobs fell from 10.5% in 2017 to 18 to 7.8% in 2023 to 24, coinciding with an increase in women working as own-account workers/employers or helpers in household enterprises. In urban areas, salaried employment for women decreased from 52.1% to 49.4%. The bulk of the drop occurred in 2020 to 21, when it dropped to 50.1% from 54.2% the year before. This was accompanied by a rise in entrepreneurial ventures and flexible work roles. 12.11. Among rural women, the share of own-account workers/employers surged from 19% in 2017 to 18 to 31.2% in 2023 to 24, highlighting a significant move toward independent work and entrepreneurship. Similarly, the share of helpers in household enterprises, which represents unpaid family labor, grew from 38.7% to 42.3%, indicating a rise in family-oriented economic activities. The rise in casual wages could be one of the factors contributing to this increasing reliance on family labor within household enterprises. Urban areas also witnessed a positive shift, with own-account workers/employers increasing from 23.7% to 28.5% and helpers in household enterprises from 11% to 13.8% over the same period. 12.12 PLFS covers the period from July to June. Hence, the full force of the lockdowns in different states is felt in 2019 to 20. The impact of the pandemic felt in lost years of schooling, and the health of the elderly resulted in women leaving regular wage/salary work and taking up flexible work so that they could take care of children who stayed at home due to school closures and elders who needed extra care and attention. Subsequently, the enhanced flexibility that own-account work allows and the expanded 368 opportunities it has brought for women have seen this category grow in the share of overall employment. Chart 12. 7. The trend in broad category-wise employment status. Source: Annual PLFS Report 2023-24, MOSBI. 369. 12.13. Initiatives such as Mudra Yojana, Skill India, Startup India, and Stand Up India have played a pivotal role in fostering entrepreneurship, providing skill training, and supporting individuals in creating self-reliant and sustainable livelihoods. This ecosystem of support reflects the growing emphasis on empowering individuals to chart their own professional paths. Sectoral distribution of the workforce. 12.14. According to the PLFS 2023-24, the agriculture sector remains dominant in employment, with its share rising from 44.1% in 2017 to 18 to 46.1% in 2023 to 24. The share of industry and services sectors saw declines in employment share, with manufacturing falling from 12.1% to 11.4%, and services from 31.1% to 29.7% during the same period. The share of female workers in agriculture has increased significantly, from 57% in 2017 to 18 to 64.4% in 2023 to 24, whereas male participation in agriculture decreased from 40.2% to 36.3%. Greater male involvement in sectors like construction, trade, hotel, restaurant, transport, storage, and communication services is observed. Chart 12.8 Distribution of workers by broad industry division in 2023 to 24. 370. Source: Annual PLFS Report 2023 to 24, MOSPI Note. The other services category includes activities belonging to publishing, consultancy services, information services, financial and insurance services, real estate, legal and accounting, advertising, health and education services, tours and travels, arts, entertainment and recreation, etc. 12.15. In rural areas, female agricultural employment rose from 73.2% in 2017-18 to 76.9% in 2023 to 24%, while male participation decreased from 55% to 49.4%, reflecting a shift towards non-agricultural sectors during the same period. In urban areas, women predominantly work in other services, though this share declined slightly from 44.4% in 2017. In urban areas, women predominantly work in other services, though this share declined slightly from 44.4% in 2017 to 18 to 40.1% in 2023 to 24. Significant employment of females is also observed in manufacturing, trade, and agriculture. Male workers in urban areas are seen to be primarily employed in manufacturing, construction, and trade-related services. Rise in female LFBR, tapping into female labor for economic growth. 12.16. From the gender perspective, the female labor force participation rate has been rising for 7 years, i.e., from 23.3% in 2017 to 18 to 41.7% in 2023 to 24, driven mainly by the rising participation of rural women. The notable rise in the FLFPR is the primary driver of the overall improvement in the labor market indicators. 12.17. The FLFPR has improved across states. In 2017 to 18, 20 states/UTs had FLFPR of less than 20%. This number has gone down to 3 in 2023 to 24. Currently, most states have a FLFPR in the range of 30 to 40%. 7 states/UTs reported FLFPR greater than 40% in 2023 to 24, with Sikkim reporting the maximum rate of 56.9%. 12.18. The increase in the rural FLFPR largely drives the increase in FLFPR, which rose from 24.6% in 2017 to 18 to 47.6% in 2023 to 24. This rise could be attributed to women taking advantage of new opportunities brought about by the various government initiatives to promote female participation in the labor force. Box 12.1 discusses the possible reasons for higher FLFPR in India. It also elaborates on findings from a primary survey conducted in selected districts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh in November 2024 regarding the increase in FLFPR. Box 12.1. Factors influencing the female labor force participation. PLFS 2023-24 shows enhanced participation of women in economic activities across various categories, including rural and urban. This increase in FLFPR can partly be attributed to better capturing female workers in unpaid work by the PLFS survey. Further, the increase. 17 PIB release of Ministry of Labor and Employment dated November 18, 2024. 372. In the rural FLFPR can be attributed to the skilling initiatives and improved access to credit for diversified livelihoods provided to women's collectives under the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. The increased push of government towards encouraging entrepreneurship is also likely a key contributor to the increased participation of women in the labor force. Some of these initiatives are discussed in Box 12.2. To better understand the labor market choices of female workers, both paid and unpaid, a survey was conducted among married women aged 25 to 45 in rural areas who were relatively less financially privileged. The survey focused on those receiving loans from SHGs and represented a population poorer than the average Indian population. It was observed that 34% of surveyed women were engaged in paid work, most pronounced among poorer households. In the households below average levels of wealth in the sample, 46% of women are engaged in paid work. whereas less than 15% of women are engaged in paid work if they come from the top 10% of wealthiest households in the sample. Among women not engaged in paid work, 58% were engaged in unpaid work. This suggests that more than 70% of the married women were engaged in labor, directly generating greater household income. Further, about 55% of those currently out of the workforce cited household and childcare duties as barriers to entering the paid workforce. According to some research, gender norms and the associated responsibilities of childcare and household responsibilities are prominent reasons for women not taking up paid work despite the desire to do so. This finding highlights the care sector's vast potential for increasing FLFBR, as noted in the Economic Survey 2023-24. The Economic Survey 2023-24 highlighted the systemic barriers that impede job opportunities for women. To sustain and enhance women's participation in the workforce, it is essential to remove restrictions on women working in certain occupations. This responsibility lies with state governments. As women cite childcare responsibilities as a consideration in deciding on employment, childcare facilities and creches will go a long way in female participation in the labor force. Additionally, policies should prioritize targeted skill development and support for emerging sectors while encouraging transitioning from traditional to non-traditional roles. Aligning skill development programs with industry needs and adopting a long-term strategy focused on women and girls will prepare them for evolving job opportunities and help India effectively leverage its demographic dividend. Reshaping the labor market with an emphasis on women-led development is crucial for achieving gender parity and fostering inclusive economic growth. 18. This was part of the same survey done by Artha Global's Center for Rapid Insights as reported in Box 11.2 in Chapter 11. Artha Global's Center for Rapid Insights conducted a survey of approximately 2,400 married women between the ages of 25 and 45 in rural areas who were relatively less financially privileged, in selected districts of Bihar, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh in November 2024. The sample population is poorer than the Indian population on average. This demographic group was chosen for study because an increased female labor force participation rate has been observed among this group. Furthermore, as a popular target for DBTs in cash, as well as loans through SHGs from both the center and various state governments, a survey of this group allows for an analysis of patterns of consumption due to cash transfers and loans. 19. Jayachandran, S. Social norms as a barrier to women's employment in developing countries. IMF Economic Review, 69, 576 to 595. 373. 12.19. Women have been key beneficiaries of various initiatives designed to foster entrepreneurship. As of October 31, 2024, a total number of 73,151 startups with at least one woman director have been recognized under the Startup India initiative. This represents nearly half of the 139 startups supported by the government. 3,107.11 Indian rupees crore has been invested in 14 women-led startups through alternative investment funds. Since its inception in April 2021, the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme has approved 227.12 Indian rupees crore in funding for 1,278 women-led startups. Credit Guarantee Scheme for Startups has guaranteed 24.6 Indian rupees crore in loans for women-led ventures. These programs offer women entrepreneurs financial support, training, and mentorship, empowering them to start and scale their businesses. Harnessing the power of women entrepreneurs for India's economic future. 12.20. A recent World Bank paper highlights that promoting women-owned, growth-oriented enterprises could significantly boost FLFBR and economic growth in rural India. The paper emphasizes the importance of providing business development services to support and enhance women's entrepreneurial efforts. 12.21. Of the nearly 4.96 lakh people engaged in the khadi sector, over 80% are women artisans. It is estimated that more than 50% of persons practicing sericulture are women. Out of the total workforce engaged in the handicrafts sector, an estimated 56.1% are women. Certain crafts, like embroidery, mat weaving, etc., are practiced predominantly by women. As per the Handloom Census 2019-20, handloom activity in India is also dominated by female workers. 12.22. However, the reins of ownership and entrepreneurship still remain dominantly male-held. Only 22% of all micro, small, and medium enterprises are owned by women entrepreneurs. Diving further, as the size of the enterprise increases from micro to small and then to medium, women's share in ownership drops from 22% to 12% and further to 7%, respectively. However, this is not 20 PIB release of Ministry of Commerce and Industry dated December 10, 2024. 21. 21. 22 PIB release of Ministry of Commerce and Industry dated October 7, 2022. 23 IBID note 20 above. 24 Gupta, Urshia, Pinto, Ulrina Renita, Madhavan Kutty, Balakrishnan. Fostering Female Growth Entrepreneurship in Rural India. Washington, D.C., World Bank Group. 25 Annual Report 2023-24, Ministry of MSME. 26 Annual Report 2018-19, Ministry of Textiles. 27 PIB release of Ministry of Textiles dated March 16, 2022. 28 Data from Udyam Registration Portal, Ministry of MSME, Government of India not including informal microenterprise registrations done through Udyam Assist platform. 374. Unique to India, but is a ubiquitous trend. As per a report on gender diversity, women hold less than 1/4 of the world's board seats. Across India Inc., women only held 18.3% of board seats in 2023. Box 12.2 discusses some of the initiatives taken by the government to promote female entrepreneurship. Box 12.2, Government initiatives to boost female entrepreneurship. To give a fillip to women's entrepreneurship, various ministries/departments of the Government of India have launched several initiatives, some of which are presented below. 29 Deloitte Global 8th edition of Women in the Boardroom. A Global Perspective, March 2024. 30 based on inputs from M/OMSME. 31. 32 PIB release of M/OMSME dated December 12, 2024. 33. 34. 35. 375. 36. 37. PRID equals 1941361. 38. 39 launched in 2020, provides credit-linked subsidies for individuals and groups of women entrepreneurs. https:// 40. 41 PIB release of Ministry of Cooperation dated December 4, 2024. 42 National Cooperative Development Corporation. 376. Other flagship schemes. Besides these, certain flagship schemes of the Government of India, such as Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Dayan Relam, etc., are also oriented towards promoting women-led enterprises. Other schemes and initiatives, such as Yashasvini mass awareness campaigns, are also available for women entrepreneurship development. 12.23. Building a strong ecosystem for women's entrepreneurship requires innovative solutions alongside government initiatives focusing on credit access, skill training, and formalization. Rural women entrepreneurs face additional challenges, including limited business skills, market access, and technology gaps, compounded by a lack of mentorship and networking. Streamlining support through credit linkages, sensitizing bankers, and efficient delivery mechanisms is essential. Cost-effective strategies, such as raising awareness, providing skill training, and improving access to government benefits, can empower women entrepreneurs. Institutions like the Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship address systemic barriers, supporting women-led MSMEs with access to markets, credit, and growth opportunities. 12.24. NRLM partnered with GAME to empower rural women entrepreneurs through the Women Entrepreneur Financial Empowerment Program. The program improves credit access for rural women entrepreneurs by identifying and supporting aspiring individual rural women entrepreneurs through enterprise formalization, business planning, and loan application processes. This is done with the support of NRLM's ground cadres like Vidyasakhis. Vidyasakhis guide women on loan options and assist with bank visits, documentation, and business proposals, reducing bank linkage time. Under the initiative, 862 Vidyasakhis were trained. Outreach and assessment of 20,190 women entrepreneurs were done, 10,713 loan applications were submitted, 2,400 loans were sanctioned, and banks disbursed 30 Indian rupees lakh in loans to rural women entrepreneurs. Meanwhile, the Growtherator program accelerates MSME growth, fostering profitability, job creation, and long-term success through mentorship and peer networks. 12.25. Systemic challenges such as skill gaps, compliance barriers, and limited mobility restrict women's access to digital platforms. GAME's Women Economic Empowerment Program fosters gender-responsive policies to bridge this gap. It builds replicable models with private partners for rural e-commerce, social commerce, gig work, and job tech, enabling women entrepreneurs to participate actively in the platform. 43. 44 WeFEP was launched in 16 districts across Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. 45. 46. 377. Economy. The program aims to positively impact 2.5 lakh women across the digital platform economy by 2025. 12.26. We Hub. The Women Entrepreneurs Hub is a good example from the state of Telangana of how the support of the government can help women's entrepreneurship flourish. It is India's first state-led incubator for women entrepreneurs. We Hub was started with the mission to ensure that all women entrepreneurs in the country have access to technical, financial, governmental, and policy support required to start up, scale up, sustain, and accelerate with global market access. It has raised 177 Indian rupees crore in funding. 6,376 startups and SMEs have been incubated. It has engaged around 7,828 entrepreneurs and has launched 87 startup programs, and 75% of the startups survive beyond 2 years. 12.27. As women continue to overcome challenges and dismantle barriers, their progress drives empowerment, creates job opportunities, and builds the foundation for more inclusive economic growth. The growing participation of women in entrepreneurship can propel the country towards higher levels of development by tapping into their latent potential to contribute to economic activities. Trends in wages and earnings. 12.28. The 2023 to 24 PLFS results provide earnings data segmented by status, gender, and location. The average monthly earnings of workers vary across different segments. While the average monthly earnings for regular wage/salaried workers and self-employed workers grew at a CAGR of 5% during the period 2018 to 19 to 2023 to 24, the daily wage of casual workers increased at a CAGR of 9% during the same period. Earnings for self-employed workers showcased a dynamic trajectory, with a brief dip from 2017 to 18 to 2020 to 21, followed by a significant rebound post-pandemic. Nominal wages have shown good growth across all categories, outpacing growth in real wages. 47. 48. 49 data as of December 19, 2024. 378. Table 12.1. Average earnings segmented by employment status, gender, and location. Table 12.2. Trends in earnings. Note 1. For regular and self-employed workers, average monthly nominal earnings are reported. 2. For casual workers, the average per day earnings are reported. Source: Annual PLFS 2023 to 24 MOSBI. Chart 12.10 male and female. Chart 12.10 male and female earnings. 50 for self-employed persons in current weekly status. Information on earnings during the last 30 days from the self-employment activity in which the person was working as per current weekly status was collected. 51 for regular wage/salaried employees in the current weekly status. Information on earnings during the preceding calendar month from the regular wage/salaried work in which the person was employed in the current weekly status was collected. 52 for casual labor. Information on earnings was collected for the casual labor work in which the person was engaged for each day of the reference week. 53 average wage/salary earnings during the preceding calendar month from regular wage/salaried employment among the regular wage/salaried employees in CWS. 379. Source: Annual PLFS, MOSBI note. For calculating real wages, nominal earnings are divided by CPI combined. Trends in rural wages. 12.29. As per data of Labor Bureau, in FY25, rural wages rose at above 4% every month, YOY. On average, the nominal wage rate in agriculture grew by 5.7% for men and 7% for women. In non-agricultural activities, nominal wage growth was slightly lower for men, at 5.5%, but higher for women, at 7.9% during the same period. 12.30. When adjusted for inflation, the real wage rate in agriculture demonstrated modest growth, increasing by 0.6% for men and 1.8% for women. In 54 average wage earnings per day from casual labor work other than public works in CWS. 55 average gross earnings during last 30 days from self-employment among self-employed persons in CWS. 56 monthly nominal rural wage data reported by Labor Bureau for agricultural and non-agricultural activities. 380. Non-agricultural activities, real wage growth was particularly noteworthy for women, reaching 2.6%, compared to 0.4% for men during the same period. These trends highlight a steady improvement in real wages for rural workers, with women experiencing a comparatively stronger increase. Source: Monthly Rural Wage Rates by Labor Bureau Note. For calculating real wages, nominal wages are divided by CPA Rural. Wages in unincorporated sector enterprises. 12.31. As per the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises results for 2023 to 24, the average emolument per hired worker rose by 13% in 202,324 compared to 2022 to 23, with the average emolument per hired worker rising from Indian rupee 1.24,842 in 2022 to 23 to Indian rupee 1.41,071 in 2023 to 24, signaling improved wage levels. This growth, led by a 16.1% increase in the manufacturing sector average emolument per hired worker, is strengthening the labor market, boosting productivity, and driving economic demand. 12.32. The ASUS 2023 to 24 results highlight the notable labor market improvements of the non-agricultural unincorporated sectors, with hired workers increasing from 2.95 crore in 2022 to 23 to 3.15 crore in 2023 to 24, reflecting healthy employment growth. 57. The period for the survey is October 2023 to September 2024. 58. ASUS, conducted by NSESO, is a survey of unincorporated non-agricultural establishments belonging to three sectors, viz., manufacturing, trade, and other services. Ownership-wise, this survey covers unincorporated non-agricultural establishments pertaining to proprietorship, partnership, self-help groups, cooperatives, societies/trusts, etc. 381. 12.33. Beyond wage trends, examining corporate profits and wage share is crucial to understanding how income distribution between labor and capital influences productivity, competitiveness, and sustainable growth. The same has been discussed in Box 12.3. Box 12.3. Corporate profitability hits 15-year high even as wage growth moderates. Corporate profitability soared to a 15-year peak in FY24, fueled by robust growth in financials, energy, and automobiles. Among Nifty 500 companies, the profit-to-GDP ratio surged from 2.1% in FY03 to 4.8% in FY24, the highest since FY08. Large corporations, especially in non-financial sectors, significantly outperformed their smaller peers in profitability. However, while profits surged, wages lagged. A striking disparity has emerged in corporate India. Profits climbed 22.3% in FY24, but employment grew by a mere 1.5%. State Bank of India analysis reveals that 4,000 listed companies recorded a modest 6% revenue growth. At the same time, employee expenses rose only 13%, down from 17% in FY23, highlighting a sharp focus on cost-cutting over workforce expansion. Chart 12.12. Growth of key parameters of 4,000 listed entities. Source: Klein, SBI Research. Around 4,000 listed entities. Despite Indian companies achieving a stable EBITDA margin of 22% over the last 4 years, wage growth has moderated. This uneven growth trajectory raises critical concerns. Wage stagnation is pronounced, particularly at entry-level IT positions. 59. India Strategy. Nifty 50, 23,290. June 10, 2024. Motilal Oswal Financial Services. 60. IBID Note 59 above. 61. State Bank of India. Contours of inflation. 382. While the labor share of GVA shows a slight uptick, the disproportionate rise in corporate profits predominantly among large firms raises concerns about income inequality. A higher profit share and stagnant wage growth risk slowing the economy by curbing demand. Sustained economic growth hinges on bolstering employment incomes, which directly fuel consumer spending, spurring investment in production capacity. To secure long-term stability, a fair and reasonable distribution of income between capital and labor is imperative. It is essential for sustaining demand and supporting corporate revenue and profitability growth in the medium to long run. Japan succeeded in industrialization and in becoming a developed economy, despite its defeat in WW2 through a social contract between the government, the businesses, and workers. Wright Matthew C. Klein and Michael Pettis in Trade Wars Are Class Wars. Japanese workers, consumers, and retirees all subsidized industrial development by overpaying for goods and services, by taking home a lower share of national output than their counterparts in the West, and by using a financial system designed to transfer purchasing power from households to businesses. Japanese companies returned the favor by upgrading the country's manufacturing base, passing along productivity gains to workers, and refraining from excessive executive pay, while the government invested in top-tier infrastructure. Employment in factories. 12.34. The annual survey of industries results for the FY23 highlight the manufacturing sector's resilience, showing a more than 7% increase in employment over the previous year. This translates into an addition of over 22 lakh jobs in FY23 over FY19, underscoring the sector's robust post-pandemic recovery. During the pandemic in FY21, the sector lost approximately 5 lakh jobs. The growth of the sector in FY23 indicates a strong rebound of the sector as economic conditions improved. 62 reference period of the survey is April 2022 to March 2023. 63 The ASI, conducted by the MSBI, covers the organized manufacturing sector. Its coverage extends to the entire factory sector comprising industrial units registered under the Sections 2 and 2 of the Factories Act, 1948. With 10 or more workers with electricity or 20 or more workers without electricity. %20 summary %20 results %202022-23.pdf. 64 It may be noted that employment refers to total persons engaged, which includes the employees and all working proprietors and their family members who are actively engaged in the work of the factory even without any pay, and the unpaid members of the cooperative societies who worked in or for the factory in any direct and productive capacity. Note: TP, total persons engaged. 12.35. The results of ASI FY23 indicate a continued increase in the number of large factories, i.e., those employing more than 100 workers. The number of such factories saw a robust growth of 7% compared to FY22, while small factories also experienced a steady increase of 2%. Notably, large factories now account for around 22% of all operational factories, reflecting their growing presence and contribution to the industrial landscape. 12.36. In terms of the share of employment, large factories continue to employ about 80% of the total workers and 78% of the TP in the sector, whereas small factories, although larger in number, comprise a smaller share of employment in the sector. 12.37. 7 industry groups in the sector contribute to around 54% of the total employment. These are food products, textiles, basic metals, wearing apparel, motor vehicles, trailers and semi-trailers, machinery and equipment (NEC), and chemicals and chemical products. Other than these leading industries, industry groups representing computer, electronic and optical products and the manufacture of furniture have seen strong growth in employment compared to the pre-pandemic level, with around 50% growth in TP. This indicates a positive shift towards electronics manufacturing in India. 65 workers are directly involved in the manufacturing process or in activities incidental to the manufacturing process, such as cleaning and repair. They can be employed directly or through an agency. 66 IBID note 64 above. 384. Growing formal sector in India. 12.38. Formalization of the job market, as reflected in payroll data from the Employees Provident Fund Organization, indicates that government initiatives are helping foster greater economic formalization. Net additions to EPFO subscriptions have more than doubled, rising from 61 lakh in FY19 to 131 lakh in FY24. During the first 8 months of FY25, cumulative net additions reached 95.6 lakh, marking a 3% YOY increase compared to the 92.9 lakh recorded during the same period in FY24. EPFO membership stands at 32.7 crore as of March 2024, compared to 29.9 crore as of March 2023. 67 The EPFO data covers the low-paid workers and medium and large formal sector establishments. EPFO publishes subscription data every month, with a lag of 2 months. 12.39. In terms of industrial composition, expert services form the largest share of EPFO payroll addition, followed by trading other industries and trading commercial establishments. Over the years, expert services have consistently led in formal job creation, as reflected in net payroll additions. 12.40. Across age groups, the age group of 18 to 25 years contributed to 47% of the net payroll addition in April-November 2024. With nearly 61% of net payroll addition coming from less than 29 years of age, new jobs in the organized sector are mainly going to the youth. 12.41. The eShram portal was launched by the Ministry of Labor and Employment on August 26, 2021 to recognize unorganized workers. The portal helps register and support unorganized workers by providing them with a universal account number and for the creation of a comprehensive national database of unorganized workers. As of December 31st, 2024, over 30.51 crore unorganized workers have already registered on the eShram portal. 12.42. Further, in keeping with the vision of developing eShram as a one-stop solution for unorganized labor to have access to various social sector schemes, MOL launched the eShram one-stop solution on October 21st, 2024, which entails the integration of different social security/welfare schemes on a single portal, i.e., eShram. This enables unorganized workers registered on eShram to access social security schemes and see benefits availed by them so far through eShram. So far, 12 schemes of different central. 68. 69 PIB release of Ministry of Labor and Employment dated December 19, 2024. 386. Ministries/departments have already been integrated/mapped with the eShram. These include Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, Prime Minister Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, PM Awas Yojana Urban, PM Awas Yojana Gramin, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, etc. Job creation, action towards enhanced employment opportunities. Security versus flexibility, the role of regulation in job creation. 12.43. One key aspect of creating an enabling environment for businesses to grow is improving the ease of doing business and increasing flexibility in the labor market. In this regard, the government has worked to simplify labor laws. These reforms aim to foster job creation, enhance transparency, and improve accountability within the system. Box 12.4 informs about the progress on this front. Box 12.4, Labor Laws Strengthening Workers' Rights. The central government has formulated 4 labor codes, namely, the Code on Wages, 2019, the Code on Social Security, 2020, the Industrial Relations Code, 2020, and the Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code, 2020 after simplifying, rationalizing, and amalgamating the 29 existing central laws. The Code on Wages, 2019, was notified on August 8, 2019, and the remaining 3 codes were notified on September 29, 2020. The new labor codes constitute a significant step for workers' rights in India by strengthening the protection available to workers, including unorganized workers, regarding statutory minimum wage and its timely payment, social security, occupational safety, healthcare of workers, etc. The central government and 29 states/UTs have pre-published their draft rules under the 4 labor codes. Some of the remaining 7 states/UTs have pre-published their draft rules for 1 or more labor codes. Many states have already carried out various reforms in the spirit of the labor codes, such as increasing the threshold of the number of workers from 100 to 300 for prior approval of appropriate government before retrenchment/layoff/closure of establishments in factory/plantation/mining sector has been done by 14 states viz. Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Meghalaya, Punjab, and Odisha under existing Industrial Disputes Act. Himachal Pradesh has increased it to 200. 6 states viz. Bihar, Haryana, Goa, Punjab, Odisha, and HP have notified fixed-term employment under the existing Industrial Employment Act, 1946. 387. 15 states/UTs viz. Maharashtra, Goa, Haryana, Odisha, J&K, HP, Punjab, Uttarakhand, West Bengal, MP, Rajasthan, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Assam have allowed women to work in night shifts subject to fulfillment of safety provisions. 12 states/UTs viz. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan, Haryana, Goa, MP, Uttarakhand, Bihar, and Punjab increased the threshold from 20 to 50 for applicability of the Contract Labor Act, 1970. J&K and Ladakh increased the threshold from 20 to 40, and Himachal Pradesh increased the threshold to 30. 14 states/UTs viz. Haryana, Gujarat, Punjab, Karnataka, Uttarakhand, Andhra Pradesh, J&K, Ladakh, Bihar, HP, Assam, Odisha, Manipur, and Jharkhand have increased the threshold for applicability. 14 states/UTs viz. Haryana, Gujarat, Punjab, Karnataka, Uttarakhand, Andhra Pradesh, J&K, Ladakh, Bihar, HP, Assam, Odisha, Manipur, and Jharkhand have increased the threshold for applicability of the Factories Act from 10 to 20. 16 states/UTs viz. Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, HP, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Maharashtra, MP, Meghalaya, Punjab, Rajasthan, and UP have already increased the threshold for applicability of the Factories Act from 20 to 40. This increase in the threshold is significant as it extends the protection of the Factories Act to a larger number of workers, thereby enhancing workplace safety and labor rights. 7 states viz. Maharashtra, Haryana, HP, Odisha, Punjab, Karnataka, and UP have increased the ceiling of overtime hours from 75 up to 144 hours in any quarter. 12.44. Labor regulations play a significant role in safeguarding worker rights and holding firms accountable for their working conditions. The regulatory framework not only shapes the business environment and the competitive dynamics of firms and factories, but also ensures workers' well-being. Among these, occupational safety and health regulations stand out as foundational measures to ensure secure and dignified working conditions, providing a sense of security and confidence to the workforce. 12.45. Business experts, governments, economists, and management academics have repeatedly advocated for the role of working conditions, especially worker safety and well-being, in improving worker productivity. The role of OSH in enhancing worker productivity is discussed in Box 12.5. Box 12.5, Occupational Safety and Health, Labor Productivity, and the Role of Labor Laws. OSH regulations not only protect workers, but also enhance efficiency and productivity. These regulations can be viewed as an investment in the long-term health of businesses and the economy. Literature and studies show that improving working conditions and implementing 70. The Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code 2020 has been notified to consolidate and amend the laws regulating the occupational safety, health and working conditions of the persons employed in an establishment. 388. OSH improve the GDP. The role of OSH in improving worker productivity is significant. This positive correlation underscores the importance of focusing on the effective implementation of OSH laws, as it directly contributes to increased productivity and economic growth. The labor laws for OSH have been in place since the Factories Act of 1948, and over time, new regulations have been brought in with the Employees State Insurance Act of 1948 and the Building and Other Construction Workers Act of 1996. The new Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code 2020 has introduced several worker-friendly provisions to enhance occupational safety, health, and labor productivity. India's manufacturing and construction workforce are prone to workplace accidents. The Directorate General Factory Advice Service and Labor Institute monitors injuries in factories and major industries. Its data notes a decline in reported industrial injuries since 2015. The number of injuries has reduced from 5,500 in 2015 to 2,365 in 2020. Chart 12.17. Fall in the number of industrial injuries. Source: Fastly, Standard Reference Note, 2023. Challenges. While the national guidelines for responsible business conduct emphasize the role of businesses in ensuring OSH in supply chains, many leading corporations have yet to effectively implement these principles, as highlighted in SAFE in India Foundations. 71 Ministry of Labor and Employment, National Policy on Safety, Health and Environment at Workplace. 72 OSH and WC Code 2020. 73 Standard Reference Note, 2023. 74 Ministry of Corporate Affairs. 75 SAFE in India Foundation is a civil society organization that works to improve safety and social security for workers in India. SII has been supporting ESIC, including during COVID-19, and is working with the government of Haryana, MCA, M/O SEMI, etc. in these areas. Report available at https:// 389. Safety Needy Reports. The report highlights the prevalence of injuries due to inadequate safety sensors and audit and training lapses in the automobile sector, as an example. This underscores the need for the industry to improve focus on prevention, training, and compliance through monitoring and audits. Enlightened self-interest and long-term thinking require employers to realize that a safe, secure, and satisfactory workplace is the key to long-term employee morale and productivity. Ethical conduct and fairness in business are the signs and bedrock of a mature and developed society. Treating workers humanely and providing for their safety and looking after them when injured make as much business sense as it is the fair and ethical thing to do. Industry associations and collective bodies must champion this cause among their members. Addressing these challenges would be essential to fostering a robust and safe working environment across industries. Way ahead, technology-driven solutions, app-based worker reporting can significantly enhance monitoring efforts. A good example is the Philippines' online labor inspection system, which serves as a centralized digital platform for submitting safety records and accessing necessary templates. The Employee State Insurance Corporation data can help identify unsafe hotspots, enabling targeted actions. Additionally, incorporating a safety module in the ASI would improve the quality of safety data. Utilizing wearable technology in accident-prone areas, adopting the Internet of Things for risk detection in MSMEs, and offering affordable virtual reality training modules can greatly enhance safety standards. Additionally, employing blockchain technology for tracking of claims will improve the transparency of ESIC claims and audits. More substantial incentives. Implementing tiered safety protocols for various industries and simplifying regulations for smaller businesses can encourage compliance. Incentives such as safety awards, tax breaks, and a machine safety subsidy program can motivate industries to enhance their safety measures. An example of this is South Korea's voluntary safety certification. Furthermore, shared safety officers and subsidized training through public-private partnerships can further bolster industry support. For example, Thailand's Industrial Estate Authority provides shared safety services for industrial zones, including training, inspections, and safety audits. By adopting these measures aligned with occupational safety, health, and well-being, India can drive its manufacturing goals sustainably, thereby improving worker dignity, increasing business profitability, and enhancing labor productivity. 76. Safety Niti 2024. Safe in India Foundation. 77. Department of Labor and Employment Online Systems. 78. ILO. Labor Market Governance and the Future of Work, Ensuring Inclusive Growth. International Labor Organization. 79. 390. 12.46. India's labor regulations impose extensive compliance requirements on businesses. For example, the Factories Act of 1948 mandates the placement of spittoons, specifies the materials for toilet paper, and dictates the design of washrooms. Similarly, other laws, like the Minimum Wages Act and the Maternity Benefit Act, impose detailed specifications through rules on register paper colors, font sizes on wage slips, and the distance between work areas and creche facilities. Rather than focusing on essential safety and hygiene standards, these micromanaging regulations create unnecessary administrative burdens that hinder business growth. Implications of some of the laws on workers and firms are summarized in Box 12.6. Box 12.6. Flexible labor regulations, striking a balance for employment growth. Fostering an enabling environment that supports business growth is crucial for driving employment and economic development. However, there are instances where labor regulations designed to protect workers' rights perhaps inadvertently hinder the growth of firms, especially small and medium enterprises, by restricting their ability to expand operations when needed compared to global peers. In doing so, it dampens employment generation as well. Some such examples are presented here. Inflexible working hours. Section 51 of the Factories Act states, no adult worker shall be required or allowed to work in a factory for more than 48 hours in any week. This clause limits the number of hours a worker can work in a day and a week. However, unlike India, certain countries allow these caps to be averaged over multiple days and weeks. Shruti Rajagopalan and Kadambari Shah. Why Indian Firms Don't Scale. Labor Edition. Mercatus Policy Research, Mercatus Center at George Mason University, Arlington, Virginia, September 2024. 391. Source: Country-specific laws and regulations. India's working hour regulations prevent manufacturers from meeting demand surges and participating in global markets. Manufacturers stay competitive by minimizing the time to bring a product to the market. To reduce time to market, manufacturers must be capable of temporarily scaling up production. Labor laws in other countries allow manufacturers to average working hour limits across weeks and sometimes months. The International Labor Organization also recommends allowing manufacturers the freedom to average working hour limits across 3 weeks. However, India's working hour limits may increase the cost, time, and risk of manufacturing. Restrictions on overtime for factory workers. Section 65 of the Factories Act states, no worker shall be allowed to work overtime for more than 7 consecutive days, and the total number of overtime hours in any quarter shall not exceed 75. This law limits the number of overtime hours. 81. Germany. Hours of Work Act. 1994, Section 3. India, Factories Act, 1948, Section 51. Indonesia, Manpower Act, 2003, Article 77. Japan, Labor Standards Act, 1947, Article 32. Malaysia, Employment Act, 1955, Section 60C. Singapore, Employment Act, 1968, Section 40. South Korea, Labor Standards Act, 1953, Section 50 and 51-2. United States of America, Fair Labor Standards Act, 1938, Section 207. United Kingdom, the Working Time Regulations 1998, Section 4. Vietnam, the Vietnam Labor Code, 2019, Article 105. 82 VC, J, T. The new competitors, they think in terms of speed to market. Academy of Management Perspectives, 5, 23-33. 83 ILO. Hours of Work Convention, 1919, adopted in the first International Labor Conference session on November 28, 1919. 392. Workers can perform in the overtime wages they can earn. While states may set their own limits, these are generally lower than those established by other countries. The earning potential of workers across countries can be assessed based on the restrictions on overtime hours. A. Overtime earnings equals hourly wage rate * overtime premium * number of overtime hours allowed. I. Hourly wage rate average daily wage rate /8. 2. Overtime premium equals mandated minimum premium under the country's laws. 3. Average daily wage rate equals yearly wages paid per Indian manufacturing worker / maximum number of working days in a year equals 205. 175/312 equals 657.61. This wage has been applied to all countries for the calculation. 4. Number of working days in a year equals number of months * number of working days in a month is equal to 12 times 26 equals 312. 84 Anand, B. Roy, S. Prisha, and Singh, A. Number 11. Lower the bar, increase the earnings. Prosperity Insights, E. 85 India, Factories Act, 2023, Section 3. 86 South Korea, Labor Standards Act, 1953, Articles 53 and 56. 87 Vietnam, the Vietnam Labor Code, 2019, Articles 98 and 107. 88 Indonesia, Manpower Act, 2003, Article 77. 89 Singapore, Employment Act, 1968, Article 38. 90 Japan, Labor Standards Act, 1947, Articles 36 and 37. 91 Malaysia, Employment Regulations, 1980, Clause 2. 92 United Kingdom, the Working Time Regulations, 1998, Sections 4, 10, and 12. 93 Germany, Hours of Work Act, 1994, Sections 3, 4, and 5. 94 United States of America, Fair Labor Standards Act, 1938, Section 207. 95 Government of India. Annual Survey of Industries, 2021-22. Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. 393. B. The earnings data assumes that the worker can access the whole number of overtime hours allowed under the law. In practice, a higher overtime rate reduces the likelihood of workers accessing their desired number of overtime hours. Workers can earn more overtime income if higher limits are coupled with a lower overtime rate. C. Vietnam's annual limit is lower than the sum of 4 quarterly limits. The quarterly limit is used here for calculation. D. This minimum overtime wage rate only applies from the second overtime hour of a workday. The first overtime hour in a workday may be compensated at 150% or more of the regular wage. E. The law does not impose any specific limits on overtime. The overtime limit has been derived from other daily hour restrictions and spread over. F. The law does not mandate a minimum overtime premium. To calculate overtime earnings, the ILO recommended premium of 1.25 is used. G. The law does not impose any specific limits on overtime hours. The law does not set other limits from which overtime limits may be derived. Therefore, an overtime limit of 325 has been assumed. Working hour restrictions are introduced to protect workers' health and prevent overwork. However, the various limits on working hours per day, week, quarter, and year often conflict, reducing workers' earning potential. For instance, Section 56 of the Factories Act limits a worker to a maximum of 10.5 hours at a factory daily, equating to approximately 63 hours in a 6-day week. Of these, only 48 hours are considered regular, 3 hours are considered rest intervals, and the remaining 12 hours count as overtime. Over a 13-week quarter, this would allow for 156 overtime hours, yet another provision caps overtime at only 75 hours per quarter. As a result, these laws inadvertently hinder workers' earning potential, ultimately affecting their financial well-being, as depicted in the table above. Notably, under the new labor laws, 7 states viz. Maharashtra, Haryana, HP, Odisha, Punjab, Karnataka, and UP have increased the ceiling of overtime hours from 75 up to 144 hours in any quarter. In general, these compliance requirements are extensive and elaborate, demanding considerable management bandwidth, which is a scarce resource in small enterprises. However, the new labor laws represent a step in the right direction. With the introduction of flexible regulations and their effective implementation, these laws could lead to growth for firms, creating more employment opportunities. They also safeguard labor rights and allow workers to increase their earnings. 12.47. The Code on Social Security, 2020, is one of the 4 labor codes enacted by the Parliament. The code provides for the framing of suitable Social Security measures for gig workers and platform workers on matters relating to life and disability cover, accident insurance, health and maternity benefits, old age protection. The code provides for the framing of suitable Social Security measures for gig workers and platform workers on matters relating to life and disability cover, accident insurance, health and maternity benefits, old age protection, etc. The code also provides for setting up a Social Security fund to finance the welfare scheme. 12.48. To create a universal Social Security system for all Indians, especially the poor and the underprivileged, the government launched 2 Social Security schemes viz. The Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana and the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana on a pan-India basis in May 2015. The schemes are being 96 Rajya Sabha Unstarred Question Number 2795 to be answered on December 19. 394. Offered by public sector insurers and other insurers who offer the product on similar terms, with necessary approvals and ties with banks and post offices. As of November 27, 2024, 47.76 crore and 21.75 crore persons have been enrolled cumulatively under PMSBY and PMJJBY, respectively. Further, 1, 48, 023 and 8, 64, 094 claims have been paid under PMSBY and PMJJBY, respectively. Through the eShram portal, workers in the unorganized sector can easily access Social Security schemes and receive benefits, driving employment opportunities through the digital economy. 12.49. OECD defines digital economy as all economic activity reliant on or significantly enhanced by the use of digital inputs, including digital technologies, infrastructure, digital services, and data. It refers to all producers and consumers, including the government, utilizing these digital inputs in economic activities. According to the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, India's digital economy is projected to surpass $1 trillion by 2025. 12.50. The digital economy has significantly broadened job opportunities, encompassing roles from delivery personnel, cab drivers, and beauty professionals to software engineers and data analysts. Hyperlocal service platforms have revolutionized the job landscape in the transportation, food delivery, and home services industries. These platforms have created flexible employment options by leveraging technology while transforming traditional service sectors into digitally driven ecosystems. According to Niti Aayog, the gig workforce is projected to reach 23.5 crore by 2029 to 30, comprising 6.7% of the non-agricultural workforce and 4.1% of total livelihoods, reshaping the labor market. India's gig economy is proliferating, fueled by platformization and remote work. 12.51. Digital technologies have a dual effect on employment. As a Semiglu and Restrepo note, automation replaces human labor through a displacement effect, but also boosts demand for new roles through a reinstatement effect in both automated and complementary sectors. This technological reinstatement effect has the potential to drive labor demand and create numerous new job positions, positively impacting employment. 97 Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. 98 OECD, a G20 roadmap toward a common framework for measuring the digital economy. A report for the G20 Digital Economy Task Force. 99 India's trillion-dollar digital opportunity, might why. 100 India's booming gig and platform economy. Niti Aayog, Point 2022. 101 Asemaglu, Darren, and Pasquale Restrepo. 2019. Automation and New Tasks, How Technology Displaces and Reinstates Labor. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 33, 3-30. DOI, 10.1257/JEP.33.2.3. 395. 12.52. The digital economy offers a unique opportunity to bridge the gender gap and positively impact the gender structure of employment. Women often face distinct challenges in the labor market compared to men, including unequal access to education, limited job opportunities, cultural bias, mobility and time restrictions, and concerns about workplace safety. Such barriers frequently exclude women from participating in traditional labor markets, particularly in developing economies. The development of the digital economy can positively impact the gender structure of employment. The key benefit of the digital economy is that it allows and encourages remote working, where gender may not matter as much as in the physical economy. It opens opportunities for women in developing countries with increased financial independence and empowerment. 12.53. A study based on fintech data for 114 economies worldwide by Loco and Yang states that fintech adoption significantly improves female employment and reduces gender inequality. Also, it mitigates the financial constraints of female-headed firms. Similar findings are reported by Syasin and Kim, who note that fintech may play a role in bridging the gender gap in financial inclusion and promoting financial independence. These findings highlight the role that fintech advancements and the digital economy play in creating an enabling environment for women, promoting economic participation and reducing systemic barriers to access to finance. 12.54. The digital economy holds immense potential to increase employment, but the extent of this impact varies across different industries. To ensure the long-term benefits of digitalization on employment, it is crucial to have the right policies to address potential negative impacts on labor share due to automation and digital integration. The special essay on artificial intelligence discusses the labor market implications of advances in the field of AI. Building a green workforce, job creation in the renewable energy sector. 12.55. The Economic Survey 2023-24 discussed the impact of climate change and green transition on the job landscape. The efforts to mitigate the impact of climate change by adopting green technologies and transitioning to greener energy alternatives are expected to witness a strong job creation effect. 102 World Bank feature story. Empowering women through jobs in the digital economy. October 20th, 2015. 103 Loco, Boilo and Yuanshin Yang. Fintech, Female Employment, and Gender Inequality. IMF Working Paper, African Department. Paper No. WP/22/108. International Monetary Fund. 104 Syasin, Erica Paula, and Chulju Kim. Closing the Gender Gap in Financial Inclusion Through Fintech. ADBI Institute Policy Brief. 2019-3. Asian Development Bank Institute. 396. 12.56. According to the 2024 annual review by the International Renewable Energy Agency, the total number of jobs in the renewable energy sector in India reached an estimated 1.02 million in 2023. Hydropower is the largest employer in India's renewable sector, providing approximately 453,000 jobs and accounting for 20% of the global total, ranking second only to China. Source: Renewable Energy and Jobs. Annual Review 2024. IRENA. 12.57. In addition to creating livelihood opportunities, the renewable energy sector provides an opportunity for job creation for women, enhancing their participation in the labor market. The Solar Urja Lamps project in Dungarpur, Rajasthan, is a notable example of how the renewable sector provides a unique opportunity for women's empowerment. The project was initiated to provide an economical and sustainable solar lighting solution. Women's self-help group members were trained and mentored to become solar entrepreneurs. The project resulted in the employment of 83 women, the establishment of 5 solar shops, and the assembly, sale, and maintenance of 40,000 solar lamps. The tribal women engaged in the project could earn Indian rupee 5,000,6,000 per month. 12.58. Another example is the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet Interventions. GDP India works closely with the DNRLM to design and develop programs to provide reliable clean energy access, leading to improved livelihood for women enterprises. GDP India, in collaboration with the Rural Livelihood Mission of UP, has rolled out a program targeting solarising 50,000 women enterprises in 2025. The objective is to bring 1 lakh women enterprises under this program by 2027 and 5 lakh by 2030. 105 Renewable Energy and Jobs. Annual Review 2024. Irina. 106. 107. 397. 12.59. Climate change and frequent disasters disproportionately impact women, especially those in rural and low-income households, threatening their livelihoods. As climate risks grow, there is an increasing thrust for SHGs to enable alternative livelihoods, creating opportunities for women in agriculture, home-based work, and MSMEs. Achieving this requires an ecosystem with access to tailored technologies, reliable energy, financial support, and business development services. 12.60. Technological, financial, and social challenges exist for women engaging in alternative livelihoods. Gender-biased tools, limited financing, and socio-cultural and geographic barriers constrain women's productivity and economic participation. Poorly designed, energy-inefficient tools force manual labor, while high costs and complex credit processes hinder technology adoption. Remote and hilly areas face additional challenges, including limited mobility, market access, and energy reliability. 12.61. Climate-smart solutions that use decentralized renewable energy to power efficient appliances present a promising option to begin addressing these challenges in women-led livelihoods. There is substantial scope for these DRE-enabled livelihood solutions in agriculture, agro-processing, dairy, poultry, fisheries, textiles, crafts, and microenterprises. 12.62. The Selco Foundation demonstrates how DRE solutions can boost women's entrepreneurship and economic participation. It has empowered over 6,200 women in farming, food processing, textiles, and digital services across 24 states through energy-efficient technologies, affordable financing, training, market linkages, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Two such examples are discussed. Hundreds of women farmers in North Karnataka are advancing millet cultivation and local consumption through a solar-powered processing unit, boosting incomes and confidence for farmers, SHGs, and farmer-producer organizations. Similarly, the Boiparigida Sabujima FPO under Odysseus Millet Mission has adopted solar-powered processing, enhancing value capture, reducing costs, and fostering a productive, energy-reliable ecosystem. 12.63. The DRE solutions have the potential to improve well-being, cut energy costs, and strengthen local skills and financial inclusion while mitigating CO emissions. With the right policies and strategies, the DRE solutions may be leveraged to address women entrepreneurs' challenges and support women-led livelihood. Skill development, upskilling, reskilling, and new skilling for a changing world. 12.64. India's skilling and employment ecosystem is an ever-evolving framework shaped. 108. 398. By factors such as economic policies, technological advancements, globalization, and the dynamic demands of the labor market. In the context of emerging global trends, including automation, generative AI, digitalization, and climate change, aligning the nation's skill development initiatives with the anticipated transformations in the labor market is vital. The increasing pace of these disruptive changes necessitates the establishment of a resilient and responsive skilled ecosystem. It is imperative to assess how well-prepared India's youth are for emerging opportunities. Box 12.7 discusses India's current skill landscape. Box 12.7. India's evolving skill landscape. A detailed examination of the annual PLFest 2023-24 unit-level data has been conducted to understand India's skill and job landscape here. The PLFest data shows that 90.2% of the workforce has equivalent to or less than a secondary level of education. This educational skill composition, as a result, leads to most of the workforce being involved in low-competency occupations, elementary skilled and semi-skilled occupational skills. Source: PLFest unit-level data. MOSBI. 109 based on inputs from Institute for Competitiveness. 110 elementary occupations/skills for occupations like hawkers, shoe shine, refuse workers, mining and construction laborers, agricultural, forestry and fishery laborers, etc. Semi-skilled occupations include clerks, skilled agricultural and fishermen, plant and machine operators, assembly workers, craft and related trades workers, service workers, shop and market sales workers, etc. High-competency occupations/skills include associate professionals like government regulatory associate professionals, sales and purchasing agents and brokers, medical and pharmaceutical technicians, veterinary technicians, traditional medicine associates, etc. Specialized skills for occupations like medical doctors, software, app developers and analysts, university and higher education teachers, legal professionals, administration professionals, authors, journalists and linguists, agriculture production managers, creative and performing artists, etc. 399. The composition of skills by education and occupations has major implications on the earnings of individuals and the economy. According to the PLFS data, there is a strong link between educational attainment, occupational roles, and income levels. While 4.2% of the workforce, equipped with advanced education and specialized skills, earns between 4 Indian rupees lakh and 8 Indian rupees lakh annually, about 46% earn less than 1 Indian rupee lakh, predominantly comprising low to semi-skilled workers like agricultural laborers, clerical staff, factory workers, and small-scale service providers. This highlights the urgent need for upskilling initiatives, considering the high concentration of India's workforce in lower-skilled roles. Unlike general education, which tends to be broad and academic, technical and vocational education and training in India offers specialized training to develop practical skills required by specific industries or job roles. The PLFS 2023-24 reports data on the workforce's vocational training status. Notably, 65.3% of the workforce received no form of vocational training. Source: Annual PLFS Report 2023-24. MOSBI. Challenges in the skill landscape. A key challenge in the skill landscape is the prevalence of low-skilled workers, which is attributable to the quality of educational outcomes across different levels of education. Low educational skills in the workforce make a mismatch between their academic qualifications and job market demands. This mismatch has resulted in over 53% of graduates and 36% of postgraduates being underemployed in roles below their educational qualifications. 400. Skill mismatch can result from imperfect matching between employers and workers, primarily driven by labor market inefficiencies or an imbalance between aggregate supply and demand for specific skills. When the mismatch is due to the gap between the expected and actual skills of workers, it reflects a broader issue of misalignment between the demand for specific competencies and their availability in the labor force. 12.65. Over time, there is an improvement in the proportion of skilled people across all socioeconomic classifications, including rural, urban, and gender classification. According to the PLFS Report 2023-24, 4.9% of the youth in the age cohort of 15 to 29 years have received formal vocational/technical training, while another 21.2% received training through informal sources. There is a significant improvement in the proportion of skilled people from 2018 to 19 to 2023 to 24 across all socioeconomic classifications. 401. 12.66. This improvement in the skilling of the workforce results from the government's continuous efforts through its various initiatives. A summary of progress in this regard is summarized in Table 12.5. Table 12.5, Advancing India's Skill Development Initiatives. Reskilling, upskilling and new skilling of the workforce. Over 1.24 crore persons enrolled for long-term training under the Craftsman Training Scheme at industrial training institutes. Over 1.57 crore persons have been trained, and over 1.21 crore have been certified under the short-term training, special projects, and recognition of prior learning components of Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Over 27 lakh people have been trained, and over 26 lakh have been certified under Jan Shikshan Sansan. 11.79 lakh artisans have been imparted basic skill training in 3,145 skill centers, spanning 559 districts under PM Vishwakarma. National Council for Vocational Education and Training, 200-plus new age and future skill courses approved. 4.65 lakh candidates enrolled in 100 new age/futuristic job roles. 3.02 lakh candidates have completed training, and around 98,000 are undergoing training under PMKVY. 29 new age courses under CTS have been introduced in ITIs. 111 as of October 31, 2024. 402. 12.67. India has made progress in strengthening its skill infrastructure. The SIDH, a transformative digital portal, leverages the digital infrastructure to synergize and empower the skill ecosystem. The portal is a key step forward to democratize skill development with easy access to a diverse array of courses tailored to the demands of. 403. The industry. The dual training system exposes trainees to an actual industry/workplace environment. 12.68. However, even with the government's continued efforts to evolve the skill landscape, technological advancements are rapidly changing the nature of work and presenting new challenges. Advanced technologies such as automation, AI, and digitalization are reshaping industries and creating demand for new skill sets. This technological transformation underscores the need for a dynamic, forward-looking strategy that prepares the workforce for emerging opportunities. 12.69. A robust future roadmap must prioritize industry-academia partnerships, continuous skill development, and flexible learning models to create a globally competitive workforce. Several key areas require focused attention and strategic intervention to achieve this vision of a robust skilling ecosystem. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has continuously brought initiatives to create a workforce matching the industry's demand. 12.70. There is a need to focus on improving learning outcomes and employability. The improvement in learning outcomes that translate into employability may need to be made on two levels. The first is at the school level, for basic language, mathematics, and science proficiency. The focus on foundational literacy and numeracy under the National Education Policy 2020 has already been discussed in the social chapter. Second, at the higher education level, by incorporating skills that align with Industry 4.0 and new age technologies like generative AI and machine learning. Recognizing this, the NEP 2020 aims to ensure that by 2025, at least 50% of students in school and higher education gain exposure to skill education. Over the next decade, skill education will gradually become a part of all secondary schools. 12.71. A strategic plan for skills and education is essential to leverage the demographic dividend and achieve the Viksit Bharat 2047 goals. Targeted schemes that incentivize skilling and employment creation can help bridge the skill gap by providing practical experience and promoting job generation through the right incentives. 12.72. Early vocationalization of education may be carried out to improve employability through vocational training. This will enable a smooth transition from learning to the job market. The existing ITIs provide formal vocational training. The relevance of the existing courses offered under the program needs to be evaluated through a placement and demand analysis under which placement uptake studies should be conducted to identify underperforming and redundant courses. Such courses should be replaced by courses catering to up-and-coming sectors such as AI, sustainability, big data analytics, etc. 404. 12.73. The Union Budget 2024-25 introduced a package of 5 key schemes aimed at benefiting 4.1 crore youth over 5 years with a central outlay of 2 Indian rupees lakh crore to promote employment and skilling. These are discussed in Box 12.8. Box 12.8, Package of Schemes for Employment and Skilling. Government announced the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives for employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period. These schemes are a stepping stone towards creating long-term quality jobs for Viksit Bharat. Scheme A for first-timers. This initiative provides a 1-month salary of up to 15,000 Indian rupees in 3 installments to first-time employees, as registered in the EPFO. With a salary cap of 1 Indian rupee lakh per month, this scheme aims to support 2.1 crore youth entering the workforce for the first time. Scheme B, Job Creation and Manufacturing. An incentive will be provided at a specified scale to the employee and the employer directly with respect to the EPFO contributions made in the first 4 years of employment. This scheme incentivizes job creation in the manufacturing sector. Scheme C, Support to Employers. Under the scheme, the government would reimburse up to 3,000 Indian rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution of employers for each additional employee. This is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth and additional employment across all sectors. New centrally sponsored scheme for skilling. 20 lakh youth to be skilled over a 5-year period and 1,000 ITIs to be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements. This is expected to boost the formation of skilled human capital, aiding in the generation of quality employment. Prime Minister's Internship Scheme. Scheme for internship in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. This program provides 12 months of real-life business exposure, with an internship allowance of 5,000 Indian rupees per month and one-time assistance of 6,000 Indian rupees. This scheme aims to bridge the gap between academic knowledge and industry requirements and aligns with broader goals of improving employability and stimulating economic growth. Tiered skill framework and the importance of internship programs. 12.74. The evolving transformations of the labor markets worldwide and in India revolve around the need for skilled workers, AI-ready workers, and workers who are ready even before they formally enter the job markets. The changing job market needs flexible skill strategies to keep up with fast-moving technologies like AI and large language models. Policies should focus less on skilling for AI jobs and more on understanding how AI affects different tasks. In the future, most jobs will use AI, with some tasks fully automated and others made easier and more efficient. The impact of AI on employment has been discussed in detail in this survey in Chapter 13. 12.75. Most of the current skill policies are focused on reskilling and upskilling for AI jobs and roles or training on the use of AI. In order to reskill and upskill IT professionals to be adept with emerging technologies, the ITITS Sector Skill Council, in partnership with MightY, has launched the Future Skills Prime platform, which aims at reskilling/upskilling IT professionals in 10 new/emerging technologies, including AI. The program aims to upskill/reskill 13.21 lakh beneficiaries up to March 2027, ensuring their continued relevance in a rapidly changing technological environment. Under the Future Skills Prime program, 119 courses specifically focused on the cutting-edge fields of AI. So far, 1.27 lakh individuals have been trained in various AI-related courses and provided training to 1,236 government officials and 292 trainers. 12.76. In addition to such programs and courses, the skilling strategy needs to adopt a layered approach to address diverse industry demands and workforce needs effectively. This new approach could include skills tailored for specific tasks or job roles, targeted at selected groups of workers, and foundational AI skills provided universally to everyone and across all sectors. By aligning these skill tiers with the aspirations and needs of workers, the strategy can better prepare the workforce for a dynamic job landscape with changing demands. The tiered approach allows for training cost-effectively. The basic 3 tiers of the skill strategy are elaborated in Chart 12.24. 112 Rajya Sava Unstarred Question No. 1084 Skill Development and Artificial Intelligence for Youth. 406. 12.77. Time is of the essence when picking up tasks in a workplace. In this context, education researchers and learning scientists have long recognized the importance of work-based learning or experiential learning. Scholars such as David Kolb's, John Dewey Kurt Lewis, and others have been pioneers of experiential learning approaches, which have been proven to be important instruments in workforce development in various studies worldwide. 12.78. Internships are one such type of work-based learning aiming to provide skills in a professional setting alongside gaining career and life experience. Internships are mutually beneficial arrangements between young aspirants and employers. Advocates of this approach present many positives of hands-on experiences towards jobs in the form of internships, such as providing real-world contexts. Internships hone communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. Recognizing the importance of internships, the PM internship scheme launched by the government is discussed in Box 12.9. Box 12.9, PM Internship Scheme, Democratizing the Idea of Learning by Doing. The Union Budget of 2024-25 announced a new scheme for internship, named the PM Internship Scheme, and 500 top companies to 1 crore youth over a period of 5 years. The key aspects of the scheme are: the internship opportunities span 24 sectors, including oil, gas, energy, travel, hospitality, automotive, banking, and financial services, etc. 12-month paid internship opportunities with top companies of India offered to those aged 21 to 24 years, from and with educational qualifications ranging from matriculate to graduate are eligible to apply. The scheme is specifically for Indian nationals who are not employed full-time or engaged in full-time education. The scheme offers a monthly stipend of 5,000 Indian rupees, funded jointly by the government and the company, with an additional 6,000 Indian rupees for incidentals. The scheme's pilot phase, launched on October 3, 2024, aims to benefit 1.25 lakh youth in FY25, with a 5-year target of facilitating internships for 1 crore youth. Companies can also use their corporate social responsibility funds for expenditure under the scheme. The scheme is being implemented through an online portal developed by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The portal is acting like a centralized platform for managing the entire internship lifecycle. The top companies for this pilot project have been identified voluntarily based on the average CSR expenditure of the last 3 years. John Industry Partnership to tackle the skill gap problem. This scheme will help bridge the gap between academic knowledge and industry requirements and align with broader goals of improving employability, stimulating economic growth, and promoting sustainable development. It offers a market-led and youth-driven solution to the issue of constrained higher education, employment, and training options to citizens residing in Tier 2 or 3 cities, in keeping with the government's commitment to youth empowerment. While internships are a norm in India's premier institutions and professional courses, they remain unusual in state universities and less famous colleges attended by most youth due to a lack of career counseling and job-oriented networking. The democratization of learning by doing. Mass-level internships through PMIS aims to level the playing field for youth from non-metro cities and act as door opener for potential placements. At a personal level, the newfound financial freedom will help boost confidence and motivate young minds to do better and aim higher. For young women, financial freedom and a sense of self-worth can alter life decisions, such as the age of marriage and prenuptial terms. With 65% of India's population residing in rural areas, as highlighted by the Economic Survey 2023-24, many regions remain disconnected from corporate prospects. To address this disparity and ensure inclusivity, the scheme encourages companies to leverage their forward and backward linkages, vendor networks, and MSMEs, providing a more equitable distribution of opportunities nationwide. In its pilot phase, the scheme facilitated over 1.27 lakh internship opportunities through 280 companies across 36 states and union territories, covering more than 740 districts. What sets this scheme apart is its independence from existing skill development schemes, apprenticeships, and student training initiatives currently implemented across all states and union territories of India. By focusing solely on internships, the PMS seeks to create a tailored experience that enhances employability and gives young people real-world exposure. Through this effort, the government aims to equip India's youth with the tools they need to thrive in the job market, fostering a skilled workforce ready to meet future challenges. Ultimately, this initiative reflects a commitment to nurturing talent and unlocking the potential of the next generation, contributing to the nation's overall growth and development. For young aspirants, internships under the PMIS are not only opportunities but also transformative experiences. They provide exposure to the real world of corporate work, which is quite dissimilar from the relatively more structured and stable world of academics as taught in most colleges across the country. Besides developing and identifying their optimal career path, aspirants can also get hands-on training in handling responsibility, problem-solving, decision-making, teamwork, and time management. For the employer, internships are not just good low-cost experiments for testing a candidate's suitability for long-term employment, but also a strategic tool for bridging the skills gap. 116 PIB release of Ministry of Corporate Affairs dated October 12, 2024. For 108. Meeting its CSR mandate. Over 12 months, the company can credibly observe an intern's IQ and EQ and confidently hire deserving candidates. For the economy at large, PMIS is aligned with the NEP 2020 and is a more immediate measure for promoting youth employment and bringing equity in employment prospects for youth from underprivileged backgrounds. By acting as a finishing school for young pass-outs, internships help reduce the economy's deadweight loss of talent sans employability. Such a segue from education to employment would be crucial in the coming age of AI, where job suitability would be determined by adaptability to change and life skills. In the long run, it could also influence the capital-to-labor ratio in the manufacturing sector. With over 3 lakh candidate profiles created and 6.5 lakh applications submitted, the PMIS scheme has emerged as a transformative catalyst for employment generation. To fully harness India's demographic dividend, the scheme requires widespread publicity and meticulous implementation, continuously aiming at a better fit with India's demographic dividend. The high interest shown by corporates since the launch of the scheme augurs well for the success of the scheme's goal of skilling Indian youth, boosting their employability, and the ultimate aim of enhancing their livelihoods. 12.79. Along with internships, a public-private partnership for skill development and vocational training is another effective way of creating an industry-ready workforce. The Directorate General of Training, MSDE, has forged partnerships with industry leaders to enhance and upgrade training infrastructure. Notable collaborators include Dassault for aeronautical structure and equipment fitter, Pidilite and Jaguar for plumbing sector, Skoda for automobile, and HAL and Siemens for advanced CNC machinery training. 12.80. Building a resilient skill ecosystem requires a collaborative effort from all stakeholders. To navigate the evolving job market, job seekers must focus on developing industry-specific skills. Employers should prioritize workforce planning, anticipate skill shortages, and understand the cost implications of adopting new technologies and regulatory standards. Trainers must design sector-specific programs that address emerging industry needs and integrate governance, compliance, and innovation elements. A collaborative effort between job seekers, employers, and trainers will be crucial in navigating challenges and seizing opportunities in the future of work. International mobility of skilled workers. 12.81. India has a diaspora population of 32 million, up from 18 million in 2020, making her one of the countries with the largest diaspora globally as of 2020. There is likely to be a demand for 97 million new jobs worldwide by 2025 in sectors such as healthcare, construction, IT, agriculture, and financial services, as estimated by the 409 World Economic Forum. With 65% of its population under 35 years and a median age of 28, India's demographic dividend makes it a global talent hub, provided it can cultivate a workforce with employable, industry-relevant skills. 12.82. By creating a skilling ecosystem with a high-quality, globally competitive workforce, India can enhance employability for youth in global job markets. By creating a skilling ecosystem with a high-quality, globally competitive workforce, India can enhance employability for youth in global job markets. This attracts international investments, stimulates growth, drives innovation, and strengthens India's global economic position. Skill development is key to Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring the workforce has the competencies to meet evolving industry demands and global standards. The government is taking several measures to facilitate skilled labor mobility internationally, as elaborated in Box 12.10. Box 12.10, International Cooperation in Skill Development. Bilateral partnerships are key to facilitating skill-based pathways for the migration of India's workforce. The Indian government, through the Ministry of External Affairs, with agreements like Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreements, Labor Mobility Agreements, and Labor Welfare Agreements, ensure skill alignment, worker rights, pre-departure support, and forecast sector-specific demands, fostering safe and sustainable international employment opportunities. MMPAs and LMAs with 8 countries, including Australia, Israel, Denmark, Italy, Germany, the UK, Japan, and Austria, focus on vocational training and skill alignment. The MSD has 7 active G2G memorandums of understanding with Australia, Denmark, Germany, Japan, Qatar, Singapore, and the UAE. These MOUs focus on skill development, vocational training, capacity building, and international certification, enhancing the global mobility of skilled Indian workers and promoting the recognition of Indian qualifications abroad. By fostering technical collaboration, these partnerships align skilling outcomes with international standards, facilitate information exchange, and contribute to creating a globally benchmarked skills ecosystem. MSD, via the National Skill Development Council, conducts skill gap assessments in 16 countries, including the USA, Canada, and the UAE, and studies global practices through sector skill councils. India also emphasizes training for international mobility, offering domain-specific, foreign language, and recognition of prior learning programs to address skill gaps in emerging fields like AI and robotics. PMKVY and Craftsman Scheme include language training to improve worker integration abroad. Curriculum development under the National Skills Qualification Framework ensures alignment with international standards, enhancing employability and mutual recognition of qualifications. Skill India International Centers, designed as hubs for global job seekers, will reduce the time and cost of international mobility with the goal of establishing a trusted 410 workforce supply chain. Currently, 2 SIACs are operational in Varanasi and Bhubaneswar, with 5 more under renovation. The Pre-Departure Orientation Training Program, launched in 2018, provides free 8-hour training to migrant workers on destination countries' cultural, legal, and welfare aspects. The ME's eMigrate platform streamlines immigration by connecting stakeholders and offering services like online registration, PDT, and grievance redressal. Currently, 2,171 recruiting agents and 284,345 employers are registered on the platform. 12.83. As the way forward to tap the global demand, there is need to periodically conduct regular detailed demand-supply analyses to map global skill gaps and align skilling programs with international labor market needs. Conclusion. 12.84. In conclusion, India has seen good growth in employment in recent years, as highlighted by labor market indicators that show strong signs of post-pandemic recovery and increased formalization of the economy. This growth can be attributed to notable achievements in entrepreneurship, formalization, skill development, and the transformation of the regulatory framework. 12.85. Labor laws intended to protect the rights of women workers have, more often than not, discouraged hiring by creating systemic barriers to their entry into the workforce. India's new labor codes address this by enabling night shifts for women with safety measures, extending 26 weeks of maternity leave to gig and informal workers, and mandating creche facilities and workplaces with 50 or more employees. The codes ensure equal pay and prohibit gender discrimination in recruitment while allowing women to work in all sectors, including hazardous roles, with safeguards. These reforms will promote gender inclusivity, workplace safety, and social security for women. 12.86. By simplifying compliance, fostering labor flexibility, and promoting worker welfare, labor reforms have created an enabling environment that balances ease of doing business with the protection of worker rights. Together, these measures foster a virtuous cycle of job creation, supporting sustainable employment growth and economic inclusivity. Chapter 5 of the survey Medium-Term Outlook discusses in detail the important role of deregulation in the economy. Deregulation, in general, whether or not related to labor, will boost employment because it helps lower the cost of doing business and allows for the resource to be used for expanding capacity through more labor and more and better equipment. 13th chapter. 411. Labor in the AI era, crisis or catalyst. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence presents both unprecedented opportunities and significant challenges for labor markets worldwide. In this context, as policymakers, it is important to pay attention to the evolving technological landscape and the potential impact it can have on the labor market. Historical parallels with earlier technological revolutions reveal the critical role of inclusive institutions in managing disruption and ensuring equitable outcomes. Barriers to large-scale AI adoption persist in the present, which include concerns over reliability, resource inefficiencies, and infrastructure deficits. These challenges, along with AI's experimental nature, create a window for policymakers to act. India's demographic advantage and diverse economic landscape position it uniquely to benefit from AI. However, achieving these benefits requires significant investments in education and workforce skilling, supported by enabling, ensuring, and stewarding institutions. These mechanisms can help workers adapt to changing demands while providing essential safety nets. By fostering collaboration between policymakers, the private sector, and academia, India can align AI-driven innovation with societal goals. Ensuring inclusivity and sustainability in this transition is key to maximizing benefits while minimizing disruptions. With robust institutional frameworks and strategic planning, AI can serve not as a crisis but as a catalyst for equitable economic transformation, positioning India to thrive in an increasingly automated world. Introduction. 13.1 Concerns and fears about artificial intelligence disrupting labor markets have intensified as developments in the field have continually demonstrated rapid progress over the last 4 years. The increasing complexity of the models being developed today represent a paradigm shift in the field of AI, showing the world that in a few years, intelligent machines will be capable of performing tasks that are predominantly handled by humans today. The founder of the AI research and deployment company OpenAI recently stated in a blog post how they are expecting to have office-ready AI workers by the end of 2025. One Reflections by Sam Altman. January 6, 2025. 412. 13.2 Expectations point toward a trend where AI begins outperforming humans in critical decision-making processes in areas like healthcare, criminal justice, education, business, and financial services, among others. Adding to the uncertainties of tomorrow is the fact that the speed of research and development is outpacing the regulatory and ethical frameworks needed to manage its risks. Further, with executives optimistic about the capabilities of AI and the cost-saving potential they expect it to possess, the impact of AI on the labor market, particularly entry-level jobs, is turning into a point of concern for policymakers. This economic displacement adds to a broader sense of unease about whether AI will exacerbate existing social and economic divides. 13.3 With AI research and development currently concentrated in the hands of a few, very large companies that control the resources to erect high-entry barriers, AI adoption in place of humans presents the risk of concentrating the benefits of automation. Kornack and Stiglitz warn that labor and resource-saving automation could produce a winner-takes-all approach to the detriment of developing countries who are labor and resource-rich. Technological developments that worsen inequality can erode any possible benefit that the innovation brings, leaving the public sector responsible for addressing the cost of the transition. This has led to calls for a more responsible approach to AI adoption, especially in a country like India where employment numbers make the magnitude of impact something worth paying attention to. 13.4 Although until this point, the use of AI/machine learning-enabled tools and applications were already widespread and part of productivity suites for years, the end user's face time with the integrated AI features was essentially minimal and unconscious. Examples include the autocomplete function on a smartphone keyboard, Google's and Apple's smartphone virtual assistants, personalized recommendations on e-commerce platforms and media streaming services, and curated feeds on social media sites, among many others. Most users never paid much attention to the host of ML-powered features while enjoying the convenience they delivered. This changed in light of the developments witnessed in the last 4 years. The perceptions about AI has now drastically shifted, spurring debates about the need to align AI developments with broader societal goals. 13.5 OpenAI has initiated an arms race in AI as between 2022 and 2024, many companies, including big tech firms, have scrambled to capitalize on the demand for AI. 2024 Gartner CEO and Senior Business Executive Survey. Gartner. June 27, 2024. 3 Kornack, Anton and Joseph E. Stiglitz. Artificial Intelligence, Globalization, and Strategies for Economic Development. Working Paper 28453. National Bureau of Economic Research. For a letter jointly written by Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Sridhar Vembu, and Shuraj Sharma highlights their concerns. 5. While artificial intelligence is used to describe the ability of a machine to mimic human intelligence, machine learning is a subset of AI that allows machines to learn from data and improve without being explicitly programmed. 413. Examples include but are not limited to Google, Microsoft, Meta, X/Twitter, Anthropic, Midjourney, Perplexity AI, and Stability AI, among others. The number of AI patents granted globally increased 62.7% to just over 62,000 between 2021 and 2022. Similarly, the annual global private investments in generative AI surged from approximately $3 billion in 2022 to $25.2 billion by the end of 2023. Between 2021 and 2023, global corporate investments in all types of AI totaled $761 billion. Additionally, an increasing share of companies have been referencing AI in their earnings calls lately, with CEOs expecting AI adoption to lower labor requirements. 13.6. If one were to look at these trends and the value generation expected from the investments, it would appear as if the AI revolution is here and labor is soon going to be a thing of the past. Unease about what AI entails for workers and what it means for humanity as a whole has become part of daily discussions among academicians and policymakers, as reflected in many publications and reports. Making sense of these fears and anxieties would require a more in-depth breakdown of the short-term and long-term implications. Since there are many unknowns associated with AI at this point, looking at the present through the lens of previous technological revolutions may provide some insights into the way forward. Advancing the understanding about the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead is the purpose of this essay. 13.7. In this regard, Section 2 brings to light the adverse effects that emerged during previous technological revolutions and how they pertain to present-day concerns about artificial intelligence. The section also elaborates on the importance of remaining cognizant, as disruptions that are not carefully managed can lead to permanent societal damage for a country like India. Section 3 then goes on to discuss how these risks can be minimized through the creation of social infrastructure, i.e., institutions. The priority here is minimization since the risks can never be fully mitigated. That is the price of innovation-induced creative destruction. The various types of institutions detailed in this section can provide a much-needed support system to ease the pains of a transition. 13.8. However, building institutions is a time-consuming process, requiring concerted effort from the public sector, the private sector, and members of academia. In Section 4, we put forward the hypothesis that India, at present, is afforded this time due to the challenging nature of scaling up technological adoption. Deployment at scale will require AI developers to address certain key challenges, which requires a non-trivial. 6. Figure 1.2.1. Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2024, Stanford University. 7. IBIT. 8. Akash Kalyani, Serdar Ozkan, Mackenzie Base, and Mick Duhome. AI Optimism and Uncertainty. What can earnings calls tell us post-ChatGPT? St. Louis Fed on the Economy, September 30th, 2024, News 7. 414. Amount of time. Section 5 then outlines possible opportunities that AI may open up for India. It seeks to visualize a possible labor market evolution where the future of work is augmented by AI. Whether or not we go down this path will depend entirely on how robust our institutions are. Section 6 concludes the essay. Revolutions and Ripples. 13.9. The present discourse on AI from international organizations and social science researchers postulates that large-scale labor market disruptions due to AI may materialize in the near term. The International Monetary Fund states that AI poses risks of job displacements, notably for emerging markets and developing economies, which are not well placed to leverage the technology relative to the advanced economies. The International Labor Organization estimates that nearly 75 million jobs globally are at complete risk of automation due to AI. Estimates for the UK show that 7% of the existing UK jobs face a high risk of automation in the near term, rising to around 18% after 10 years. Industry experts have told media outlets that AI models could dramatically disrupt the labor market, including replacing routine jobs in some sectors. A study by the Bank for International Settlements finds that 45% of the jobs in the upper quartile of the wage distribution remain exposed to AI in the United States. If AI becomes highly capable, exposure increases across all quartiles of the income distribution. 13.10 estimates from private sector firms paint a similar picture. Goldman Sachs economists state that nearly 300 million full-time jobs remain exposed to AI-driven automation. McKinsey estimates demonstrate how, by 2030, up to 30% of current work hours could be automated by generative AI across Europe and the United States. They state that businesses will need a major skill upgrade, as the deployment of AI would raise the demand for social and emotional skills along with the need for and Tavares for 115 critical thinking and creativity. In line with the IMF estimates, insights from Ernst & Young state that while the impact of AI on emerging economies is lower relative to the advanced economies, one can still expect 57% of occupations in emerging countries to be affected by higher generative AI adoption. Similar sentiments are prevalent among surveyed CEOs and other private sector estimates. 13.11 Anxieties about the effects of AI remain high in India as well, considering our country is a services-led economy. Among white-collar workers, an IIM Ahmedabad survey highlights how 68% of the surveyed employees expect their jobs to be partially or fully automated by AI within the next 5 years. 40% of the employees believe AI will make their skills redundant. Decadal also state that firms have substantially increased AI skill demand across regions, industries, firms, and occupations. As per their findings, these jobs pay a 13 to 17% salary premium over baseline estimates. India's banking sector is also witnessing adoption among well-capitalized and larger banks. India's banking sector is also witnessing adoption among well-capitalized and larger banks, per a recently published RBI study. With trends expected to continue towards even higher AI adoption by the private sector and the market, NASSCOM estimates that the Indian AI market will grow at 25 to 35% CAGR by 2027. 13.12 These estimates are substantial, and when viewed through the lens of history, one could argue that concerns, to a degree, are valid. Previous technological revolutions have been painful, and the damage brought on has been long-lasting. Andrew Haldane illustrates that in the pursuit of productivity and profits, the substitution of labor for capital has resulted in widespread economic hardship, damaging social cohesion. Each revolution displaced large segments of the workforce. Many struggled to find new employment, especially in geographies and occupations where the scale of impact was unanticipated or underestimated. Consequently, income inequality rose, as those who adapted to new technological demands saw their wages increase, while others experienced declining pay and fewer opportunities. 416. Such as the drastic loss of employment among coal mining workers across the United States brought about by the energy transition demonstrates just how susceptible to shocks the labor market can be. 13.13 Societal impacts of these revolutions also extends to economic disparity. Workers may not immediately benefit from the productivity and profitability gains associated with technological advancements. For instance, during the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, wages frequently lagged behind increases in productivity. These transitions were also protracted, as it could take decades for displaced workers to find alternative livelihoods. The first Industrial Revolution exemplifies this dynamic, with workers who were laid off facing sustained unemployment well into the 19th century, a period known as Engels' pause. Thus, societies where the balance between capital and labor was not carefully managed by capable institutions were marked by enduring hardships for many who were affected. 13.14 Protracted labor displacement is something that a labor surplus country like India cannot afford. Our primary challenge is the challenge of numbers. As highlighted in the Economic Survey 2023-24, India would have to create an average of 78.5 lakh jobs annually in the non-farm sector by 2030 to cater to the rising workforce. Further, India is a majorly services-driven economy, with a significant share of the IT workforce employed in low value-added services. Such jobs are the most susceptible to automation, as firms in a bid to cut costs may substitute labor for technology. We already see this in case of tech firms in India and the BPO sector in Philippines. India is also a consumption-based economy. Thus, the fall in consumption that can result from the displacement of its workforce is bound to have macroeconomic implications. If the worst-case projections materialize, this could have the potential to set the country's economic growth trajectory off course. 13.15 In such a situation, placing a higher weightage on the possibility of an adverse consequence is required, as complacency can amplify any negative effects by creating a long-lasting impact. It is the uncertainty associated with the timeline and magnitude of effects that demands the attention of policymakers. In the words of Alan Greenspan, uncertainty is not the same as risk. Uncertainty involves unknown probabilities and outcomes with tremendous consequences. Any outcome with tremendous. 24 Mark, E., Rafati, R., and Schwartz, M. Spatial, temporal dynamics of structural unemployment in declining coal mining regions and potentialities of the just transition. Energy Policy, 195, 114338, MZ 557 RFD. 25 Phone PE cuts 60% of support staff as AI drives 40-fold transaction surge. Published in Business Standard. October 21, 2024. 26 The world's call center capital is gripped by AI fever and fear. Published in Bloomberg. August 28, 2024. 27 We will never have a perfect model of risk by Alan Greenspan. Published in the Financial Times. March 16, 2008. 417. Consequences needs to be taken seriously, no matter how low the probability is. Since policymaking is a wicked problem, one would rather overestimate the uncertainties and be overprepared than underestimate the effects and have to manage the fallout. 13.16 Responding to these uncertainties requires coordinated efforts aimed at addressing the structural issues that can intensify the impact of AI on India's labor market. It is here, the establishment of new and upgrading existing institutions will play a pivotal role. Social infrastructure will provide the required foundation for ensuring that the gains from technology can translate into inclusive growth. The need for robust institutions. 13.17 Minimizing the magnitude of the negative effects resulting from creative destruction has always necessitated a societal response, one where new social infrastructure is created to foster environments where innovation drives inclusive growth. The most notable work highlighting the importance of institutional capacity is Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson's book, Why Nations Fail. Inclusive institutions can promote broad participation in the gains from innovation and create the conditions for sustained economic growth and prosperity. They are the hands that shape a country's economic destiny. 13.18 Eric Posner reinforces the importance of building adequate institutional capacity by pointing out a grim scenario that is possible if the most optimistic AI projections are to be believed. He states, there is no social safety net generous enough to protect people from the mental health effects and society from the political turmoil that would follow from widespread disappointment and alienation. This would be the least desirable outcome. 13.19 High-quality institutions act as mediators, ensuring that technological advancements yield broad-based benefits, while weak or absent institutions often exacerbate disparities, resulting in uneven economic and social outcomes. For India to seriously consider the effects of AI, actions will have to focus on strong institution building. In this context, Andrew Haldane splits the institutional requirement along two broad categories: enabling institutions and ensuring institutions. 13.20 Enabling institutions are focused on equipping the workforce with the necessary skills needed to adapt and thrive in a shifting landscape. They impart skills and augment. 28 Robinson, J. A., and Acemoglu, D. Why Nations Fail: The Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty. London, Profile. 29 The Future of Work in the AI Era by Eric Posner. Published in Project Syndicate. April 11, 2024. https://tinyurl.com/bde9xc. The content of education, ensuring that learning keeps up with the demands of the job market. Further, as new auxiliary tasks and sectors emerge from the widespread adoption of technology, enabling institutions facilitate the smooth transition of the workforce to these new jobs, reducing the damage to worker income and preventing lost employability. The latter is of paramount importance, because if transitions are not carefully managed, workers can experience a long-lasting unemployment, with little prospect of catching up to market demands. As India's workforce in low-skill and low-value-added services remains vulnerable to AI, robust enabling institutions are essential. As India's workforce in low-skill and low-value-added services remains vulnerable to AI, robust enabling institutions are essential to help transition workers to medium and high-skilled jobs, where AI can. 419. 13.23 Building each of these institutions is a time-consuming process due to the challenges involved in mobilizing the required intellectual and financial resources. Their need is not immediately clear, and aligning our social structures, regulators, cooperatives, and policy-making institutions towards a distant goal is often an uphill battle. However, unlike previous technological revolutions, advancements in AI today and the utility it has the potential to deliver are being shared by all countries thanks to a globalized world. AI presently being in its infancy has made it so that every nation, irrespective of its income level, is on equal footing as far as discovering its applicability goes. This level playing field provides India the time to build the necessary institutions that will minimize the disruptions and maximize societal benefits. 13.24 Another reason we postulate that India has the time available to reinforce and build supporting institutions is due to the nature of technological revolutions. For technologies to be widely adopted, they have to overcome several obstacles that make them ubiquitous. Historically, technologies that have positioned themselves as general-purpose technologies have done so through refinement and increasing cost-effectiveness. This then created the demand for the technology, reorienting macroeconomic processes around it by changing the way we invest, what we demand, the education we impact, and the quantity of labor we demand. The road to a reorientation of this size is long, and we hypothesize that it could be no different for scaling AI adoption. For AI to be widely applicable in the real world, it needs to be made practical, reliable, requires the establishment of supporting infrastructure, and has to achieve sufficient levels of resource efficiencies to be viable. Vision to viability. AI's real-world challenges. Differentiating between breakthrough and practicality. 13.25 A breakthrough in the context of technology refers to a significant discovery that overcomes a major barrier, enabling new possibilities or dramatically advancing the state of the art. It is also characterized by its ability to solve previously unsolvable problems, introduce novel capabilities, or revolutionize existing systems, processes, or industries. This is the stage at which artificial intelligence finds itself right now. Large language models are capable of acing exams and achieving high test scores, but the field is still far from having a model come up with original, publishable research. 13.26 Conversely, practicality refers to feasibility, effectiveness, and usefulness in addressing real-world problems or needs. This also encompasses ease of implementation, cost-effectiveness, scalability, user access, and the ability to deliver clearly measurable benefits. Achieving this stage is the most challenging part, since many innovations that emerged over the years have been clear breakthroughs but failed to find the mass acceptance that comes to characterize a general-purpose technology. AI today has the potential to deliver clearly measurable benefits in terms of productivity, but the costs, especially in terms of investment required, is high. 13.27 At its current stage of development, AI is more experimental as it is still finding its footing. This is not inherently negative, as it signifies innovation's curious and exploratory nature. However, from a practical standpoint, its experimental nature makes its real-world utility unclear despite the technology demonstrating impressive capabilities. For instance, the pursuit of smarter AI models promises to propel the applicability of self-driving cars, but identifying why they are needed, their cost-effectiveness, and social acceptability remains an ongoing challenge. Similarly, chatbots can convincingly simulate human conversation, but their practical effectiveness in customer service is not established since customers prefer having their complex questions dealt with by humans. 13.28 The industry has placed its chips on increasing AI adoption, hoping that if the technology reaches as broad an audience as possible, users will, on their own, eventually come up with more applications, thus validating the technology. For now, while AI is useful in exploring and optimizing certain jobs, particularly ones that are knowledge-based or creative, the full scope of its practicality is still limited due to the degree of human intervention necessary in order to extract useful outputs. AI models, particularly overly complex generative AI, which are too rich and have too many parameters, are unconcerned with the truth, unconcerned with the correctness of its output, and unconcerned with the realities of the world. It is known to hallucinate and generate outputs that are not based on what is true, but rather on what is the best fit for question. Utilizing AI to the best of its abilities right now requires one to be fully aware of its limitations. Reliability. 13.29 In most day-to-day use cases involving personal use, even an error rate of 10% would not have any significant impact since the user would most likely identify the error and correct it. The stakes are much higher when it comes to deploying AI in business and real-world applications, as the severity of the consequences will vary from one application to another. A customer service chatbot might have many chances to correct misunderstandings, whereas a path planning algorithm for an autonomous vehicle gets only one chance to get it right. Ignoring the reliability problem and hasty implementation results in severe, unintended consequences. 30 Cogito Customer Experience Survey Results. August 6, 2024. 31 Hicks, M. T. Humphreys, J. and Slater, J. ChatGPT is bullshit. Ethics and Information Technology, 26, 38. 421. 13.30 Several examples noted in a publication by McKendrick and Thurai demonstrate the non-negotiable nature of reliability. A self-driving car fatally struck a pedestrian on a four-lane road because it failed to recognize the individual as a pedestrian, as the person was not near a crosswalk, which was the typical circumstance represented in its training data. Application of AI in recruitment turned out to prefer male candidates over female applicants due to the larger number of males in its training sample. The company attempted several times to make the AI screener gender-neutral, but failed. Predictive policing using AI also tends to have a bias against minorities. 13.31 Time-tested liability frameworks applicable to commercial products may not apply in a straightforward manner to AI products, as solving the reliability problem is also necessary to mitigate risks from AI applications. Additionally, given the nuanced relationship between humans and accountability, individuals tend to feel less responsible as their direct involvement in actions decreases. This phenomenon becomes particularly significant when artificial intelligence is used to replace human decision-making within firms and organizations. The introduction of AI further distances humans from the ethical responsibilities traditionally tied to decision-making, potentially exacerbating a lack of accountability. In such frameworks, where firms increasingly rely on AI as a substitute for human judgment, the importance of ensuring AI's reliability becomes paramount. This is because, unlike humans, AI lacks the inherent capacity for accountability, making the ethical and operational implications of its use even more critical to address. 13.32 Arvind Narayanan and Sayash Kapoor of Princeton note that LLMs are not reliable enough to be successful products, yet. They state that for AI to achieve mass adoption, companies need to start approaching AI development like software development. The product needs to be reliable and dependable. Until such a time, the labor displacement effects of AI may not be widespread, since human oversight will be a must for any kind of AI application. The infrastructure challenge. 13.33 The third criterion for the diffusion of new technology is growth in supporting infrastructure. As illustrated by Carlota Perez in her book Investigating the History of Technological Revolutions, the necessary infrastructure is crucial for the proliferation. 32 McKendrick, J. and Thurai, A. AI isn't ready to make unsupervised decisions. Harvard Business Review, 1510. 33 Predictive policing algorithms are racist. Will Douglas Heaven. MIT Technology Review. July 2020. https:// 34 Rahul Mathan. Unpublished manuscript. December 2024. 35 AI Agents That Matter. Sayash Kapoor and Arvind Narayanan. July 3, 2024. 36 Perez, C. Technological Revolutions and Financial Capital. The Dynamics of Bubbles and Golden Ages. In Technological Revolutions and Financial Capital. Edward Elgar Publishing. 422. Of new technology as it provides the externalities that facilitate adoption and widespread use. The infrastructure is installed in the initial phase when the excitement over the potential of the new technology runs high, creating the conditions for the full deployment of the technology in the coming decades. 13.34 Canals, waterways, and turnpike roads provided the connectivity required for the Industrial Revolution, facilitating the movement of inputs and finished goods. The age of the automobile gained momentum due to the construction of roads and highways all across the United States. The expansion of the electricity grid provided households access to power, thus fueling the demand for home appliances and leading to the era of mass production. The proliferation of computers and infrastructure created for telecommunications gave impetus to the adoption of the Internet. 13.35 Once a technology had proven its practicality, infrastructure creation naturally followed. However, since building infrastructure is a highly time-consuming process, the full potential of the technology could not be harnessed till the support infrastructure was widely available. The development of AI, and the rate of adoption is similarly going to depend on the availability of quality infrastructure and the pace of its creation. 13.36 Infrastructure, in the case of AI, is not as straightforward as in previous technological revolutions since its requirements transcend the physical realm. Apart from the already known aspects such as land, reliable chip supply, and data centers, chief among AI infrastructure is data, which is the lifeblood of AI development. Training AI models cannot be done on raw data. As previously discussed, data is highly prone to bias the model. Additionally, data in its raw form can include instances of toxicity, vulgar content, and other dimensions that can lead to the model performing unexpectedly. More often than not, prior to data making its way into the training set for a model, it is extensively cleaned by humans who filter the dataset for any and all of the issues mentioned above. Cleaning introduces its own set of biases as data can be included or excluded at the discretion of the developers, biasing the overall output of the model. 13.37 For AI to be widely adopted across industries, a holistic infrastructure that combines technological resources, human expertise, and organizational readiness is needed. Changes of this magnitude take time to materialize, and even longer to reach the point where the new technology seamlessly synergizes with the entire value addition process. Thus, concerns over AI displacing labor may be somewhat ameliorated by the time it takes for complementary facilities needed for AI adoption at scale to emerge. 423. The Resource Challenge. 13.38 The most critical obstacle to the large-scale proliferation of AI in the medium term is resource efficiency. For AI to scale effectively, technological advancements and performance gains must be coupled with significant reductions in costs and more efficient utilization of scarce resources, an achievement that remains elusive. The challenge is compounded by the fact that modern AI systems, still in their developmental infancy, demand enormous investment in research and development. Moreover, the prevailing trajectory in AI development prioritizes performance over cost-effectiveness, driven by a belief that any compromise on model performance in favor of cost savings would lead to subpar outcomes. This approach, while understandable, underscores the urgency of addressing the pressing need for sustainable and efficient AI innovations. 13.39 Training AI models are becoming increasingly expensive as the availability of data is saturating and high-quality data acquisition costs are rising. Training the first transformer model developed by Google, which laid the foundation for ChatGPT, cost around $930. In stark contrast, training OpenAI's GPT-4 cost the company $78.4 million, while the costs incurred by Google for training Gemini Ultra stood at $191.4 million. As costs are only expected to go up, developers have been exploring the idea of using synthetic data, but this is rife with its own set of challenges. Artificially generated data come with data distribution bias, are characterized by completeness, which influences the model's resilience, can contain many inaccuracies and errors, can neglect temporal and dynamic aspects found in real data, and are highly inconsistent when evaluated on factors present in real data. Utilizing synthetic data to augment previous training data leads to the model's learning essentially coming to a halt, and repeated use of synthetic data leads to model collapse. 13.40 Secondly, developing more sophisticated models comes with significant costs as well. Since processing user queries utilizes vast computational resources, AI firms incur running costs for the model. For instance, in the case of OpenAI's O3 model mentioned earlier, the breakthrough in processing capability came at a very high cost. In running the ARC-AGI benchmark, which is considered one of the most challenging tasks for an AI to undertake, OpenAI incurred a cost of $200,000 for its low-efficiency model. While the firm asked the author not to disclose its high-efficiency cost, the author does state that the amount to compute was 172 times the low-efficiency model's figure. Running increasingly complex models is computationally tasking, exerting hardware, energy, and other resource demands. 37 Visualizing the training costs of AI models over time. Visual capitalist. 38 Hao S. Han, W. Jiang, T. Li Y. Wu, H. Zhong, C, and Tang, H. Synthetic Data in AI, Challenges, Applications, and Ethical Implications. AR14 Preprint AR14, 2401.01629. 39 OpenAI O3 Breakthrough High Score on ARC-AGI PUB. François Challet. December 20th, 2024, https://tinyurl com/2xy69wu8 424. 13.41. In this regard, AI's energy requirements are no mystery. Globally, all data centers already consume more electricity than countries such as Italy, Taiwan, Australia, Spain, and Malaysia, among others. These requirements will only increase with greater adoption. A recently published Bloomberg analysis estimated that powering data centers for AI around the world is expected to reach up to 1580 terawatt-hours, which is as much electricity as India. A recently published Bloomberg analysis estimated that powering data centers for AI around the world is expected to reach up to 1580 terawatt-hours, which is as much electricity as India consumes. Hardware also needs cooling, which is reliant on water, much of it drinking quality. Cooling is estimated to need over 1 billion liters of water per day. Further, data center campuses are built on a vast amount of land, and finding the right piece of land that fulfills the power and water requirements is going to drive up land prices in resource-rich areas. The chips powering AI are reliant on a steady supply of minerals such as silicon, gold, silver, aluminum, tin, and other rare earth minerals. The magnitude of scarce resources required for AI proliferation would not be much of a concern if there were no competing needs driving demand for the same resources. However, this is not the case, and scaling up AI has the potential to start a bidding war for minerals, land, and water, driving up prices for essential resources. 13.42. Without groundbreaking innovations and strategies to make AI scaling economically viable both financially and in terms of resource consumption, efforts to democratize AI will jeopardize critical global priorities such as energy security, water security, and even housing or food security. The construction of sprawling data centers risks displacing essential land use, further exacerbating these challenges. The imperative for AI developers is clear. Scaling down resource consumption while simultaneously boosting performance is not just a technical hurdle, but the defining bottleneck that will shape the future of AI. The time to address this pressing issue is now. 13.43. Technological revolutions that achieved mass adoption only did so because, over the course of time, they got the delicate mix of the factors outlined in the previous sections right. Practicality, reliability, infrastructure, and efficiency need to all work in tandem before true large-scale adoption happens. No amount of investment can force mass adoption unless the technology makes economic sense for the user and for the society. In the case of AI, if it makes sense for the former and not the latter, policymakers have to step in and take some hard decisions. AI in India. Are there opportunities? 13.44. As India contemplates the integration of AI into its economy, the lessons of past technological revolutions underscore the critical importance of proactive institutional response. The time afforded now must be well utilized to minimize the adverse effects. 40. AI is already wreaking havoc on global power systems. Bloomberg. June 21, 2024. RDK 9P3C9. 41. Published in Bloomberg, December 13, 2024. 425. To the best of our capabilities involves equipping the workforce with future-ready skill. We must also use this time to put in place mechanisms to cushion societal impacts, a challenge that resonates deeply with India's unique demographic and economic landscape. 13.45. Looking ahead, the nation's predominantly services-driven economy, coupled with its young and dynamic population, offers a fertile ground for leveraging the benefits of emerging technologies, only if proactively and carefully managed. Technology does not always have to displace labor, but instead can be put to use in augmenting the productivity of the workforce. Just as history provides a reason for caution, history also provides a cause for optimism about the effectiveness of strong institutions, which can foster an environment where man and machine work together. 13.46. Further, the exposure of medium to high-skill jobs to AI-driven automation may not be as high as certain estimates, due to the inherent limitations of AI as detailed in Box 13.1. Thus, the labor-augmenting potential of AI should also not be ignored. Box 13.1. Demystifying artificial intelligence. In the simplest terms, the AI tools on the market today, particularly generative AI, are statistical models, utilizing significant computing power that are a function of large amounts of text, images, and other forms of data fed into them. The processing of any input is broken down across many layers for the most complex models, with each layer containing several thousand nodes. This combination of layers and nodes allows the model to think, reason, and process data at unimaginable scales, generating an output along the parameters the model has been trained for. When you ask any modern chatbot driven by an underlying large language model a simple question such as, "Where does the sun rise and set?" the model does not interpret the language in the question as an actual human does. This is because AI has no understanding of the concepts of letters and syllables. The machine processes input text using a series of mathematical computations involving matrices. First, the text is broken into smaller units called tokens in a process known as tokenization, where each token is mapped to a unique number. For example, the phrase AI revolution might be tokenized to, where these numbers correspond to the indices of the words in the model's vocabulary. Once tokenized, the model uses mechanisms to compute the frequency of token pairs, triplets, and other sequences between each word and all other words in the input. This allows the model to assign importance to different words based on their context. 42 in the 1940s, Warren McCulloch and Walter Pitts developed a mathematical model to mimic how the brain processes information. They proposed that neurons in the brain function like switches, turning on or off, based on signals they receive from other neurons. Their model used simple logic, where a neuron activates if the sum of incoming signals surpasses a certain threshold, similar to binary decision-making in computers. This foundational concept inspired the development of artificial neural networks, computer systems designed to emulate the brain's signal processing for tasks like pattern recognition, decision-making, and problem-solving. 426. These weighted representations are passed through layers of the neural network, where patterns and relationships are refined. The network output assigns probability values to each possible token, representing how likely each one will appear next. The tokens with the highest probabilities are selected and mapped back to their corresponding words in the vocabulary, generating a coherent text output. The new tokens generated are then fed back into the model, making it appear that the bot is equipped to have a flowing conversation with the user. Thus, to respond to a user's query, the data analysis performed by the model is essentially a game of guess the next word. In other words, it is a highly complex version of the autocomplete function we already see on our computers and smartphones. Generative AI are trained to simply predict the next word in a sequence of words by calculating probabilities based on the user input text. Considering the nonlinearity and complexity of language, such an exercise is computationally very expensive. To generate a single-line response to the user's question, the model may need to perform anywhere between 10 to 20 trillion arithmetic operations to generate a 11-word response. Similar principles govern the functioning of other generative AI. Strides made in AI research is awe-inspiring and will most likely be helpful in the coming years. However, Michael Wooldridge from the University of Oxford had suggested that claims of intelligence required more rigorous scrutiny, stating that large language models, despite their dazzling appearance of human-like competence, are not AI. While capable of some superficial logical reasoning and problem-solving, these models are limited in their extended capabilities. Anything additional expected from these models must be explicitly coded into them, which is very different from what is traditionally considered intelligent. To claim that machines are learning is to assign the wrong label, since these models use predictive and probabilistic statistics to generate an output. Consider an AI-powered marketing tool that determines campaign success based solely on click-through rates and conversions. While efficient, it might ignore brand perception, customer loyalty, and the long-term impact of the campaign on the business. In education, implementing an AI-based grading system for students that evaluates essays based on grammar, structure, and word count can be quick and efficient. But the AI may miss the value brought by creativity, originality, and critical thinking expressed in the content. Along similar lines, AI in healthcare can recommend treatments that prioritize statistical outcomes since it cannot factor parameters such as quality of life, patient preferences, and ethical considerations. Relying on AI for judicial decisions also involves risks, since predicting recidivism or determining bail requires balancing subjective considerations such as fairness, individual circumstances, and social impact. Judgments passed in courts are much more than simple prediction tasks and are a product of personal experience combined with domain-specific knowledge, the former of which AI lacks. 43. However, the efficiency of the models is still a research question that remains unanswered thus far in the generative AI community. Larger models drive up the demand for more computational resources and energy, which in turn drives up the cost of running these models. 44. ChatGPT is not true AI. Michael Wooldridge, 2023. 427. Advancements in computer science may just as well address these concerns in the future. However, in the meantime, just as machines are designed for specific tasks rather than universal application, AI functions as a tool tailored to particular purposes. This means it is more suited to supplement human action rather than be a total replacement for work performed by them. The labor market evolution. 13.47 Labor and technology, when integrated in the right way, have complemented one another rather than being substitutes. Further, technical change did not always lead to declining employment in the affected industry. Rather, it has resulted in strong employment growth during the decades the technology was being refined. For instance, Besson investigated the impact automated manufacturing had on the textiles, steel, and automotive industries of the United States. The findings demonstrated that productivity gains due to automation led to robust job growth and higher earnings for workers over the course of nearly 4 decades before plateauing. 13.48 Studies assessing the introduction of robots in factories corroborate the same. While the employment share in routine manual jobs declined due to the adoption of automated robots on the factory floor, this in no way led to capital substituting for labor in the advanced economies. Such effects were also visible in developing countries, where robots in fact reduced unemployment growth as robotic work and human work integrated with one another over time. Specifically in the case of India, a study by Mani illustrated how the introduction of robots only accounted for the replacement of only 10 jobs per 10,000 in the manufacturing sector by 2016. This was primarily concentrated in automobiles, while the rest of the manufacturing sector remained largely unaffected by automation. 13.49 Similarly, Albanese et al. Introduced some much-needed balance to the literature on the effects of AI or ML-led automation on white-collar jobs. Their assessment of the impact of AI or ML on white-collar jobs in Europe suggests that there exists a positive association between AI-enabled automation as the sector occupation employment share of high-skilled workers increases in the range of 3.1% to 6.6% over the course of a decade. 45 Besson, J. Automation and Jobs, when technology boosts employment. Economic Policy, 34, 589626. 46 DeVries, G. J. Gentile, E. Marudot, S. and Wacker, K. M. The Rise of Robots in the Fall of Routine Jobs. Labor Economics, 66, 101885. 47 Ficacci, C. N. Technological Unemployment, Robotization, and Green Deal, a story of unstable spillovers in China and South Korea. Technology and Society, 64, 101504. 48 Mani, S. Robot Apocalypse, Does It Matter for India's Manufacturing Industry? Center for Development Studies Working Paper. 49 Albanese, S. Dias da Silva, A. Jimeno, J. F. Lamo, A. and Wabich, A. New Technologies and Jobs in Europe. Economic Policy, EAE 058. 428. 13.50 Research has already demonstrated how the introduction of generative AI assistants augmenting customer support personnel increased productivity by 14% on average, including a 34% improvement for new and lower-skilled workers. Employees were able to substantially improve their problem resolution, leading to higher customer satisfaction. Cogito, a customer support firm, has been encouraging the use of AI assistants, which are able to analyze customer sentiments and provide real-time feedback to customer support representatives, improving the efficiency of issue resolution. Implementing AI as a tool helps bridge the skill gap in this domain, allowing low-skilled workers to produce outputs closer in quality to the work high-skilled workers do without any tools. The reduction in skill inequality is a big positive on aggregate since the overall productivity increases. 13.51 In more complex fields such as scientific research, human AI teams are able to generate high-quality outputs by capitalizing on the best of human and machine intelligence. For instance, Charnas et al. Find that AI-assisted research design benefits in 5 core aspects: questions and literature, generating testable hypotheses and methodologies for testing, instructions and comprehension checks, generating experimental code and related documentation, and auditing for errors. Professor Nasher Contractor of Northwestern University also cites several other instances in his research where AI-enabled researchers benefited from the capacity of the machine for processing vast amounts of scientific data for hypothesis generation, enhanced data collection, manuscript review, and meta-analysis, among others. 13.52 Supplementing human decision-making with AI assistance would be the ideal and the most desirable outcome for maximizing the micro and macroeconomic benefits of the technology. This is what the leading AI firms seek to achieve as well. In his most recent blog, Sam Altman stated that their intentions are to put great tools in the hands of people, with the goal of achieving broadly distributed outcomes. Similarly, in Alphabet Incorporated's 2024 Q3 earnings call, the CEO of Google stated that the company internally is using AI to augment their engineers' productivity by automating low-level tasks, which allows their people to focus on more complex tasks. 13.53 Further, factors such as accountability and understanding of the subjective and practical realities of the world, consistently adapting reasoning, cognizance of. 50 Generative AI at Work. NBR Working Paper 31161, November 2023. 51 Charnas, G. Jabarian, B. and List, J. A. Generation Next, Experimentation with AI, https://tinyurl.com/3d4yfinwh. 52 Scientific Research, Two Paradigm Shifts? Presented by Professor Nasher Contractor at the Vienna University of Technology, Austria. 53 Reflections by Sam Altman. January 6, 2025, 54 2024 Q3 Earnings Call. Alphabet Investor Relations. October 29, 2024. Consequences and critical thinking are all important factors which human capital brings to any enterprise. Replacing authentic, intelligent deliberation with a brutal, calculative algorithm will result in a society where algorithms serve as an escape from reason, an excuse not to think. AI must be seen for and utilized as what it is supposed to be, a tool, as the arc of technological history does not bend towards the replacement of humans by machines. Augmenting India's services sector. 13.54 India is a services-driven economy, and the opportunities for enhancing the productivity of the workforce are ample. Further, the younger population of the country makes a rich talent pool available for capitalizing on emerging technologies. This is significant because the study by Albanese et al. Analyzing the effects of AI or ML implementation in Europe revealed that youth and high-skilled workers were the demographic most capable of understanding and adapting to technological changes. 13.55 Education and skilling are going to play a critical role in driving the success of human-centric AI adoption in the country while minimizing labor displacement as best we can. If history has taught us anything, it is that with each subsequent technological revolution, the floor for what is considered a basic skill has risen. As automation handles the routine and mundane tasks, the mind is now free to focus on more complex questions and issues, thus raising skill requirements. As automation handles the routine and mundane tasks, the mind is now free to focus on more complex questions and issues, thus raising skill requirements. The Industrial Revolution demanded a labor force skilled in handling factory machines and engineers who maintain them. The age of steam and railways shifted the employment landscape towards industrial and urban jobs, primarily in construction, operations, and maintenance. The age of steel, electricity, and heavy engineering demanded a workforce capable of handling large-scale machinery, electrical equipment, and several other jobs in the technical fields. With the information and telecommunications era, jobs shifted towards knowledge-based and service-oriented jobs. 13.56 As developments in the field of AI create tools capable of automating basic knowledge creation and processing, skills such as critical thinking, higher degrees of creativity, and the capacity for more specialized knowledge may well be the new normal. Thus, India's employment challenge is not just about numbers, but also about raising the overall quality of the workforce. Quality in this case does not just mean imparting knowledge through a step-by-step guide to leveraging AI, or providing very specific training related to AI-oriented jobs. Technology-specific skills run the risk of becoming obsolete very soon, especially in today's world where the requirements shift rapidly. 55 Albanese S. Dias de Silva, A. Jimeno, J.F., Lamo, A. and Wabich, A. New Technologies and Jobs in Europe. Economic Policy, e.g. 058. 430. 13.57 In addition to the above, improvements in the quality of the workforce must focus on more foundational skills as well, such as soft skills and core competencies, which are valuable across industries and roles. Foundational skills support the learning of tech-specific skills by fostering adaptability and cognitive agility and are significantly more resistant to the risk of becoming obsolete. The silver lining is that due to the R&D nature of AI, India, this time, has the opportunity to catch up with, if not get ahead of the curve, and prepare its workforce. 13.58 Furthermore, Besson finds that technological change is only labor displacing and brings about mass unemployment if the demand for the product/service offered by the industry is saturated. If the market has large, unmet needs, then labor augmented by machines increases productivity and employment. This implies that new technology should increase employment if the demand elasticity for the sector is high. Box 13.2. Connecting the dots, employment, automation, and demand elasticities. What happens to work in the presence of automation? Often automation does away with subtasks within a job, in turn leading to a modification of the job profile than the job being suppressed entirely. The role of a bank teller over time exemplifies how automation leads to new subtasks being taken up alongside other routine, so far unautomated work. For instance, the introduction of labor-saving innovations such as the ATM did not lead to a loss of bank employment. Rather, bank employment has grown, and the role of the bank teller has shifted from clerical work to sales and counseling over time. Ultimately, the capacity of a sector to create jobs in response to automation depends on whether the new grouping of subtasks into specific job profiles is deemed profitable. This is in turn a function of the demand for particular services delivered than the supply of skills to fill these jobs. Understanding the nature of demand for a particular sector can therefore reveal clues as to how the sector will respond to technological change. To gauge the employment impact of a technological revolution, it makes sense to look at how employment in the past responded to the Industrial Revolution of the early 20th century. 56 Besson, J. Automation and Jobs, When Technology Boosts Employment. Economic Policy, 34, 589626. 57 International Labor Organization, 2018, The Economics of AI. Implications for the Future of Work, https:// 58 Besson, J. How Computer Automation Affects Occupations, Technology, Jobs, and Skills, Law and Economics Research Paper number 15-49. 59 Asemoglu, D. Otter, D. 2011. Skills, Tasks, and Technologies. Implications for Employment and Earnings, in O. Ashenfelter and D. Card. Handbook of Labor Economics, Volume 4B, pp. 1043-1172. 60 Besson, J. Automation and Jobs, When Technology Boosts Employment. Economic Policy, 34, 589626. 431. Gleaning insights from the days of the Industrial Revolution, Besson looks at data since the 1930s for the U.S. cotton, steel, motor vehicle, and textile industries. He finds that technological change is only labor displacing and brings about mass unemployment if the demand for the product/service offered by the industry is saturated. If the market has large, unmet needs, then labor augmented by machines increases productivity and employment. This implies that new technology should increase employment if the demand elasticity for the sector is high. While some level of worker displacement is inevitable for those unable to align with shifting skill requirements, the scale of this displacement is shaped by the interplay between displacement effects and productivity gains. For instance, in highly demand-elastic markets, the reinstatement effect has historically acted as a counterbalance against the displacement effect caused by automation. Technological advancements in markets with unmet demand often give rise to auxiliary tasks where labor maintains a competitive edge. As Asemoglu and Restrepo observe, such tasks not only enhance productivity, but also reinstate labor into a broader spectrum of roles, thereby altering the task composition of production in labor's favor. Elasticities for India's services sectors and estimation. As established in the section before, demand elasticities can help gauge a sector's ability to raise employment because of productivity enhancements from automation. As shown by Besson, the per capita real demand for a sector can be written as a function of real wages and real prices. This is shown by equation LNDI, LNWP, 2D LNWD epsilon. This can also be rewritten as LNDI, LNA.S, D LNWD epsilon, where A denotes labor productivity and S is the labor share of income. The elasticity of demand is given by epsilon equals. Further, the elasticity of demand with respect to labor productivity can then be interpreted as equals epsilon. On the right-hand side, epsilon is the price elasticity of demand, while the partial derivative shows the influence of productivity on labor's share of output. The equation shows that price elasticity of demand and productivity elasticity of demand are positively correlated. 61 Ibid. 62 Asemoglu, D, and Restrepo, P. Automation and New Tasks, How Technology Displaces and Reinstates Labor. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 33, 3-30. 63 Since share of income can be rewritten as S equals WLPYWPA. 432. To understand the potential for employment increases in India's services sector, BESN's theoretical model is replicated with the help of data from RBI's CLEMS database. The data studied is for the period of 1994 to 2023. The demand elasticities estimated for India's services sectors are shown by chart 13.1. Note that elasticities for transport services and hotel services were insignificant at the 10% level and are hence not depicted in the chart. Chart 13.1. Chart 13.1. Demand elasticities across services sectors for India. Source: author's estimates. As the estimates show, the financial sector shows the highest elasticity at 1.86, followed by health and social work, retail and wholesale trade, business services, education, and post and telecom. It must be noted that the elasticity estimation is at a broad level, which does not consider aspects such as product quality. Further, since the classification is sufficiently broad, it may well be that subsectors within the industry show higher or lower elasticities than the industry average. Implication for the services sector in India. A sectoral comparison of estimates reveals that demand elasticities are high for sectors such as financial services, trade services, health and social work, and business services. The high elasticity in financial services could be indicative that the sector is yet to reach a stage of market saturation. Productivity enhancement may therefore prove employment generating for the financial sector. Research also corroborates that information technology improvements tend to raise employment in finance, retail, and wholesale industries. High elasticities in the health and social work industry shows that automation can aid productivity and employment gains in this sector. For instance, as research by Schwalbe and 64, the detailed concordance between national account statistics and RBI CLEMS classification can be accessed at 65. Gagel, Paul, and Greg C. Wright. A short-run view of what computers do. Evidence from a UK tax incentive. Working paper. Wall, 2020 shows AI can aid productivity through interventions in diagnosis, patient mortality risk assessment, disease outbreak prediction, and health policy and planning. In the social work industry, AI can maximize the effectiveness of frontline workers. The high elasticity in retail and wholesale trade in the country is indicative of a large consumption base in the country. Thus, effective productivity gains are likely to make it profitable for new roles to coexist with automated tasks on average for this industry. Productivity gains for businesses engaged in retail and wholesale activities include identifying customer preferences, enhanced marketing techniques, and inventory management and forecasting. The business sector is an export-oriented sector with activities such as IT and IT-enabled services, R&D services in the areas such as accounting and legal professions. The sector's elastic demand shows that, on average, services employment may rise in the presence of AI for this particular sector. However, it should be noted that the elasticity estimate does not give a picture of subsector elasticities. It is possible then for employment in lower value-added subsectors in the industry to respond negatively to automation as compared to higher value-added subsectors. The education sector shows an inelastic demand for services. Theoretically, this may imply that productivity enhancements through AI-based learning models can lead to a decline in teacher employment. For instance, there may be a reduction in the need for personnel as a result of cost-effective access to high-quality interactive learning media and customized learning paths for students. However, the essential nature of the service and its high degree of regulation are likely to act as buffers which will ensure that productivity improvements will not come at the expense of teacher employment. Interestingly, post and telecom also show low elasticity. This sector in particular has reached a high degree of market saturation over the past 3 decades. The oligopolistic nature of the industry may also imply that increases in labor productivity may come with lower costs, which would translate to higher profit margins. A high degree of market saturation and oligopolist market structure imply that prices may not reflect declining costs. Automation may therefore behave as a labor-displacing force than a labor-augmenting one. 13.59 While initial displacement is to be expected for workers who fail to catch up to the market demands, the magnitude of displacement also depends on how displacement and productivity effects weigh against each other. For a sufficiently demand-elastic market, the displacement effects historically have been counterbalanced by the reinstatement effect. Demand for new products and services due to new technology in a market with unmet demand has created new, auxiliary tasks where labor has a. 66 Schwalbe, N. and Wall, B. Artificial Intelligence in the Future of Global Health. Lancet, 395, 1579 to 1586. 67 Asemoglu, D. and Restrepo, P. Automation and New Tasks, How Technology Displaces and Reinstates Labor. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 33, 3-30. 434. Competitive advantage. Asimoglu and Restrepo state that such new tasks not only generate a positive productivity effect, but also a reinstatement effect, reinstating labor into a broader range of tasks and thus change the task content of production in favor of labor. This increases labor demand and labor share. 13.60 Looking at the history of the labor market through this lens, we can now decode why, despite major new technologies that automated economic value addition, the employment-to-population ratio rose over the 20th century. Along these lines, the future of work is augmented intelligence, one that expands the workforce to accommodate both humans and machines, with the aim of improving humanity while also bringing about a greater level of efficiency in how we perform our jobs. 13.61 What new opportunities will emerge from the spillover effects of AI will only be clear once AI goes from experimental to practical, but reinforcing the point made earlier, it is up to policymakers, academia, and the private sector to work together to raise the overall quality of human capital in India. This tripartite compact is also going to be instrumental in ensuring that the gains from productivity are distributed widely, creating a social surplus, rather than concentrating in the hands of an increasingly oligopolistic sector. Conclusion. 13.62 In the 7 decades since the development of artificial intelligence began, the progress made in the last decade lays down an important milestone for the domain. While impressive in its own right, AI still remains in its developmental stage and has a long way to go before it achieves the scope of adoption that have made technologies such as the personal computer and the internet ubiquitous. The scale of challenges left unaddressed are significant, and so is the time required by developers to come up with cost-effective and resource-efficient solutions. Therefore, as the essay suggested, estimates about the magnitude of labor market impacts may be well above what might actually materialize. Nevertheless, complacency about the low-probability, high-impact nature of the issue at hand could prove to be very costly for a country like India. 13.63 As policymakers, it would benefit us to ask ourselves the question, what were the problems in the world that demanded AI as the answer? In other words, is AI a solution in search of a problem? This question is not easily answered as innovation does. 68 Otter, D.H. Why are there still so many jobs? The History and Future of Workplace Automation. Journal of Economic Perspectives, 29, 3-30. 69 AI should augment human intelligence, not replace it. David D. Kramer and Gary Kasparov. Harvard Business Review. March 18, 2021. 70 The AI Octopus by Eric Posner. Published in Project Syndicate. January 8, 2024. Not always respond to a problem, rather emerges as a product of human ingenuity. Thus, in some sense, AI represents the human drive for improvement, for creating something previously thought impossible. However, when innovation has the possibility of coming at great societal cost, the value of innovation must then be judged in the context of its potential loss generation. 13.64 Despite the limitations of AI and the prerequisites necessary for its widespread application, it is worth taking notice of the fact that labor markets are shifting at present in anticipation of a distant future. Nobody knows how long these changes may last, but they can definitely leave a lasting impact on the physical and mental well-being of those affected. The responsibility for course correction will then fall in the hands of the public sector. Therefore, from a policymaker's perspective, it may be costly to dismiss fears as exaggerated and adverse impacts as overestimated. Rather, they underscore the need for constant vigil and timely action. 13.65 Learning from the lessons of the past, capacity building and institution building is the need of the hour for India to capitalize on the opportunity that lies ahead. Structural changes to how we educate our children will be required in addition to safety nets that can shield existing workers from economic and social fallouts. Additionally, regulatory frameworks will need to be revisited and amended to ensure that the use of AI aligns with societal values, balancing innovation with accountability and transparency. However, regulations will go only thus far. 13.66 The corporate sector has to display a high degree of social responsibility. Although the impact of AI on labor will be felt across the world, the problem is magnified for India, given its size and its relatively low per capita income. If companies do not optimize the introduction of AI over a longer horizon and do not handle it with sensitivity, the demand for policy intervention and the demand on fiscal resources to compensate will be irresistible. The state, in turn, has to resort to taxation of profits generated from the replacement of labor with technology to mobilize those resources, as the IMF suggested in its paper. It will leave everyone worse off and the country's growth potential will suffer as a result. 13.67 Utilizing this window of time available during the nascent stages of AI to build robust institutions can ensure that we, as a nation, are well placed to minimize the costs as much as possible. This can then help tilt the scale towards the benefits, bringing a balance to the cost-benefit aspect in a labor-driven, services-dependent economy like India. Navigating this transformation necessitates coordinated participation from all. 71 Kazaniga, M. Jamaat, M. F. Lee, L. Molina, M. G. Panton, A. J. Pizzanelli, C. And Tavares, M. M. Gen AI, Artificial Intelligence, and the Future of Work. International Monetary Fund. https://tinyurl. com/33jum83. 436. Agents of the economy. A tripartite compact between the government, private sector, and academia can ensure that the gains from AI-driven productivity are widely distributed, taking us in the direction of the ideal inclusive growth strategy. The probability of success in this endeavor is directly proportional to the appreciation of the enormity of the challenge and the gravity of the consequences of failure.